Welcome everyone to another Fight Night Legends. I'm your host Casanova, and joining me, as always, is the Blevins. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great. We've got a really crazy smattering of decks this week, Casa. I know sometimes we've got a more developed meta. We just got some pretty big changes a couple of days ago, and we've got a lot of variety here, Casa.
Yeah, we've got a lot of variety. I'm really excited to see a lot of these players and what they've brought today. A lot of really crazy decks alongside the normal Ash Nox kind of stuff. But before we get into that, Blevins, why don't you go ahead and break down the format for what Fight Night Legends is?
Absolutely. So we are going to be playing a double elimination bracket tonight. We've invited 8 fantastic players, 2 of which were the finalists of last week's event. Every single match is going to be a best of 3, where the players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win a match, players need to win with both of their decks. And if you take a look over to the right, players are going to be playing for their share of that sweet, sweet $200 prize pool. Casa, let's take a look at the players that are going to be playing tonight.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this lobby. We've got a bunch of great players here today. We've got, of course, Swim returning off his win from last week. He's going to be going up against Team R2's Morpadorp. As we continue to go down, it's going to be Orbmeister versus Fini. We've got Rattling Bones, the other finalist from last week, going up against Italian X. And then Cephalopod making his return to the Fight Night stage after a pretty crazy week last week that he had. He actually had a day where he played 3 tournaments and finished first, 6th. And he's going up against our youngest ever competitor, Mineja, in that final match. But our featured match for round 1 is going to be Swim versus Morpadorp, and I'm really excited to see Morp come here and take on the previous champ, because I think Morp is a pretty good player that has evaded Fight Night for a while. He has not been on one. This is going to be his first time, but yeah, I think he does have a shot to upset some people.
Morp is one of those players. So there's a lot of different types of players. There's tournament players, there's community members, there's ladder players. Sometimes someone is all three, sometimes someone focuses on just the one. And Morp is the person that I guarantee you have seen him in just about every single chat of every competitive player in every tournament that is out there. He is in everything. He runs a really great community Discord for a lot of the competitive players, and is just a really great member of the community. I believe comes from the Yu-Gi-Oh world as well as other card games, but really a cerebral player that has played in a lot of tournaments as well. I know did well in the team tournament that IQ put on a few weeks ago that Nola and I casted. I believe he was either in the they were in the finals.
They were in the final.
Or the semis.
They lost to Team Aretuza EU, I believe.
Yes.
It was Aretuza versus Aretuza in the final, and EU took down NA. So he took second with his NA teammates, such as Zinc Elemental is one we've seen on Fight Night as well. So he's definitely shown some good results in the past, but I'm excited to see how he does in this individual tournament going up against someone like Swim. And Swim, once again, is on a lot of kind of these different brews, stuff that no one else is playing in the tournament. And one that I want to highlight is actually Swim's version of Discard Aggro that he decided to bring, because it's very interesting since we did end up having to ban Jinx due to a bug that was allowing her to generate multiple rockets in a single turn. We have heard rumblings that it may be fixed now on the live client, but we did need to ban it, of course, because it was broken at the time of the deck deadlines. So Jinx will not be allowed in this tournament. And Swim said, okay, I'll still play Discard, and brought it with Teemo instead. So I'm really interested to see this version and if he can have the same success that he's had in previous weeks with the Discard Aggro.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because, with Teemo, obviously, it's essentially, you take a look at it, it's basically just Teemo Teemo in for Jinx. And there's, maybe the third Jinx is the Captain Farron. And then you basically have a cookie cutter Discard Aggro deck. Teemo and Jinx aren't necessarily a 1-for-1 replacement and have the same deck. It's not like, you're playing just a slightly different card. Teemo and Jinx are doing very different things, and this leans more towards the aggressive side. I played a match where I played against this deck, and my opponent had either 2 or 3 Poro cannons, and they did nothing but play elusive Poros and buff them. And I'm like, I guess I lose. Like, this is not the type of game that it usually plays, but when your opponent has 4-3-1 elusives, what are you going to do? And Teemo allows you to kind of do that even more. What it doesn't allow you to do is play that late game like you do with Jinx. I mean, this isn't even running any augmented experimenters either. So I guess this is a little bit different. This is more, that late game stuff. We've got one card for that. It's Captain Farron. Otherwise, we don't even want to be in the late game. We want to end this as quickly as possible. This almost leans more towards like the traditional, like, champless burn decks of old.
Yeah, it starts to kind of bridge that gap. It's a little bit in between that old champless burn and then the more standard discard aggro. And then on the other side, Morp has some pretty interesting decks as well. Morp running the back alley poker, as it's been coined by our good friend Saro.
Yes,
this is going to be.
I have a better name, but we'll use this one.
Shadow Isles Bilge. This Elise Twisted Fate that we've seen cropping up quite a bit recently. I don't know if you want to take this one, talk more about it. I know you've mentioned you've played this deck a fair bit and really enjoy it.
I have. This is one of the one of the newer archetypes that's popped up. I mean, we've seen this pairing before, obviously, with deep decks, but this is nothing like that. This is a very different style. This is a much more aggressive deck. I mean, it has Vengeances and Crumbles and Black Spears as sort of control options, but at its core, this is an aggressive deck. So, and we're actually going to get to see it here. So I'm very interested to see how this one ends up playing out.
Yeah, and I love how the replacement of Jinx really overshadowed the other deck from Swim, and you're all gonna love this. It's being called K-pop Yetis. So this is a FTR, a Feel the Rush deck that is running a pretty hefty Yeti package alongside the Avaros and Trapper and the Ancient Yetis, but also Alpha Wild Claws. So there is a lot of just big boys that are going to be played down alongside the FTR that will be helping out the late game of this deck. But it does cut a lot of the ramp, only relying on Catalyst of Aeons to help ramp into that Field of Rush. So it's more about controlling the board as more of a mid-range deck, and then having a big finisher with Field of Rush.
Yeah, I actually played a deck that at first it's not going to sound as like it's very similar to this, but it was an Ezreal sort of Yetis deck. And with the new changes to Ezreal, which will will likely come up at some point in this tournament, depending. I know a couple of players brought Ezreal, but you're playing it much more mid-range. You're not, min-maxing to only play as a combo deck for Ezreal. You get to play Avaros and Trapper, which we've really only ever seen in the Ashe Noxus variants, but boy, that is just like the best card ever. You almost always want it in a matchup where the board matters even a little bit. So I'm interested to see if, these Freljord decks, even the more control decks, start running a card like Trapper just as a value card. Not even necessarily in any sort of Yeti strategy or a 5 power build a deck. It's just, I'm playing a 3/3 for 3 that gives me a 1-mana 5/5. I don't really care what the rest of my deck is. I want that card in it.
Yeah, it feels like as long as you have enough draw consistency and you're not worried about, bricking out because of the fact that you're adding another card to your deck. Because, of course, normally adding a 1-mana 5/5 is good, but sometimes there are cards you need to hit. So you kind of don't want to dilute your draws. I think in any deck where it feels okay to do that, I agree with you. I think it makes a lot of sense. I like it a lot. And this deck definitely, I feel like, fits that bill because it does lean a bit more mid-range. So I do, this start from Swim is pretty scary, but I also, we look at Morp's deck and he's so aggressive in the early stages that I think he feels still pretty comfortable about this spot, because we look at Swim and he just catalysts into what should be a Trundle. And then he has a couple of Yetis that are ticking down on the cost to be able to play them. It feels like it should be a good spot, but Morp is already going very wide and pressuring a lot of damage. So we're going to see if Swim can stabilize in time. I think that Avalanche is certainly going to be integral in that happening.
It absolutely is. And, there is an all right amount of life gain in Swim's deck. Like you mentioned, the one Catalyst was already used. There's also the Vile Feasts. I guess that's actually it. So there's no Whale, no Grasp type cards, but as we can see this play out, Trundle and or Hearthguard or even Trapper are all going to play to the board, right? And if there's ever a good spot, this Avalanche can potentially get a lot of value. Depending on how much Morp wants to commit here, Avalanche can get quite a bit of value. And if the dust settles, and Swim is at a relatively healthy life total, those Yetis are going to keep ticking down. Swim doesn't have to play them as 3-mana 5/5s or even 2-mana 5/5s. He can wait until a turn where Morp thinks the coast is clear and just goes 5/5 into 5/5 open attack and can really kill out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that these Yetis, when I look at this hand from Swim, very reasonably will be played for free. I think that in the next couple of turns, looking at something like Avalanche, looking at this Trapper, even looking at this Hearthguard, all seem like very reasonable plays, and I don't think that the Yetis are ever going to be required to fit into the curve. It's possible he plays them for 1 if he needs to get defensive with it, but I do expect that, hey, these might be okay for Swim to hold on to until they're free and do exactly what you just mentioned. Look to turn it around, 0 mana into 0 mana, play those 10 power onto the board, and completely flip this game around. And, Morp, he's got a strong board, he's got a scary board, but that Avalanche is hitting all of it except for Elise right now.
Right.
And so essentially this board is getting 1 more turn.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. But those Jack the Winners are looking very, very good here. Morb has to be considering the Avalanche. I can't imagine, not that there's even a better play anyway, but I think you just have to open attack here. You'd be getting in 2, 4, 6, 7 damage, put Swim down to 9. You've got 4 worth of Doom Beasts in hand. Plus the Jack the winners. I mean, you've got a good amount of over the top. Get what you can out of this relatively fragile board and see where Swim goes from there. I mean, actually might even be getting in 8. I wasn't factoring in the last spider created from Elise. So, I mean, you can get Swim relatively low here. And like I mentioned before, there's not a ton of life gain in this deck. There's a little bit, but not like the massive amount. You know, Morp doesn't have to worry about something like a whale here, which would be, you know, essentially backbreaking, just completely stopping this attack for the most part and decimating a lot of his board.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that, you know, at this point, if Swim ends up going for that avalanche, which he might just have to, Morp is feeling kind of okay with that situation because of the fact that, like you mentioned, he gets to refill with this Jack the Winner. He gets to set up maybe, you know, the Doom Beast. He's got the double go hard. He's got just options. He has plays to make. So even though he's going to be losing his board, he is going to respond by, you know, he's dealt this 10 damage and there is not really any healing. There's the Catalyst. That's, I believe, the main source that is in that deck. Yeah, Bile Feast is the other.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a couple of ways that Swim can go, and I'm sure this is what he's contemplating here. I mean, you can take the pretty juicy avalanche, but I mean, is it really that juicy is the question. I mean, yes, you're getting rid of a couple of free 1/1s and some, you know, a few 2/2s, but you can also kind of just deal with that by playing Hearthguard into Trapper into, you know, next turn you're gonna have two mana Yetis. Actually, you can go Hearthguard here and then next turn go Trapper Yeti. Like, how sick is that? Like,
that
nice
might
2/2s.
be the line. that might be a better line. Whoa. Okay, that's a pass from Swim even. I guess this is 8 mana that he could try and eat. But I do like that line that you were talking about. I do like the, you know, the Hearthguard, then the Trapper Yeti to continue to gum up the board, make it hard for Morp to get through. But I wonder if I'm Morp here and I look at my hand, is it better to develop the Jack or to just keep the wide board that you have? I'm trying to think of the punishes that Swim can have that make it bad for you to play Jack.
That is a good question. So Swim is going to be going into 7 mana. So we're not into Pillar Turn. We're not into Pillar Turn yet. I don't hate developing Jack. I also don't even. I mean, this is fine too. The Go Hard is not really going to get a ton of value here. This opens up a spot. I could see Go Hard into Jack just so that you're, you know, not replacing a Keg or a Spider here. It looks like that's what Morp is leaning towards. There's not a ton of punishes, like you said, but I mean, I guess the punish is you get 2 extra damage on the Jack, which could be potentially relevant if he avalanches here.
Yeah, this does open up the avalanche a bit more for Swim instead of the full defensive line. Applying that 2 damage to Jack is actually relevant. It does deny 1 proc of Sleep with the Fishes, theoretically. So I do think that this does... It almost incentivizes the avalanche more to me, I feel. But of course, there is the worry of, you know, just completely opening up a Glimpse Beyond. But I don't think you can even interact with Glimpse Beyond regardless.
Right. Well, if Swim Avalanche is here, that's actually perfect for Morp because he gets to play that second Go Hard and kill the Trundle, which is would be backbreaking.
You're right. That is really brutal. And yeah, Morp gets the Avalanche out. You see him nodding. Yeah. He knows that, hey, I've got this Go Hard available. Really well sequenced from Morp to actually utilize that Go Hard with the Keg because it needed the Keg damage to actually get to this spot. This is, as you said, backbreaking because Swim is losing his Trundle, and he also did not develop this turn. Now, he can still develop very wide with the Trapper Yeti on this turn.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that this overall favors Morp. We look at the Sleep with the Fishes into Doombeast. That's 6 damage that could be applied this turn. Or we just see Sleep with the Fishes into Jack, and then we have the double Sleep with the Fishes into Doombeast on the subsequent turn to essentially close out the game with just that damage.
Yeah, and like the Trapper Yeti is a lot of damage, sure. I mean, it's 13 power kind of out of nowhere, but also with the exception of Atrocity, there's no over the top for this deck. So Morp has the freedom to just say, yeah, I'll take 13. You know, his over the top now is in the form of Jack the Winners and Doom Beasts. You don't even need to do anything more than that at this point. You can, you know, the game is in your hands now. The pacing of it is you have your win condition. You really don't need to care about what Swim's doing on the board unless it's going to kill you. And you even just drew the Vengeance to as sort of a failsafe from something like an Atrocity if you go too low. Looks like a really well sequenced line of plays from Morp to put him in a very good position so far. I mean, the question now is how much does he actually want to, how much damage does he want to put on his Jack with these Sleep with the Fishes before, you know, is he, how afraid of Swim's board is Morp going to be?
Yeah, I think if we see a Sleep with the Fishes, it probably goes on the healthier Jack. Well, there is the argument for wanting to be able to keep the 5/5 Jack to block the 3/3. So then you could go on the weaker Jack as well. But I think the concern is that you could open yourself up to, oh no, it's only 3 mana. I was thinking about Avalanche. That was my thought, but no, 3 mana, that you're not actually worried about really much of anything. There is Vile Feast. That is something you could argue about. Dropping that Jack into Vile Feast range could probably be bad.
Yeah, it's I could see the argument for both, or either. It's hard. Yeah, the Monka Ez is right. I think if you're Morp here, you just snap, hit, skip, block. Just take it. I think. And next turn you have 2, 4, 6, 8. I mean, you have, you know, you've got 8 damage. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Even Atrocity's not scary here. Now Swim needs something like a Catalyst, or it's just over.
Yeah, it doesn't do enough. He has to have interaction. It has to have healing. So if he has a Vile Feast, it actually messes with Morp's math. So that's probably the worry for Morp. But when we look at Morp's hand, he can't play around Vile Feast, and that's in his favor right now. Because he has to go all in, and because he has to go all in, he's going to win the game because Swim doesn't have the answer. So because Morp is now forced to make this play, he's going to make it. There only is the right play to make in this spot.
Yep. There's no bluff that can be made by Swim. I mean, don't make a bluff that your opponent has to call, right? I mean, not that Swim has really had any other choices to make, but yeah, I mean, this is, I don't think you gain any benefit from waiting a turn here. If you're Morp, I mean, those are the lines that Morp is, of course, considering now is what possibly punishes me if I go for this. I guess it is Vile Feast, but are you beating Vile Feast anyway?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're kind of not. I mean, there's actually no, you're not beating Vile Feast. Even top decking into anything here isn't going to work. These Yetis are going to run you over. You're going to lose to these Yetis on the next turn. When you took 13 as Morp on that last turn, you committed to winning on this line. So Morp, there is no question about him going for this. He is going to go for double Doom Beast. He is going to win the game because Swim has no draw. He has no interaction. It is just game for Morp in this spot. And this was a well-played game. It is in a very tight margin. When you look at an aggressive deck and they win on Xaxes, you know, I mean, this was executed quite well from Morp. He made the right decisions throughout this game to get him to this spot. I think that go hard play with the barrel on board, setting up to try and bait in the Avalanche, I think that was well executed from Morp, and it's put him in this position where he is going to pick up game 1.
Yeah, that go hard turn baiting out the avalanche was really great for Morp because his board was full. And Swim opened with a pass. It kind of created this opportunity for Morp to be like, well, I don't want you to eat 8 mana. You're presenting the ability to eat the 8 mana, right? I don't necessarily want you to do that. So I'm just going to play this go hard on a Trundle just to kind of gain the life, shuffle a couple go hards in. It was pretty inconspicuous, right? Like, it wasn't necessarily like, well, I hope you avalanche here. That was the beauty of it. It was innocuous. It was inconspicuous. And that's exactly what led Swim to really fall into that trap. And I mean, it's going to end up being won by Morp on such a close margin that single turn absolutely was the difference maker.
Yep. And here the Doom Beasts actually start to hit the board. I think Morp probably still just scared of that Vile Feast, but he's quickly realizing that there's nothing he can do about it. And there we go. We're going to get both Doom Beasts coming down, and that will be game number 1. Going over to Morpadorp, and now he just has Swain Ezreal as his other deck. Ezreal making his return this week, of course, with the recent buffs to the champion, or rework, I guess is the best way to put it. I would consider it probably a buff, but it is a rework. It's hard to exactly call whether it is 100% better or not right now. I think it changes some of the best decks for Ezreal, which is maybe why we're seeing Swain Ezreal as being represented by 2 players this week. And we're going to get our first taste of it from Morp here, as that is his second deck, and he will be queuing that up, of course, as he has the first win. And Swim going to go back to the K-pop Yetis once again as we go into this game number 2.
Yeah, I was going to mention, with the changes to Ezreal, one of the sort of staples of Ezreal archetypes, Chumpwump, actually gets, loses a little bit of value as the mushroom clouds. Yes, you can still use them to discard to rummage. That's certainly still fine. And yes, they still will get 1 damage out of a leveled up Ezreal, but they're not the same. They're no longer mystic shots to the face. They're merely expensive warning shots at this point. So I still think, Casa, we've had the Ezreal change in effect for, 2 days, 48 hours. So I still think it's very much open territory for an optimal Ezreal build. And, I applaud everyone who has brought Ezreal, this quickly, because it's still certainly untested, right? It's or at least not, as tested as you might want it to be. But Ezreal Swain, it makes sense, right? There's synergy between the 2 champs. They're both very strong, and they're both working towards a singular goal. And I mean, at the end of the day, the deck kind of, it plays out a lot like you'd think it would, and it's very strong.
So what I love about this is being one of the Ezreal decks that's coming back is Ezreal gets his level up quicker, which is good because his level up allows you to deal damage directly to the face, which for Swain allows you to get stuns. So you're not using Ezreal to win via his damage. You're using Ezreal to win because it sets up the board to get those stuns out that you can then push forward the damage in that way or defend yourself in that way. So I like that kind of thing for Ezreal. Now, one that I would expect to see evolve from this is some kind of Freljord Ezreal coming back with Sejuani Ezreal. I think is something that is interesting for people to explore due to this change, because you can level your Ezreal very quickly, getting it up to 6 stacks, and then whatever spell you're using to get that 1 damage to face in, you're going to freeze the whole board with the Sejuani, or level your Sejuani quickly by having the leveled Ezreal on board. So I like these more experimental builds, or not so experimental, but these builds that are looking towards using that ping to the face to generate value instead of looking to just kill with an Ezreal combo.
Absolutely. I mean, as an Ezreal player, I think Ezreal, if not more powerful than before, like pre-nerf Ezreal, I don't think that he's more powerful than that, but he's more fun to play, honestly, because you think of old Ezreal decks, it's like, well, I'm going to keep him in my hand until I get him leveled, and I'm going to play him. I'm going to win in 1 turn. So when you really think about it, Ezreal is in play for what, 1 or 2 turns?
Yeah.
And the game is over, or Ezreal is dead. Those are the 2 outcomes, right? There's no like, turn 6 play Ezreal unless it's a certain matchup. That's just not the case. With new Ezreal, that's much more likely. You're able to get Ezreal leveled up earlier. And also, like you mentioned, you can build the deck in a way that actually plays Ezreal more like a value engine in a mid-range deck, not just a either super control deck with Ezreal as the only finisher, or like a combo variant where you have to win with Ezreal. It's like, Ezreal's just a good value card now, which I think is just more fun to play with in general.
Yeah, I really do like this variation, and I'm excited to see some more experimentation with the Ezreal maybe in future fight nights as well, but we do even get some in the first one, which is really exciting to me. Just looking at this matchup as a whole, though, this is kind of reminiscent of War Mothers versus an Ezreal, where you don't want to be playing a lot of units early to give the Ezreal the level up. But right now, Swain Ezreal having those Noxus cards, it's a bit more aggressive in the early game, and Swim has taken some damage, but he's healed a bit back up, and he has this Field of Rush if he can make his way to 12 mana. So I think that Swim has a good capacity to really flood the board with a lot of aggressive things that can't be dealt with by Morp as this game continues on. But so far at this point, it's all just aggression out of Morpadorp.
Absolutely. I think... having played, I did actually build a variant of that Sejuani Ezreal. Needs a lot of refinement. But one of the problems with that style of deck, less so with Noxus, but is that the PNZ removal is really soft removal. I mean, Thermo Beam, yes, it can kill almost anything, but even that is like, you can kind of play around it. It's not like a Vengeance. It's not like, even something like Withering Wail or... Grasp of Darkness. It's like it's either really small like Static Shock, or it's super over committal like Thermo Beam, which when we get to high level Legends of Runeterra, I mean, how often does a player just like overcommit and spend 8 mana on a Thermo Beam, or like on anything really? I can't ever imagine a world where someone like Rattling Bones even cast the card Thermo Beam. Like, I don't remember the last time I didn't see Rattling Bones or Kavira, someone like that, not have spell mana.
It's very funny because I think Bones is also playing Ezreal Swain in this tournament. So we might actually see Bones cast a Thermo Beam, but I
don't think he will.
I agree with the sentiment where they very much like to hold their mana, play a lot more patiently. And Beam in general is such a scary card to play at a high level. There's a lot of ways for it to get punished, and you have to find the correct openings to use it. And that's why we'll see things like Morp Beam, one of these 3/3s here potentially, because that, he knows it's a safe time to cast this Beam. He knows he can get fairly good value by beaming on this turn because it opens up more room to attack in. I'm not saying it's guaranteed he'll cast it, but I wouldn't be surprised by a Beam on this turn considering he has 2. I don't think that the spell mana is entirely important going into this next turn. It looks like he'll be on 6 mana, which still opens him up to play Ezreal and bank 3, or to just bank 3 and float 3 on the next turn. I think both are reasonable to expect. So Beam on one of these makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I mean, of course, he's going to Beam when it's 3 mana and it's a lot less committal.
Yeah, at 3 mana, it seems perfectly reasonable for sure. It's just like, even on this turn, like the 6 mana Beam, just it's scary. It really is, because especially like if you're forced into playing it, and that's one of the issues I've had with these style decks is like, it is sort of the premium removal spell in a lot of these Ezreal based decks, and like when it needs to be a 6+ mana Thermo Beam, it hurts to cast it when you need to.
Yeah, and maybe 6 mana Beam actually will be the spot that Morp feels okay to play it. This might be one of the last turns that it feels really good. But even then, the way that looks right now when we look at Swim's hand is a 1 mana Yeti eating a 6 mana Thermo Beam. So it's not, I mean, even though this might be one of the last turns that we see Morp happy to cast that spell for a premium, it just does not feel nice ever to do that.
Yeah, it will quickly be losing its value here for sure. And we see the sad Poro here. This kind of leaves Morp in a situation where there's kind of just a lot of air in his hand right now. I mean, there's a couple of Huff Caps. There's that Thermo Beam we've been talking about. The one of Blade's Edge, certainly not the card you want in this matchup. And then like Static Shock is just going to be a 4 mana, get maybe 1 target in a draw, I think is what it's going to average out to here.
Yeah.
It might even just be 4 mana, deal 1 to face and draw at some point, like depending on where Swim goes here.
I do think that the Static Shock is uniquely positioned into Swim's hand right now,
Yes.
where when these Yetis come out, he can ping 2 and flock both of them, which is just very, very good in this specific spot. I think on average, this Static Shock is quite bad in the matchup, but when we look at the specific hand state versus Swim's specific hand state, it actually is well positioned in this matchup to actually gain a ton of value for Morp. So in the event that he can get Swim to commit some Yetis to board, he's going to actually find or have a good time with this Static Shock. But until then, I mean, this is a pass from Swim. He's working towards Field of Rush, and Morp has 3 power on board. So really, he's in a bad spot. He wants Swim to be playing things actually so that he can react. Instead, he's going to be forced into just dropping this Ezreal and praying there isn't a response. But Swim, if he really wants to, could ruinate this Ezreal if he thinks that Morp is on air.
Yeah, the problem with ruinating... Well, actually, ruinating Ezreal is not bad because you don't necessarily care to cast Field of Rush next turn. You want to cast it your next attacking turn, I think, ideally. Although casting it next turn is fine, too. But, yeah, Swim playing this very well. Even though Swim has nothing on board and Morp has a House Spider, Swim is under no pressure whatsoever. The line is clear. Cast Field of Rush, win the game. And, you know, Morp's deck, what are you going to do? Cast a 10 mana Thermo Beam on the Trundle? Okay. Nice. There's still a 10 mana or 10/10 Tryndamere too. So like, Swim literally doesn't have to do anything, I don't think, until that point. If Morp isn't putting on a lot of pressure. So Morp in a very awkward spot. Yeah,
I was interested if Swim would go the more aggressive line here, which would of course be Ruination into a single Yeti. You push 5, you push Morp down to 15. Theoretically, might get removed, but you are getting a 5/5 onto an empty board. And then your next turn looks like 2 more Yetis while you position yourself to play your Field of Rush on your next attacking turn, like you had mentioned, and then you're looking to push lethal on that turn. So it does feel like that could have been a line, but instead, now this Ruination feels a lot less likely to be played in an upcoming turn, unless we see a Swain draw coming out of Morp.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just an awkward spot where new Ezreal just does not put on the pressure. It's not as scary as Ezreal once was. So even though, you know, he can attack for 1 with Ezreal and get the Mystic shot off. I mean, even if this Ezreal was leveled, it's a long road to 14 damage at this point, given the board state.
Yeah, I do like the open attack for Morp. I think that you should at least somewhat still respect Ruination. I think it's a multi-copy in this deck, or I could be wrong. Maybe it isn't. It is a 2-of. Yeah, it is a 2-of. I think you have to have at least some respect for it. And the develop isn't that powerful that you would even want to risk it. You know, it is a stun. It's an Arachnoid Sentry. You can start to pressure a little bit, but even just 1 blocker being played is reasonable enough to stop your attack with that pressure. So overall, it makes more sense to just go for the attack immediately, try and force out some kind of spells, force out some kind of response, and give yourself a Mystic shot to play. Give yourself something to do on this turn that feels kind of okay to do.
Yeah, I think the sad reality... Huh? Actually, if a spell's coming out here, then Field of Rush is not going to be committed this turn. All right, looks like Vile Feast. Oh, it really, what it could be is play, let's see, 5, 10, 15 power worth of units and then Field of Rush on your next turn. That's probably enough, I think, to win.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking like that is the goal of Swim.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that if Morp wants to use this Mystic shot on the Spider, that actually helps Swim because he'd actually rather play more Yetis and then be able to Field the Rush for both units here.
Yeah, I mean, Swim's just playing patient though. He passes. I guess there's consideration of if he commits too hard and then Swain comes down and gets leveled, and Morp is able to level the Ezreal as well because he does have a lot of mana and hand size at the moment. Then suddenly his Field of Rush just is answered by the board getting stunned, and Swim will lose the game. So it is curious to see this spot, and Morp is even going to go for the Static Shock to set up this Mystic Shot to kill the Yeti. And that may just open up Swim to really flood the board.
Yeah, I think it probably does. Swim might have been afraid of Leviathan, maybe. I don't know if that's even that scary. But if Morp Leviathan's there, I think it makes the Ruination play quite easy at that point. But I don't even know that Swim cares at that point, honestly, to even do that. Oh, there's the Mystic Shot. Now Swim getting paid off. Being patient here, going to be able to put forth at least 2 5/5s. Could even go for the Hearthguard as well.
Keep seeing Swim hover that Atrocity, and I really doubt that this is like an Atrocity on the Yeti to go into the Ezreal. Because
I also doubt that.
There's 5 mana. Is there actually no response to this right now from 5 mana? I think there would be, right? No,
5 mana. I mean,
gotcha, Death's Hand. Gotcha off the top in Death's Hand.
Yes.
So yeah, there are answers. I think that would be a very unsafe play. It's actually close to being safe. Surprisingly,
very close.
At 5 mana.
But is it even good? Is the question.
It might be. I'm not sure because we think about the Yeti coming down and then FTR being 20 power, 25 power on the board going into the next turn. With the Ezreal off the table, only 5 mana from Morp available. I think that does lead to a pretty high percentage win from that point. However, the Atrocity is just another source of face damage that is hard for Swim to hard for Morp to interact with unless he has already pre-damaged that unit. So
right,
I do like holding the Atrocity in this spot, and Swim has the capacity to just go 15 power wide right now to kick things off and then lead into that Field of Rush to for the rest of that turn. So I think he's in a pretty good spot to hold that and use it offensively to end the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. That seems like the level 1 play of like this. The mana lines up for this, and this is a very strong foot to put forth, right? Like, I'll just play 15 power into open and put 20 more power into play. It's a pretty all right start at the very least. And this is, this Atrocity is very interesting. And actually going for the Ezreal here. I mean, this is just the most conservative of plays possible. Right? It's so safe, I guess. Although I just don't know what it does additionally. I guess like if you're afraid of like a very specific sequence of cards, it
absolutely has to be fear of Swain. It has to be fear of Swain being developed, and then you have to level up with the Ezreal, and you just start stunning Swim's board because he doesn't have the ability to play this FTR into an immediate open attack where the back row effect of Swain is no longer relevant.
Right.
He will play this FTR, and if Swain is there with Ezreal, there's a good chance that both of them just get stunned. It goes to the next turn, they get stunned again, and Swain hits him in the face, and the game ends. So that is the concern that we see out of Swim, and that's why I agree with you. It is a very conservative play. It's a little bit risky in the smallest margin because, of course, we did mention that only Gotcha alongside a 2 damage spell, like for instance Death's Hand, would be able to answer it. But that wasn't there, so he was able to get that through. It's a low margin. It had to be a Gotcha that was drawn on that turn.
Could have also been Mystic Shot,
Double
Mystic Shot, plus Blade's Edge.
Yeah, 3-card combo is probably something that Swim was not going to play around in. Well, he just narrowly dodged that one, didn't he, Blev?
Yeah, wow. That, I mean, I don't think it's going to matter regardless. But it could have been devastating potentially. I'm actually kind of interested that we didn't see the 5-mana thermo on this Yeti either. Yes, you do want, options for this turn, but the thermo's not really getting better. I don't think. It's not getting more efficient, at the very least.
Yeah. Okay, so Morp's sequencing here. He has a couple options, right? He can, of course, utilize Blade's Edge right now and then set up just a Scorched Earth to remove the Trundle.
Yeah.
Or he can go for the stun onto Tryndamere with the Century and then utilize it to block the Trundle, which is just better, strictly, because Trundle doesn't have Overwhelm yet. Right? So that's what we're going to see. Stun onto Tryndamere, you have to block for the Trundle, then you can use Scorched Earth to finish off Trundle.
Yep.
In fact, he could hold Scorched Earth and go for a Thermo Beam instead. And that may be even better. Or double Flock. There's actually or Gotcha. Okay, there's like 7 ways he can clear this. There's so many ways he can kill this Trundle. I'm not gonna. We can talk about what we think are the best ways. It is a fair line of kind of thought for us to go down. But I think Morp has a lot of options. I kind of like Gotcha Flock. I think that's kind of the one that I'm on for removing this Trundle here.
Yep. All right. I like that as well. And now Gotcha cleans it up nicely. And that actually opens up a 6-mana Thermo if you wanted to kill the Yeti. But not even necessarily needing to do that. The, of course, problem here for Morp is that, yes, the Feel the Rush was... a Band-Aid was put on, which is sometimes all you need, but there is exactly 0 pressure being put on by Morp now. And unless an Ezreal is drawn very quickly, it's the pressure is not going to be put on at all.
Yeah, I mean, Morp has a couple answers, but he has no pressure. I think that's where we're at. He has nothing. He has no Ezreal, he has no Swain. I mean, he could find something on this next draw. Obviously, Leviathan is going to be the best possible draw because it'll also give him the Swain. And then he has to set up to continue to permastun this Tryndamere unless he thinks he can remove it, which this looks like an angle to try and remove it, but that just levels it, You have to remove it twice, so Scorched Earth.
Right.
And then is this just going to be an 11 or 12 mana Thermal Beam?
I mean, it might be. I mean, and yes, that sounds kind of vomit-inducing, but also, like, the board's kind of dealt with at that point. And then, you go from there. Oh, wait. I forget. So, Feel the Rush plus Tryndamere works in a very weird way. In that it, because when Tryndamere levels up, he goes from an 8-4 to a 9-9, so he actually gets 5 health, which is why he went from a 10-10 to an 11-15. So,
Morp knew that, it looks like. He's very good at math, and he's setting up this Flock into having exactly 11 mana next turn to get rid of this Tryndamere with the Thermo Beam. But that's all he can do, so it opens up the door for Swim to kind of do whatever he wants. But Swain, that is a big draw. He needs this.
Needed it basically there.
I still think this looks like the beam, but then you're worried about, do 2 Yetis come down, and do I lose from there? I think it's very unlikely that it's 2 Yetis. It's 4 cards. You've seen a lot of Yetis already this game. The odds of Swim going to 15 power on this turn, I think, are actually low. I think him getting close to 15 is high, but I think him actually hitting 15 is low. So I think that the Thermal Beam is probably correct from Morp. It's his best odds back into the game, and then he has to go Swain into X to follow up, and that's
a good X.
He is connecting on everything he needs. He's putting it together. The Shrooms can act as stuns. The Death's Hand also can act as a stun, of course.
Yeah.
it's about surviving this turn and getting something on board, but Swim can hold on to Ruination mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Swim is going to be able to... It has the ultimate reset button in the Ruination. The question is, how much can Morpadorp afford to wait, and how much can you play around a Ruination? I mean, as we can see, if Ruination, if both champs are committed by Morp and Ruination comes out, it's kind of just a good old-fashioned top deck war. And I think, I mean, there's one Field of Rush gone. There's 2 champs gone from Swim. I mean, I have to think that pound for pound, Swim's top decks are better, I would think. Especially considering that Morp is at 5 right now. It does not need much.
I agree. I mean, just basically any follower or champion will just close it. Mm-hmm. And for Morp, he's uniquely on Leviathan or Swain or Ezreal, but he only has one of each left on the Swain and Ezreal. Yeah. So it really is just the Leviathan if we see this Ruination come down. And I think this has to be a pretty easy Ruination from Swim. When I look at his hand, I don't think he's winning by having these 5/5s on the board. I'm wondering if this freeze changes that at all and the 5/5s become good, but the problem is I think the Ezreal needs to be removed, and even though there might be ways to deal with the Swain for a turn or two, the Ezreal has to go. So the Ruination has to come down, and the top decks are going to be out, and Morp has top decked pretty well in the past 2 turns, so we'll see if he can continue it for a third and grab that Leviathan.
Yeah, I think the consideration here for Morp is, does he want to get his warning shots in now, guaranteed, with these shrooms? Yeah, I mean, it's really tough with caster vision to see outside of the, boy, are you going to get wrecked by this Ruination? But I'm wondering if Morp had the freedom to just play Ezreal and pass, see what Swim does, and evaluate the Swain develop after your draw step. You will have, well,
okay.
And as I go through this whole thing, the third Ezreal is drawn.
That is big. We said Morp needs one of his champions or he needs Leviathan. Leviathan, obviously the best, but if you get one of your last few champions, that is huge. Top 20, he's hit 5 champions. That is big for this game.
It is absolutely big. I'm just man, if there was still a Swain, that would be potentially even bigger. But of course, Swim might not have pulled the trigger on the Ruination, et cetera, et cetera. But as it stands, Swim needs to draw here. He has plenty of time in terms of the freezes, essentially stopping the Ezreal. Also, does not need to put forth a target for Death's Hand, so the clock of Ezreal is relatively low, but the clock for Swim right now is nothing. Unless he's going for the double Vile Feast and play Pillar and just start hitting in for 2 a turn. Which is potentially possible.
That's removal.
Okay. And then the
Vile Feast spiders going in. Yeah, I mean, that's removal. There you go. You just go for the Avalanche double Vile Feast. Onto the Ezreal, get it off the board. I mean, what else are you doing if you're Swim? You know it's 2 mushrooms, 2 cards. Where else is this Avalanche actually helping you in the rest of this game here? House Spider is not so threatening to you.
Right.
You can set up blockers. You've got other answers. And Swain and Leviathan, they don't care about your Avalanche.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's tough.
Wow,
I do think you get at least one more turn, I think, if you're Swim. And that Troll Chant kind of buys another turn. You need your own target.
Need an ally.
Oh, can't do it. So now Swim is potentially going to use a 6-mana Frostbite instead of the 3-mana one used last turn.
Yeah, notably, Troll Chant can be played when you don't have an enemy, but it can't be played if you don't have an ally. So this is a spot. Swim does not have an ally. He's not able to play that Troll Chant to stop the Ezreal. And yeah, you're right. There is the 6-mana Harsh Winds. And even though Morp did not hit something that he wanted on this turn either, the fact that he hit this Ezreal has put him in the driver's seat for this game. He needed that one top deck to now put enough pressure on to Swim that he's forcing resources, and the Leviathan is going to come out for Morp. There were 3 of them left in the deck. The odds were good for Morp to find one and in one of these given turns, and he finds it pretty quick, but that is an answer picked up by Swim. We'll see if he commits that, though, for the Ezreal, or if he knows that he has to hold it for the Leviathan. I think he knows, but at the end of the day, that is one answer, but the Leviathan gives you 2 threats, because you play Leviathan, you find the final Swain that is in the deck, and just having one answer with that Vengeance is not enough. The lead is massively in Morpadorp's favor.
Absolutely. And now, as long as Morp doesn't play into that second Ruination, it's going to be tough outside of a Field Rush. Field Rush, I think, pretty solidly ends the game. I'm thinking, right? Unless, is there enough damage? It's going to be 3, 6, 7, 8 damage, 9, 10. If there's a unit played and targets for each of these spells to resolve.
If Swain is on the board, then FTR does not end the game. But I guess FTR first action, Swain second, you can't get the stuns out.
Right.
So therefore, so Field Rush, you're right. Field Rush ends next turn. Guaranteed. It will end the game. If it is pulled.
If it would need to be exactly next turn, though, right? Because I think if Vengeance comes down, the Avalanche is happening. Okay. This is probably the Avalanche double Vile Feast turn, I guess.
Yeah, you could accept the 2 damage from, or 3 damage from the Leviathan, or you could just wait till next turn to double Vile and you can play the Vengeance here.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering. I mean, if you're Morp, I think it's a pretty easy pass. You're very much in the driver's seat. You need Swim to do stuff. Swim needs to commit something. You have no prerogative to play anything at this point. That's the beauty of Leviathan, Casa. You can just click the OK button until you want to stop clicking the OK button. It will kill your opponent for you.
Yeah, the pass till game end win condition is always a nice one.
Yep.
Lets
you can literally just walk away if you wanted to. Of course, we don't suggest that because it's extremely BM to rope your opponent like that, but you technically could.
So yeah, this is a hard spot for Swim. I mean, it really is, because you know that the Swain is there, and Vengeance alone is not going to win this for you.
Right. It would. I think it's got to be Vengeance into hit Feel the Rush and hope that you're not dead. That's got to be it. I think. I don't think you're winning with Leviathan in play for 2 turns. Even if you do kill the Ezreal, Swain Leviathan is going to get through Feel the Rush.
The problem for Swim is he doesn't have token this next turn either. So exactly. I wonder if he's saving this Vengeance for the Swain instead of the Leviathan, and then killing Swain and Ezreal and trying to outpace Leviathan. He hit Tryndamere. So that is a winnable line. If Swain comes down and then you cast Vengeance on Swain, double Vile onto Ezreal, is that a win? Going into Tryndamere on your next turn and attacking in, utilizing the pillar to pull Leviathan to the side. I'm not sure on the math, because Morp has interaction of being able to cast these spells.
Right.
It's close.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely close here. So if Morp attacks, pulls, okay, yeah, he can kill both here. If Swim wants, he can kill both.
So he could also Troll Chant this time.
True.
That still maintains the mana for Vengeance Feast if he wants.
Yep. Okay. Troll Chantarino. Yeah, this is interesting. Again, let's see. Morp has 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's got 10 damage worth of spells, although it won't actually be that much because now with the pillar being damaged, not all of these spells are going to resolve. Although, can you cast Death's Hand on your own unit?
I think not. I think it's enemy.
Okay. I always forget which ones you can and which ones you can't.
Yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure Death's Hand is enemy though. I think it's 2 to an enemy, is. one to the face. Wow, this is such a tough spot. I am very curious about the double Vile Feast into Vengeance on Swain if that's a winning line. That's the one I'm really looking at. Like, is that a winning line?
Vengeance on Swain, or is it Vengeance? Yeah, it's got to be Vengeance on Swain, right? Well,
because you need to establish the Tryndamere. So you can't Tryndamere and Vengeance in the same turn. So you can't set him up for an open attack. So it's going to be on the Leviathan.
Okay. I mean, the Leviathan is certainly scarier in the sense that it is going to be triple warning shotting you every turn. The problem is Swain can kind of control your pressure in a way.
It does. I think that with this Vengeance cast, I think Morp secures this because he's going to be able to play down the Swain. He has double Death's Hand to set up stuns for back-to-back turns with the Tryndamere.
Yep.
The only thing he might still lose to is a Feel the Rush. But even then, he has the stuns.
Yeah, Feel the Rush isn't going to kill next turn for sure. Because double Death's Hand will stop that. Not sure what that would be for. If Swim can get out of this turn with Morp not committing this Swain, that is huge.
Agreed. I think he has to play Swain.
I agree.
I don't see a reason why you wouldn't commit Swain here unless you're worried about the open Ruination. The second Ruination.
Ooh, that is a good point. That is actually a really good point. The second Ruination would be massive. I wonder if Morp is thinking like he has so much damage. He's right now as it stands, he's one off if he's able to cast all of his spells. Right? 3, 6, 7, 8, and then the two the two puff caps would be 9, 10 damage. It's not an easy spot for Morp, that's for sure. Even though I do agree, I think he's quite ahead here with this Swain being uncontested. When you're in a spot where even Feel the Rush doesn't kill you, you got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, there's the double feast. He can actually cast to gain damage. I think.
So that I think is a misplay. I don't think there's a reason not to cast those puff caps. It's not
right. You don't have another Ezreal.
Right. That's just 2 damage that wasn't dealt.
And yeah. Also, I think Flock should be played onto this pillar. I don't think you want to allow Vulnerable to be put onto your Swain.
Yeah, this is just a missing of 2 damage now.
Yeah, he missed 2 here. He probably missed 2 more. Yeah, because it should have been the puff caps.
Yep.
Because he would still bank 3. There's actually at this point, there's literally no reason to hang on to those. Those should just be.
It's just a decimate dissipated.
Yeah. Those are also, those can be drawn and apply stuns at the start of turn, so they are good to have in your opponent's deck.
Yep.
And there hasn't been a mana reason not to do it.
Does it's not relevant here, but does Death's Hand, if there's not a unit target, does it get countered? Like, will it not do the damage?
I believe it still does the damage to face.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe it still does.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so now the puff caps can come out. If he draws a puff cap, that can... Yeah, okay. So now Morp is realizing that he has really messed up with the puff caps because he doesn't have another Ezreal. But it shouldn't make a difference in this game. But it is possible.
I mean, 4 damage in this scenario, I think, is certainly a potential a potential difference maker for sure. I mean, imagine a free
there is a stun onto the Tryndamere. That opens the open attack.
That's just game. Yep, that's just game.
4 can be blocked with the 1.
And then go up to 14, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so actually not game.
No, but there can be the Death's Hand Scorched Earth onto the Tryndamere, which should theoretically... Well, no, because then you lose to Feel Rush, so...
You don't even need the...
Oh, you're right, you're right. It can just be the Scorched Earth. And then you can respond to Feel the Rush with your Death's Hand.
Yes.
And you can even just end the game with Death's Hand theoretically this turn, but we know there's healing.
Yep.
So it's just... I hope that Morp doesn't actually play Death's Hand here. As far as for, his sake, he would open up the potential to lose if he cast Death's Hand here.
Yeah, there's...
Actually, would he even lose because Swain then can still block... Oh, no, because,
there's going to be 20 power.
Yeah.
There's going to be 20 power put on board, on board, and actually... Trundle wouldn't be leveled up now that I think about it.
No, that's what I'm... Yeah, so... Yeah. But the damage from the Tryndamere would get through because of that avalanche.
Right.
And it would be able to finish the game. So he does need this.
The draw.
1 puff cap.
5/5 Yeti. That's not going to be it.
Yeti comes down, gets hit with the Death's Hand or the Static Shock. And Morp closes it out. He's just got to play one of these spells. Pass the turn. There's nothing left in Swim's hand.
There's not even Withering Wail or anything like that. Oh, and the double Death's Hand can just end it now.
Yep. There we go. Right. Morp gonna take down Swim 2-0. I mean, a very long series, but really well played on both sides. It was really back and forth. Came down to the top decks just due to both having to commit and neither finding the win on that commitment. And at the end of the day, Morp finding more of the tools that he needed to succeed when they got to that top deck war and executing well upon that strategy towards the end of the game. Really well done. Morp will be moving on. We'll try and take a quick look at the bracket when we get a chance as well, so we can just look where we stand at this point, because I do believe that the round 1 has finished. That was the last match in round 1. As Morp takes down Swim and advances to the semifinal. As we look at it here, Finny took down Orbmeister, Bones took down Italian X, and Cephalopod took down Minasia. So, of course, the last result in there is going to be Morp going up against Finny in the semifinal, and Bones versus Cephalopod as the other semifinal. Now that is a match.
That is a match.
I really want to see Rattling Bones versus Cephalopod.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be a match. I mean, two top players for sure. Top ladder players. I believe they're both. I've been keeping an eye on the Masters ladder because of the in-game leaderboard. I just absolutely love it. But I think they're definitely both in the top 50, 100%, maybe both in the top 20 even. But certainly going to be a slobber knocker if nothing else.
Yeah, they're both amazing ladder players. Both have incredible tournament results, and I can't wait to see that match. But we are going to take a short break. When we return, we will have the winners semifinal of Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just saw an incredibly close first round between Morpadorp and Swim. Came down, it ended up being a 2-0, but it felt a lot closer than the results showed at the end, as Morp was able to come out on top with the lineup of Back Alley Poker alongside Ezreal Swain. And speaking of that lineup, we've got our next round, Rattling Bones versus Cephalopod, and Rattling Bones has brought the same lineup as Morp. He does have that Back Alley Poker alongside Ezreal Swain, going up against Tom Soraka and Ash Nox from Cephalopod. And here is Bones' version of the Ezreal Swain. Looks very similar to Morp's with some slight variations. Now we do see Chempunk Pickpocket, which was not in Morp's version. And we also are going to be seeing less gotchas, an additional progress day, and I believe that's an extra Scorched Earth while cutting down on Death's Hand. So there are quite a few changes in the tech department alongside spells, but Bones, still on that same lineup, which it'll be interesting to see if this proves to be maybe the best lineup of the day.
Yeah, it certainly could be the back alley poker or pick a card. No, it doesn't work. Back alley poker stays. Saro, you win this round. I'll come up with a better name at some point. But yeah, I mean that deck again. It's very. I mean Bones' version is a little bit different. It's got a Chronicler of Ruin and a couple of other differences in card choices. But it's a very. It's kind of new. I mean, Elise, Twisted Fate. I mean, I don't know if we've ever seen that pairing before, maybe very early on in Rising Tides, but it is a very aggressive deck, but has, like we mentioned, a lot of that card draw. It's got Pool Sharks, it's got Salvages, it's got the pick of cards from Twisted Fate. But we saw that deck get played out. We're actually going to see another deck that has been on the ladder a lot, and we saw a little bit on the EU side. But I think this is one of the first times we've seen it on the NA side. That's the Tahm Kench Soraka deck that has been definitely been piloted to a lot of success on ladder, Casa, but we haven't really seen in the tournament scene as much.
Yeah, it is interesting that we have seen it maybe twice in being brought, but we haven't had it on stream in NA. So I'm excited to have it here. Especially being piloted by Cephalopod. I think he's like one of the best players in the game as far as consistency over a long period of time. So it's kind of hard to argue his stats when it comes to tournament play. And he's a great pilot. This is a deck that I'm excited to see him perform on, as there are a lot of interesting lines that you can take when utilizing the Tom and the Soraka on board. I think Shakedown is a great card that was added in that we have seen not as much representation as we would have liked to see, just due to it fitting in very specific lists, like, for instance, the Undying list that we've seen with Shakedown popping up recently, but we haven't seen that one in Fight Night either. I saw that in EU Masters. But in general, I've been happy with this Bilgewater package that was released alongside Soraka and Kench, and I'm really excited to see it in action here.
Yeah, deck is a really strong word to call that Undying amalgamation of cards. I don't know if I would actually call that a deck, because a deck can win sometimes. I kid. I got to echo what you said, Casa, with this deck. There are tons of decisions to be made on almost every single turn of the game, starting at like turn even as early as turn 2 with this Tahm Kench Soraka. Are you going for a board control game? Are you trying to win with Starspring? Is Starspring relevant? Do you keep Starspring? Are you trying to, how many resources are you putting into saving one of your units? How much are you relying on Tahm Kench? All of those are questions you need to answer essentially very correctly on every single turn of the game, because it's not a deck that has a ton of overwhelming power like the Trundle decks of old. You're not really able to rely on, oh, well, I drew Feel the Rush, I'm going to put 20 power in play and just, sit back and relax. The wins with this deck are very nuanced. And yes, it does have ways to pull ahead very heavily, and you can create situations where you're very far ahead with something like a Tahm Kench or even a Soraka. But getting to those situations is not as straightforward as something like Feel the Rush. So an expert pilot of this deck is very scary, but a wrong misstep, even something small, can really be costly.
Extremely important note to make is looking at Bones' decks. He's 2x Scorched Earth and 2x Crumble. So he has the answers to the artifacts, which does almost makes Star Spring irrelevant as a win condition for Cephalopod. It can still act to heal. It can still act as a good value tool on the board. But as a win condition, I think the odds of him dodging Bones, Crumble, or Scorched Earth the entirety of the game is going to be very low, especially because I expect Bones to keep that card if it is offered to him in his mulligan, and he's going to be searching for it when playing this matchup, as it is important to deal with that Star Spring, regardless of if you're stopping the win con or not. So I think the fact that he's on those cards is going to be telling, and we're going to have Cephalopod starting off with Soraka Tom, so we're going to get a chance to see it in action here against Bones. This is going to be back alley poker being played by Rattling Bones, and we're going to see how he decides to mull for this one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that we see the Ruination being capped. There's really not a good answer to it. A Bastion really being the only even pseudo answer to a Ruination. You know, if the board gets out of control, if there's too many champs put out by Ceph, Ruination resets it entirely. And there, like I said, there's really no answer to that. Tom Kench can certainly be very good in this matchup. Being able to control the board is going to be powerful for Ceph, but you know, this hand, it really, I guess it depends. I mean, this is a very control heavy hand from Bones, of course, with the aggression of Elise, but it's looking, at least right now, of course, it's very early. It's looking very good for Bones at this point.
Yeah, and we see Cephalopod had the option to go Boxtopus to just block the Elise, but he also has that Guiding Touch in hand that he could play alongside this Boxtopus to not only clear Elise, but keep the Boxtopus alive, which I think is an extremely powerful play on this turn, as it will continue to regen after the fact from the Star Spring, and they're just going to pass back and forth. Yeah, Ceph going to use that threat to just eat some mana from Bones. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look at that turn alone. That was what, turn 3, and there was play Boxtopus or not. There was, after you play Boxtopus, you have the option to pass, you have the option to attack, pull a Spider and heal, pull Elise and heal. You can play Pale Cascade as well. Like, there were 5 or 6 different decisions, all of which were at least a consideration on turn 3 with 1 unit in play. That's the kind of craziness that I'm talking about here. And now, arguably the strongest card in the deck in terms of reaction is in Ceph's hand in that Astral Protection. And, you know, there is so much that Ceph can do with that Astral Protection if the time comes. If not, I mean, we're looking at double Star Spring. We've got Star Shepherd that can start growing. We've got Betty Croaker, which can draw some cards too. I mean, there's a lot of potential here for Ceph.
Yeah, and actually, as far as mana is concerned, Ceph beats these crumbles with the Star Springs. I mean, yes, your Star Spring is a lot of value. It's great to have, and yes, Rattling Bones wants to crumble those and deny that win condition. But you know, for Cephalopod, he's trading 2 mana for 5, and while some of that is spell mana, he's still coming out a little bit ahead on top of that.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, Bones is going to flip an Elise here, which seems pretty good.
The level up is great because that also is now threatening the Boxtopus when it does go in for this challenge. So Ceph, you know, getting a little bit greedy, trying to not kill that Elise straight away, ends up getting punished by her getting to her level up. I think Ceph can still deal with this. He can utilize the Boxtopus to just clear her away. But overall, still, that is going to be a little bit tougher because any future Elises will come down leveled.
Yeah, we could see that. We could see the clear on the Elise, which is fine. Could also just clear a Spider away and then, you know, let Rattling Bones do the work of setting up that combat, right? Like, yeah, I don't need to use my Boxtopus to pull that. I'll let you do that instead. You know, potentially doing that. I guess it depends. Yeah, not really valuing. You know, it doesn't really care about the Elise that much because yes, it's you know, a threat, but not that much of a threat.
Yeah, and this even sets up if Elise wants to value trade that the Pale Cascade can come down and blow her out. So I think that this is a great attack. Like you mentioned, just kind of conserving that Boxtopus and not worrying about the Elise because it's not really threatening to end the game just yet. It's not in that same vein of pressure that you could expect from maybe some other decks if they had an Elise on board with a bunch of spiders, but there's no other threats, and you have fearsome blockers available. So this seems like an overall good spot, and well, if Bones committed that Vengeance, it would be he'd have another thing coming with that Bastion hitting the board. So
yes,
it's a really, really scary spot for Bones here, especially if that's the play he wants to make.
Absolutely. I mean, you talked about it before. Crumble trading for, or Starspring rather, trading for Crumble is going to end up being in Cephalopod's favor for the most part, at least in terms of tempo. I mean, Boxtopus trading for Vengeance plus the Spider at 8 before, that's going to be that's in Cephalopod's favor in terms of tempo. And yes, Ceph has taken 6 damage so far, but is not really under a ton of pressure.
Yeah, I kind of like the Bastion on Boxtopus. I'm curious what you think about that. I kind of like keeping it alive. I think that this is causing a lot of trouble for Bones. I think that this Boxtopus eating something on every turn, the fact that it will eat this spider again, the fact that it can threaten Elise on any given turn, that it's just constantly representing so much pressure to the followers and champions that Bones wants to play. He can never play a Twisted Fate when Boxtopus is here. He can pretty much not... There's not much that he can. That is
casual riot Rubenzu watching the match, but not on the stream. Watching it in game, of course. Everyone knows that the spectate mode was implemented, which is really cool. And sometimes you can have even famous folks on the live balance team, like Riot Rubenzu, watching your match. Which is kind of cool. But yeah, I think that the Bastion play kind of prices Ceph into playing that tempo game. He's gotten a lot of good tempo swings so far, or maybe, I guess, just the one, because the crumbles haven't been committed yet. And now Ceph gets to kind of attack on a couple of different angles here. The Star Springs are slowly chipping away, and the Boxtopus is slowly chipping away at the board. So Bones has to decide which angle is he going to attack. Is he going to kill the Star Springs, or is he going to kill the board? Of course, the Star Springs not going to end the game soon, right? It's very slow, a slow burn. So Bones does have some time before he needs to play these crumbles.
Yeah, and in this spot, we see Cephalopod really wants to play Pale Cascade onto the Croaker so that he can block the Elise. But he's trying to figure out the best spell to enable it, because drawing is really worth his while at the moment. So actually going to go for both onto Betty Croaker and actually keep her alive while blocking the Elise.
Yeah, I like this play. Again, this sort of plays into the line that was made last turn with the Bastion. Okay, Ceph is now committed to a more tempo-oriented play. He got that big mana advantage, trading the Bastion for the Vengeance and keeping his board. So now Ceph needs to take advantage of that. Needs to keep his board intact. Needs to reduce Rattling Bones' board and start winning by that. I mean, the Star Shepherd has 18 power, Casa. Like, if it gets through, the game's over. So there's certainly a consideration there.
Yeah, and a shakedown picked up. That is one way to ensure that Star Shepherd does get through, but Bones has a lot of junk on the board that is going to prevent it for quite some time, and I think that is huge. And considering that he has Ruination, he does have a way to deal with a pretty aggressive board from Cephalopod and just reset it. And I think that if Cephalopod develops, I think there is a non-zero chance that we actually see Ruination in response.
We could. I think as it stands, just the way that Bones plays, I don't know that Bones is going to like to, essentially completely use all of his mana and with Ceph still at Ceph and effective. I think that just inherently is not something that Bones is in the position to do. He's going to open up with just a Jagged Butcher instead. A little bit less committal. Still has the Ruination mana for sure. Could maybe bait out another unit. Although that seems unlikely considering that Ceph's board is full. But as it stands, this attack is not going to end the game, right? The Star Shepherd is not going to get through. And Yeah, Star Shepherd is not going to get through here, can be chump blocked. And yeah, a little bit of damage is going to happen. And the Star Springs are getting a little bit scarier, but until, even if they tick up to 22, you don't get the win trigger until the end of turn. So Bones has all the time in the world to keep these crumbles. Is not pressured into playing them yet.
All right, so this is another note about this Ruination. It could still come out on this turn. The one scary thing about casting it was the fact that Bastion on the Star Shepherd would end the game.
Yes.
And even though there was only one remaining in the deck, I think Bones is not in a position where he needed to risk that.
Right.
But if the attack token is gone, suddenly, the Ruination becomes a lot more effective. The question obviously becomes, if we see Bones not take full blocks, it's never Ruination here. I think he always, if he's going to cast this Ruination, he's going to block all of the damage, and then he's just going to rip the Runate. So this pretty much signifies to me that he is going to just go for some kind of development turn.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, Zap Sprayfin can get value. Well, it looks like he's taking the time to take out one of the Star Springs. I didn't quite see what it was at, but certainly if you have a turn where you've got a little bit of breath and Ceph only did a little bit of damage, you can use your mana, get rid of the at least one of the Star Springs here, and go from there.
All right, so yeah, he gets rid of one Star Spring, and then he's going to go into the Zap Sprayfin, most likely. Ceph just determining if he wants to develop further, and he's going to just full develop. So Ruination is certainly a threat.
Yeah, this is actually just masterfully played by Bones because, again, the best way to get your opponent to play into a Ruination is to play like you don't necessarily have one. And, not fully blocking there, playing, developing the unit before casting the crumble, all might lead Ceph to think, he doesn't have Ruination. He would have cast it on that turn, right? Which was completely reasonable. It was a completely reasonable line to full block there and cast Ruination. And the fact that he didn't give Ceph at least a little bit of a nod to thinking Bones doesn't have it.
Yeah, the other side of that as well for Ceph is maybe he just believes that he doesn't beat Ruination at this point with only a Boxtopus in hand.
Right.
And is just deciding that, okay, if you have it, Bones, you're going to beat me here. And if not, the double Boxtopus is going to open up for my Star Shepherd to get through, and I'm going to end the game. So it's kind of like, okay, Bones, do you have it? Do you not at this point? Especially considering the shakedown, there could be 4 potential challenges coming out of Cephalopod at burst speed. He has pretty solid protection for this Star Shepherd, barring a Vengeance. So it really is just, hey, I'm all in, and you got to show me what you've got.
It looks like Bones is considering not casting Ruination here, which is certainly scary, I think. Unless he's going develop, which is possible. He could play Zap here, could play Doom Beast. But yeah, the shakedown is potentially backbreaking, potentially just game winning, right? I mean, we see there's no fast speed interaction for that. Faster burst speed. It's just it would, as it stands, would just end the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Star Spring's almost there as well, right? It's 8 away. It's going to heal 3 straight away just by itself.
Yeah.
There's a Guiding Touch also available. And even if Cephalopod doesn't win on the attack, unless that Ruination does come out and clear the board, it's likely that the Star Spring is going to be able to finish it. And yes, we know there's the Crumble, but
yeah,
it does feel like that's not quite going to get there for Bones in these upcoming turns. So I expect Bones to go full wide here and go Doom Beast, Pool Shark, Jagged Butcher. It seems to be the most likely angle from this point in the turn.
Yep, that makes sense. That would save, right? 2, 4. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4. Yeah, I mean, unless, Ceph doesn't even have another unit to play. I mean, he could overwrite the Star Spring, but it doesn't actually even have the option to do that because he doesn't have a unit. Okay, here's the Doom Beast. The life The life swing not necessarily relevant, considering that the Star Shepherd, one Star Shepherd hit is gonna be enough. Guiding touch. Picks up a Pale Cascade. I'm wondering what. Ceph is maybe just looking for another unit to potentially have it there.
Yeah, I'm curious the exact card that he's looking for. Because he plays this Pale Cascade, I mean, he's still digging. What does he want? Is it just Bastion? Is it?
It could be Bastion. It could be even something like another Boxtopus, just something that, or a Betty Croaker, something that will give you more, more health to heal. You know, potentially pushes the Star Spring. I mean, this is a very interesting spot because yes, Star Spring is 6 away, but you're only 12 away in terms of damage, and that's one Star Shepherd hit at this point. So, what angle are you going for here? Is the real question. Are you going for the Star Spring win? Are you going for just the damage win? And that Bastion is huge.
That's massive. That's really big. He can save something from Ruination. Now, Bones is safe to the open attack because he did get 5 things onto the board, right? So even though the shakedown is there and it can pull things alongside, the Star Shepherd's not getting through, and that's a big deal. But Bones is losing his whole board. Everything's going to be really low, so now he's on like, okay, well, I either need to crumble or I need to ruinate, and those are kind of my options at this point. And I'm curious to see how he navigates this. If he crumbles first, well, he might not have a unit to crumble. He would have to play. I mean, he has some cheap drops, so he could play something and crumble. He
has to crumble because the Star Spring's going to win this turn.
Well, if there's no board for it to heal, then
true.
It wouldn't, right? So if he does ruinate, then it wouldn't get there. It is at 16, right? I believe 16 of 22. So there's 6 remaining.
It was 16 last. Oh, maybe. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, maybe it's
16 could be 18. It could be 18. The guiding touch
last turn.
You're right. The guiding touch I think put it to 16, so it should be 18. I think it healed 2 more on top of that.
There we go.
18 of 22.
Bones
Thank
doing.
You. Thank you,
Bones being the best spectator. 5 minutes ago, Bones being the best spectator, knowing exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, so that does lead me to believe that this has to be a crumble, because 18 of 22, even if you do remove the board, there's a chance that Ceph is able to redevelop and potentially heal 4 in some way. So this is going to have to be the crumble.
Yep. Next
turn will be a ruinate. And Bones is kind of back in it, but none of the champions have been shown from Cephalopod so far, so he should have some good, dense draws for some things that he wants to hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, this is the tempo play. Like, forcing Bones to be on the back foot the whole time is really, really tough. Of course, this is going to deal a lot. Ceph has the ability to save the Star Shepherd, which is fine. Bones is going to be able to develop.
Yeah, Bones also gets to draw a good amount here. He can actually go Pool Shark into Betty Croaker and pretty much have a full hand of cards being drawn into. He also has this Glimpse Beyond, which is going to help out with that as well. And I mean, Ceph, maybe he can start to retake over the game with a Tom Kench draw with all these buffs, but there's some stabilization and there's a lot more card draw coming out of Bones.
There is. That's a good one. The fact of the matter is that the Star Shepherd is still needs to be dealt with every single turn, right? And Ceph has a lot of options here to keep it alive. Of course, as I say that, Vengeance comes out and that will deal with it. But again, we're kind of at the point now where the tempo loss doesn't matter anymore. The board has stabilized, health is relatively fine, and just sheer card advantage for Bones is going to outshine the tempo loss that a 7-mana spell being committed to a 1-mana card is going to cause.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, Bones. It really is. You best be hoping he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Spoiler. He doesn't. It's not there.
Also, if he does, he has the vengeance. So maybe next level mind games. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, even being able to play the Chronicler on the Pool Shark is a relevant play here.
It is just value generation. I mean, it is super good to be able to just do that. It is a good target for this Chronicler, and while we can see just a block from the Betty Croaker, can even glimpse it. And Bones is going to get to draw here. He's going to get to draw with the Chronicler if he chooses to.
Twisted Fate. I mean, how close is Bones going to be to leveling up Twisted Fate in the next 2 turns?
Well, turns out not super close, but it is still, you know, potentially something that could happen because there isn't a ton of direct removal unless Cephalopod pulls his Tahm Kench, or he's able to use this Box to Post in hand to actually remove. But yeah, it's been tough. Ceph is pretty deep in the deck and no champions being picked up in a deck that really relies on Soraka and Tahm Kench.
I couldn't have seen that right. It looked like it said 2 cards left in Bones' deck. There's no way that's right.
Well, no, there's no way. And also he's got Go Hard, so even if that was the case, he could just last forever.
I mean, if that is the case, that's actually better. Yeah.
True. I mean, it's got to be impossible, but if it was the case, it's better. He's got 2 Go Hards. He's just gonna keep shuffling it back in and drawing into him.
Yeah, it must have just been his deck name was 2 or something, or maybe I'm just hallucinating. That's also a very distinct possibility. Yeah, now like this game doesn't even look. It doesn't even really look like possible here for Ceph. Like it seems so far away at this point. It's Chump Block City. There's really no over the top. Ceph, of course, still has 6 champs in the deck, has not drawn a single one yet. So definitely does have the possibility to draw one. But even like, I mean, yes, Tahm Kench allows him to start getting value, but it might be too late, honestly.
I completely agree. I mean, he's lost the point of the board where his Soraka or his Tahm are going to have the support that they need to actually function.
Right.
Especially a Soraka coming down at this point. I mean, it will be able to draw. So as long as there's something for it to heal, then that's still good, and it's still something Cephalopod wants. But he's running out of board to actually utilize with it, and we see the Elise is going to also help contribute to that by challenging one of these units. I think it's almost likely that we see the Elise go onto something like the 0-3 Star Shepherd and just get the free trade up. Because the 35 and 2-1 is kind of forced into either blocking or getting chumped. It's not really Bones has another Elise, so this makes sense.
Yeah. At the end of the day, there's just another Elise that can be played. I do want to just point out that I think that, you know, regardless of the outcome, this has just been a stellar game. This matchup is so interesting. I've been keeping an eye on chat, and I think that I've seen X player wins this, no doubt, about 4 or 5 different times for each of the players so far. Like it's flip-flopped rather heavily here. And I mean, even now, like the board all of a sudden, it's still certainly Bones favored, I think, but well, it's definitely Bones favored. But even that, like the 3/5 Box to Post is still gonna be doing work here.
Yeah, and Bones at this point, he's like, okay, well, you haven't hit a champion all game. I've got this Vengeance. I can probably fight for the board without using it. And so Bones is at a point where he just gets to wait for you to finally draw your champion and then just shut it down with the Vengeance. He goes Croaker into Croaker. Just going to keep drawing Pool Shark. Going to keep drawing even more. And there's the Shenny mode. I think, you know, Ceph's gonna play both these hushes, and he's gonna FF.
Yeah. I think maybe we should call this deck Pot of Greed, because boy oh boy, it seems like every single turn Bones is drawing 2 cards. I know Bones was a top level Yu-Gi-Oh player, so maybe wanted to go back to his roots and just cast Pot of Greed every turn.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can see the croaker. That is what she's stirring. It is the pot of greed, and gonna be drawing more and more cards for Bones in these spots. I mean, he drew probably like double the cards of Ceph. I mean, I'm sure. Well, not quite double, because then his whole deck would have been gone. Because Ceph was at 18. So we know that it wasn't double, but it felt like he was drawing an insane amount more. He had
double
a lot
the amount
more
of
tools
additional
to use.
cards. At least
that's possible.
Yeah.
And Ceph never hitting the champion. He really needed one in the early game. I think he would have had a shot in this game. There's a lot of times where he had some maneuverability. He just needed to find that extra oomph, that extra push to get that Star Shepherd through. And a Tahm Kench might have been able to do that. A Soraka with the extra draw might have been able to do that. But it wasn't there. And so Ceph is going to have to go down 0-1. Going to still have to try and find that win with Soraka Kench. And all that is left for Bones is Ezreal Swain. So it is a question of, is Ezreal Swain going to be favored in these 2 matchups against Ceph? It only has to find 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, again, Ezreal Swain is still sort of unproven. It's literally effectively day 1 in terms of tournament performance for this new variant of the deck. Obviously Bones is working with a lot of top players to build the lineup and build the deck, but you can only do so much in terms of predicting what the meta is going to be. Is this built to play against, Tom Soraka? Is it built to play against War Mothers or Field Rush? Is it built to play against Aggro? You kind of have to roll the dice a little bit in terms of what you're building the deck towards, as there's so many options in both of those regions, in Noxus and PNZ. And I mean, it's tough to make that call. It looks like a pretty standard build here, but even a standard build, it's not necessarily going to line up perfectly into what your opponents are bringing.
Yeah, I do think that Ashe Nox has potential to just get really big and beefy, and it can run through a deck like this. But when I look at Soraka Tahm, I think that, Bones may have good game. He's got Scorched Earth, but I think Cephalopod might have that same read, and he's going to go for his Ashe Nox, or maybe it's a different read. I think Cephalopod might be the type to play the one that's weaker first in a lot of these spots. So maybe he thinks that this is his weaker matchup, so he's just going to go for the Ashe Nox and try and get that win straight away.
Yeah, I mean, it's really preference at this point, right? Because you're going to have to play there's obviously no choice to be made for Bones. So if Ceph wants to, hey, I need to win with the weaker deck anyway, maybe go for that, and then you're favored going into the last match, or it's really just a preference thing. But yeah, I feel like Tom Soraka probably has an all right matchup against Ezreal in a vacuum. Obviously, having Hush can shut down some of it can really shut down Ezreal if he's attacking sort of willy-nilly at all, because you can just Hush and block, right? But also, Tom eats just about every unit in this deck, with the exception of, technically it eats Leviathan too. It can eat every unit in the deck, which can certainly, and again, like I mentioned before, with the exception of like Scorched Earth, everything else is damage-based removal. And as someone who has played against the Tom Soraka deck a lot, it is a nightmare to try to kill a Tahm Kench in that deck with damage-based removal.
Yeah, I mean, it's got high health itself, but then also just all the healing, being able to counteract, like you mentioned, the Scorched Earth, it can counteract. I don't think there's a guillotine, but just as an example, a guillotine or a Scorched Earth or the Ravenous Flocks are really the biggest one, and being able to heal and just completely negate those spells is massive, especially because Scorched Earth kind of needs to be held for the Star Springs. So I do think that makes sense. It looks like the Soraka Tom's probably going to be the better matchup for Ceph, so he's just going for the hard one. He's got to go for the difficult one, because he's got to win with both anyway.
And I think an old time, an OG bingo card square has happened. Chempunk has hit the face and drawn a card. And again, I think, man, I'm trying to remember if this is something I made up a while ago. How often do you lose the game when you've hit the face with Chempunk on turn 2? It's got to be low percentage. It's got to be. I never draw a card off of that.
It does improve your win rate a fair bit, I believe, when you actually get that hit in. It's really damaging to your opponent, because they have a card that they don't know what you have stolen to play around. They don't know if they have better odds to hit this card. They don't know. There's a lot of things that they don't know. And having this Brittle Steel, I think, is actually a great pull for Rattling Bones because it's cheap, it fits into his mana curve, it gives a target for Ezreal, and it hits a lot of the early game targets that Ceph has. And I think that Bones will expend it on this turn because as the game goes later, a lot of these cards from Cephalopod are going to be bigger and have high enough health that they can dodge Brittle Steel, while he can get a ton of value answering this Troll Chant onto the Glory Seeker and keep his Chempunk alive for another open attack.
Oh man, are we gonna see 2 cards drawn from Chempunk in one game?
I mean, it would require this Frostbite from Ceph, this Flash Freeze, would have to be committed to deny it. And that is a tough pill to swallow for a Cephalopod, but it does fit in his curve. He can go for the freeze and then play the Hearthguard. So I think that this does work out, but I know he's not happy to have to expend this.
No, certainly not. But, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. And, I mean, there it is, Casa. I said I didn't think I would ever see Rattling Bones cast the Thermogenic Beam, but there it is. It just lined up too nicely there.
Yeah, and now Sejuani, going to be there for Cephalopod, turn 6. Can finally get rid of this Chempunk if he wants. And I think he really does want just that. He really does want to get rid of this Chempunk.
Yeah, he certainly does. The issue, of course, being that like this tit for tat has been happening. There's been so many 1-for-1s that you know, Ceph is now pretty far behind in terms of cards. I guess maybe not if you don't count the shrooms, but the power level of the cards that Bones is going to be able to put forth is so high now. You know, with Ezreal coming out, it's going to be almost leveled already. There's, I guess technically the Reckoning can come out, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to get in. Scorched Earth is available to help deal with this Sejuani. That's a great pickup. Can be used in conjunction with the Mystic Shot. That also helps to potentially deny a future Reckoning, as that is the only 5 power ally on the board. But this Assessor was actually hit by Omen Hawk, so that's huge. It's going to be able to draw 2.
Massive.
And it puts another 5 power unit onto the board. So this is a really big pickup. Scorched Earth is still an answer to Sejuani, but this is helping Ceph at least try and start to stabilize, because he does have these double trap returns, can lead to future Yetis, and that is going to be Farron as well. Yetis are so hard to deal with for Bones, and we look at his hand. He's got a lot of draw, which is why I still think Bones is ahead. He has so much draw, but it will get hard if he can't start to close out this game.
He does, but again, it's you know, going back into Cephalopod's tempo. Like this is the consideration for Bones. Does he deal with the Sejuani now when the shields are kind of down? Does he play the you know, he was hovering the Progress Day as a potential play while the shields were down? Do you fill your hand up now or do you fill it later? Bones going for the fill up later on the Progress Day, but going to cast the mini Progress Day and rummaging 2 Mushroom Clouds. Or potentially just rummaging the Progress Day.
Does he just think he can never play it? I mean, next turn is what? Next turn's Leviathan. It's turn 8.
Yeah.
Then he's playing Swain plus X. Then he's got other cards to play. Is this Progress Day just not seeing play for him? Does he want to have that Shroom available as a 1-mana stun at burst speed? I think that was the consideration, right? And it's reasonable. It is a reasonable consideration. I can kind of get where he's coming from, but decides against it. Gonna keep that just in case he needs to draw even more down the line.
Yeah. It's the type of mad lad play that I expect to see from Rattling Bones. Not mad lad in that it's crazy. It's mad lad in that Bones just has such a good vision of what the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 6+ turns are, that, you know, Bones is calculating, hey, when am I actually going to be able to play this Progress Day? Am I actually going to have an opening to do it? And I think if Bones didn't see an opening in the foreseeable future, he would have pitched it away, as crazy as it seems.
And now, I mean, Ceph, we remember at least somewhat of his hand, right? We know Reckoning's there. This could have baited one in, but it is risky. You only have 4 health on this Assessor. He's the only one with 5 attack on board. So if Bones can answer, then you're out a reckoning, you're out your unit, and Bones just got to remove something. I don't think Bones is going to have any problem with that. So, can you go wide enough? Can you put that pressure down? I mean, it's tough. This is Avaros and Trapper with Iceveil Archer, leaving up mana for that Troll Chant, and he could go in for something, or we may just see that attack come in. It is tough, this decision here.
Yeah, I kind of like the Cephalopod just pull. Yeah, this works too, but it does get punished here. I almost like the just pull Ezreal with Wolf, see what happens. Does it get to eat an Ezreal? If it does, great. If it doesn't, what is used and how much mana is Bones left with? And there's potentially your opening for Reckoning, right? Like if okay, this works too, almost, not quite though.
Yeah, and both things are getting stunned, so there's no attack for Ceph.
Yeah, this is actually just devastating.
It feels like he had to go for the open to try and deny the stuns. But at the end of the day, he was going to lose out in the same fashion by having his Wolf get killed off, and it just has the same end result. And there was barely not enough mana to just go for Iceveil Archer into Reckoning and at least threaten that so that maybe the Wolf would survive. But now we see exactly the strength of what we talked about earlier, but never saw come to fruition for Morpadorp, which was the Swain and the Ezreal on board, actually just firing off and preventing any action from your opponent.
Yep, and now, actually, I guess it's gonna. How close is Bones to just winning the game? I guess is the question. Yeah, because even if something like Assessor plus Reckoning comes out, like you just play Leviathan and win. So, and this looks like it's just going to be a Rattling Bones W here. And really not much that Ceph is going to be able to do in this case. Game's just over.
No, he can't do anything. I mean, you can rip the Reckoning, but the Death's Hand gets to come out in response, and that will finish the game.
Yep.
There is no answer. Cephalopod has lost this one, so Bones gonna take it 2-0 and stick winner's side this time around. We've seen him making losers run after losers run, getting back-to-back-to-back second places, and now he has the option, or the opportunity, to try and continue this winner's run and maybe finally take a fight night for himself. But there are still people in his path. There is still another semifinal going on. We're waiting on the result of Morpadorp and Finny to see who will be his opponent in this winner's final. I mean, Bones, is this it? Is this his time, Blev? Is this the one?
I mean, here's the thing. We've, or at least I have jokingly said, for always the bridesmaid, and even more so than Stan, because Stan did it first, and now, Bones has gotten the perpetual second place. But Bones plays so well consistently. Like, it's really not a surprise that Bones is going to take one of these down, right? Or at least be favored to. So, I mean, it's a long time coming for sure, but it hasn't happened yet, Casa. Still has at least a few more matches to get to.
Well, we will have that winner's final soon enough. Bones waiting for his opponent, but we're going to take a quick break here. And when we return, there will be more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're jumping right back into our other winners semifinal. That's going to be Morpadorp versus Finny. It is currently 1-1, so this is the final match of the series. We have Finny playing his Elites deck, and that's going up against Morp on this back alley poker. Looks like a pretty tight game already, but Finny having a lot of pressure on board, and that nullifier doing a lot of work here.
Stony Suppressor, a card that I thought was going to see a lot more play than it actually did, but we're seeing it here. And against the deck that relies on, 0, 1, and 2 mana spells, it's certainly an annoyance, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. The fact that these Sleep with the Fishes are going to be costing a mana makes them so much less attractive to play.
Sure.
We look at 8 mana Vengeance, 5 mana Salvage. These are not cards that we would be playing in the game.
And that we're happily playing, at least.
Yeah, it's making it really tough for Morp to actually function right now in this game. And the board is also scary. It's an Elites deck. It's Demacia. They're just playing big dudes onto the board.
Yep. It is good old-fashioned Elites just running 2 Harrowing as the only non-Demacia cards. It's also got a pair of For the Fallens, a pair of Relentless Pursuits, and a pair of Sharp Sights. And then everything else, it is a unit. And I think every card, with the exception of Stony Suppressor, has the Elite tag. I guess technically Battlesmith doesn't have the Elite tag either, but of course Battlesmith does pump up the Elites himself. So there's 5 cards in Finny's hand. There's a good chance that 3 to 4 of them are just units to replace anything that goes down. And the unfortunate thing for Morp is, a lot of his units, I guess with the exception of the Jack, are very small and are going to trade. If anything like a, Relentless Pursuit comes out, it can be absolutely game breaking.
Yeah, it really is a tough spot. And, I think you mentioned the For the Fallen as well.
Yeah.
If that's sitting in hand, I mean, at any point, there's a big trade turn. Finny just refills with 1 card instead of with, the 4 or 5 in his hand.
Yep.
And it's so tough for Morp to keep up with that much on board, and he's gonna have to play that 5 mana Salvage.
Yeah.
And now he's got 2 mana Go Hard, so it's not great. That could fit in alongside 2 Doom Beasts normally, but it can't now. And it comes down to, is it worth killing off this 2/1 Stony Suppressor with that Go Hard? Because once you do that, all you've enabled is this Vengeance to cost 1 less, and for the Sleep with the Fishes to be online with your Jack.
Yeah, I mean, and also it opens up a slot for Finny to feel better about playing one of the units that are almost certainly in his hand. Yeah, and there it is, Cythria the Bold coming down, going to be able to really push this.
No, look at this board from Morp. None of it can block going up against Cythria.
None of it can block it. I guess he has to play these Doom Beasts, but yikes. And by the way, Casa, Stony Suppressor keeping the Cythria safe by making it cost 8 mana. Oh, man. Stony Suppressor really putting in work here.
Yeah, this game really acting as a good case study for Stony Suppressor. Just showing spots that it's really performing. It's that extra mana is so relevant. It really is when it comes to casting spells.
Yep.
And Morp's going to deal with the Stony Suppressor, but like you said, Finny may just have another card to play to fill its spot.
Yeah.
And you can't block this Cythria, but Sharp Sight, it costs more for Finny as well, but it's worth it to him to keep taxing Morp's resources.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, this is just nightmare scenario for Morp. I mean, again, is going to be able to, can block 2 units. Dreadway Deckhand is not helping the cause because open attack can't. Morp isn't going to be able to cast Vengeance and block, right? That's just not how. It's not going to happen. The trigger is going to happen. Is still going to happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Morp is just trying to heal 3 with this Doom Beast.
Oh, okay.
So he would override the Pool Shark most likely.
Sure.
And then he's just going to top himself off and try and just live from 20.
Sure. Makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, no, it's something. It is definitely something, but it's still going to it's still going to need a little help from the top of the deck for Morp. Here, an open attack seems pretty straightforward. I mean, I guess Finny now, if Finny's looking to play anything, it's literally just to improve the board. Maybe something like another Bannerman could come out and just add even more power to the board. But Finny's in a position where it almost doesn't matter what's in their hand. They can just kind of pass, go into an open attack, and reevaluate.
Yeah, I really like... So unless a card is Rally, I think Finny should always be passing here. Because I think, you know, if it was Rally, he can Rally here and just go for the attack and try and set up, you know, a lot more pressure. But other than that, you know, I think pass is good. That is...
Oh, that's a leveled Twisted Fate. Okay, that certainly changes the math a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's another thing that can block, but also he's going to be able to potentially get more casts. Now, he doesn't want to block with the Twisted Fate here, right? He wants to keep this alive. So if he just blocks 2 and plays the Vengeance, that will put him
Vengeance the
at
Stony
6.
Suppressor. No way. You have to Vengeance the 5/3. There's no way. You have 0 spells in hand. What is the point of Vengeancing? I mean, I don't know. It's still taking 14. I guess is the difference between taking 14 and taking 12. So 10, I guess. We're taking 14 or taking 12 rather.
I just don't see a world where you block with Twisted Fate and you win the game. So I think that this Twisted Fate is always staying back for more.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just, are you Vengeancing the Stony Suppressor instead of the 5/3 tough?
Right.
When you have 0 spells in hand. I guess...
Hope that you draw one. I mean, you are looking for these Go-Hards.
That's true.
I wonder how many Go-Hards have been played. We saw 2.
Yes.
So it could be on 3. Pool Shark is maybe the best draw because it allows both red and gold card to be played.
Yep. The problem with not hitting the 5/3 tough is that the red card is not chipping away at that like it would be every other unit. But I guess you can still chump block it, so maybe it doesn't really matter that much. Although with Cithria out, you can't. So, of course, Cithria could potentially kill.
Very fortunate that, you know, fast speed rally is no more because this gold card is going to actually function, but it actually still doesn't matter, does it? You can only block 1 with... oh, no, yeah, you've done damage to face. Yep, the red card allows this Butcher to actually block. Okay, that's actually very, very relevant.
Yeah.
You lose TF here, but you're not dead on board. But are you dead to something else that can be played from Finny's hand? Because he still has 10 mana. So there's probably some other things
every
here.
card in his deck. I guess except for the Harrowing, there can't even potentially be 3 Harrowings in hand. So there is something else that is going to come out, unless it's another Relentless Pursuit, though that will also kill. Another Sharp Sight plus 2, I mean,
Sharp Sight would end it for sure, because all of these would threaten lethal with the Sharp Sight.
Yep.
Sharp Sight. It's a tough one.
Yeah. It just depends.
Yeah, I mean, Bannerman doesn't quite get there. It's 1 off.
Yep.
does feel like you attack to guarantee that this Twisted Fate dies, for sure. I mean, that seems easy for Finny,
Yeah,
but
I think so.
It is very interesting. Battlesmith. That is
Battlesmith
not great
doesn't
here.
Change anything, I don't think. Guess it kills an Elise.
Wow,
Cytherea.
that's very weak.
Yeah, that was close to the weakest sequence. Is it Bannerman replace Cytherea, maybe? No?
You know, it might be For the Fallen. This kind of feels like that's the line. You just try and clear off as much as you can here, and then you're going to get to play that reduced cost For the Fallen.
Sure. Certainly could be.
And just refill this board.
Well, if it was... I guess actually none of the units died before, right? So For the Fallen beforehand would do nothing. Okay. Well, 4 gets through, putting Morp down to 2.
Morp has 2 damage to face with the open attack.
Yep.
He has 2 with Doom Beast, and Jack the winner can give 2 more damage.
Yeah.
But he would lose if he loses to open attack, then he would still lose. He has to be able to cast it on the next turn.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That is true. Well, the 2 to 2. Well, of course, if Sharp Sight was drawn, he can block the zap too, which would be yikes. But I mean, Morp is of course going to have 2 additional draws here with the glimpse. I think he just needs the pack your bags, because I believe it is flipped here into that. Go hard has flipped into pack your bags.
I mean, Glimpse on the Pool Shark seems good.
Oh yeah,
it seems like a really, really, really strong play.
Yep, it's safe. There's no single combat-esque effects in the deck, so this is just a free draw 2. Another glimpse. There's some more outs. Salvage is also technically cheaper.
Salvage is tough because I think Morp. Oh, yeah. If Morp goes Doom Beast and he plays Jack, it does set up that win, but also Fiddy could just go 1 wider and the game's just over.
Yeah, and it's excessively likely that he's able to do that. Because if he's not able to do that...
Well, he's gone 1 wider.
Okay. Yeah, I actually think that playing the Doom Beast was potentially a misplay. She'd have 3 more mana at 6. Yeah, I think it's definitely a misplay, actually.
Butcher Croaker.
Okay, he has 1 more draw. You can attack with the zap, because I think now you need to draw the pack your bags. You absolutely need to draw the pack your bags to win. So the Doom Beast was just an additional 3 mana floated when Croaker. You could have... Yeah. Oh, that was a misplay too. Because now if he draws pack your bags off of Croaker, he can't play it.
Yeah, he's dead to open. Well, he wouldn't have hit it anyway, it seems.
He could have potentially hit it if he didn't play the Doom Beast with Salvage. And...
Oh, and it's there!
Yeah, that's just that's just a straight up misplay, unfortunately for Morp. That's gonna cost him.
It would have been there. That's a heartbreaking finish to this game for Morpadorp.
Yep.
And Finny is going to move on winner's side to face off against Rattling Bones.
Yep.
A heartbreaker, though.
Yeah, unfortunate. One of those times where you get sort of locked in on a line of play. You get locked in on a line of play and you don't realize that actually casting the Doom Beast does nothing there. Because attack with zap into pack your bags was enough to kill. You didn't need the 2 damage off the Doom Beast, but that is going to be it for Finny. Finny winning this one and putting Morp down to the losers bracket, but Finny will go on to play against Rattling Bones in the winners finals.
Wow, you know, when I came here today, ready to cast a lot more Runeterra, I did not expect Stony Suppressor Elites to be sitting in the winners final. But I am here for it. You know,
Oh yeah.
Demacia has been out of the meta as like a mono deck for a pretty long time. Scouts has been around, you know, doing what it can.
Yeah.
But we're back to good old play the unit that the mana cost matches up with.
Uno
Run
dot
down. And you know, Finney's the one who brought it here, and he's going up against Rattling Bones, trying to secure an invite back in that spot in the grand finals. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, and why don't you break us down how we got to the point we're at so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, of course, we just saw that conclusion there. Finney winning against Morp 2-1. That is going to put them into the finals. Before that, Finney took down Orbmeister 2-0. I will put a note here. If you're in chat, hit ! decks to look at all of the decks that the players have brought. Take a look at Orbmeister's decks. I really wish we would have gotten a chance to see him because he did bring a couple of spicy brews, but unfortunately did not get it there. But we also did see Rattling Bones take down Ceph the round before, and before that took down Italian X. So it will be Finney versus Rattling Bones in our winners finals, the winner of which will secure their spot in the grand finals and therefore a guaranteed invite to next fight night.
Yeah, and Bones, this is his chance. You know, this is his chance to come into the final winner's side. He's multiple times has he come in loser's side.
Yep.
And he has been the runner-up. He's gotten second place. I think Bones has, it's either 3 or 4 second place finishes in fight night, which is just insane. He's not been able to pick up that win. He's got the stand curse. He was even second to be cursed. You know, it's been tough for Bones.
Even has a lot of resets too. Like has gotten the bracket reset a number of times.
He has, and he has not been able to find that win. So this might be the night, because a lot of the time Bones drops in one of the early rounds and he makes that loser's run. This time around, he's sitting winner's side, but he's got to beat Finney. And this Demacia deck is super interesting to see. We know that we just saw Back Alley Poker struggle a little bit against it. And Bones has that deck. Bones actually has the same lineup as Morp. And Morp just lost to Finney. Now, it was very close. That could have gone either way. And I think that bodes well for Bones in general, that it was a close series. But the fact that Finney just beat this lineup and is now going up against it again, I think Finney's got to be at least a little bit happy with that.
I mean, you can't feel too bad playing against the same lineup you just beat, right? Unless you thought you had an absolute fluke win, which, I mean, we only saw the last match, so we don't really know. But you got to feel at least a little bit of confidence to know that you can possibly take it down.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of those Garen Elites, I want to take a look at that deck a little bit further. You know, we haven't seen something like this at Fight Night. Well, ever. I would say that Bannerman is not exactly the same as this. I think that these are slightly different archetypes. The Elites is going full in on Elites. It's running Battlesmith. It's running all of the elite units. You know, it has the Silverwing Vanguard. It has Vanguard Defender, Vanguard Redeemer, Vanguard Sergeant. These are not the exact followers that you would be running in a standard Bannerman list, and it's utilizing all of these elites to get that For the Fallen reduced, get those buffs, and just take control of the board. It's got the spells Sharp Sight, Relentless Pursuit, For the Fallen, and Harrowing, which is going to allow it to refill after big board wipes. It's got both For the Fallen and Harrowing to save it against cards like Ruination, which have been problematic for Demacia follower-based decks in the past. So really cool to see this version. It's not interactive whatsoever. You just play your units that are the mana cost. You try and take control of the board by utilizing them, and just try to steamroll your opponent with these mid-range bombs that you're playing. It is exciting to watch because it is just a race. It's kind of it's funny because it's almost like the player playing against it is playing a PvE match against a raid boss. And the other player who's playing the elite deck is just kind of going through the motions. It's like a single player game with a DM, a game master on the other side, controlling the NPCs and playing them and marching them forward while you deal with them and try and protect your Nexus, because that's how it feels to play against this style of Demacia deck.
Yeah, it does feel like as the elite player, you are playing like a lab where the computer is programmed to play the highest cost card every turn and attack. That's the special power. Your opponent will play the highest cost card in attack every turn. Now, of course, there is more nuance there, obviously. But I mean, I remember specifically many moons ago when we were casting Gummy. I mean, imagine Gummy playing LOR, Omega Lol. But he brought elites and he didn't play the card. He didn't play the most expensive card in his hand and he lost. It's like, you see a 1, you play a 1. You see a 2, you play a 2. It's the Uno deck. You play Uno every turn and attack when you can. And you can follow it up with Harrowing or For the Fallen if you end up getting Ruination.
Yeah, the skill checks come down to normally mulligans, blocks, and the spell utilization, sharp sight, when to hold it, when to use it, when to pop a Harrowing, when, the skill checks are generally in that vein overall. It doesn't require a ton, but there is some nuance. Of course, historically, people would always talk about how like BBG was the best, Bannerman player, even though people would say how easy that deck is, yet there was still some execution differences. And I will say the Elites deck is even more simplified because there's no single combats, there's no there's no tricks really. It's just the 2 sharp sights and playing a bunch of units. But I do find it incredibly interesting how long this has been out of the meta, and seemingly for Finny this has worked exceptionally well coming into this tournament. Maybe just a great meta call. Like for instance, earlier we saw in Europe Deep Marcus taking Deep all the way to the final, winning. Deep historically has done very poorly in Fight Night. It's generally when it's brought as like one person bringing it, it's a 7th, 8th deck. It ends up at the bottom of the table. The only person I think that's had fairly good results with it in the past like 5 months is, I think it was Random 7 playing it, where he actually beat a couple as karmas. It was either him or Christmas time, and I can't actually remember. But it's been a minute since we've had some success with the deck, because since then every time it shows up, it's a 7th, 8th deck. And then Marcus brings it to EU. He says it was just a dope meta call. He may never play it again, but it took him all the way to
I mean, I agree 100%. But the point I wanted to make is like, the Elites deck is an aggro deck, but it attacks at a really sort of a different angle. It like, you can call it an aggro deck, and you can also call the discard aggro deck an aggro deck, but those 2 decks are really not the same at all. I mean, you're playing much, bigger, beefier units. You're, attacking with more beef. You're not attacking with the, you're not getting little pings of damage here and there. There's no direct damage over the top. So, you're, if you're building a deck that is oriented to beat the the pirate aggro, the Noxus P&Z aggro style decks, it's not necessarily going to hit this one, right? It's the Avalanche is not actually that good against this deck when you really think about it. If you have a Battlesmith out, your stuff's already bigger. Stony Suppressor 1/3, Vanguard Defender has tough. Everything else, with the exception of Silverwing Vanguard, and Sith and Baby Sith, doesn't even get hit by Avalanche. So you can tech your control decks for an aggro matchup by bringing Avalanche or like, Withering Whale or something, and it just does nothing against this deck.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. I think that it is working for Finny as that meta call that we talked about. And we saw how well the Stony Suppressor worked against Back Alley Poker, and the fact that that is going to be a matchup that may get played once again. If he can find that Stony Suppressor, if he can find multiple Stony Suppressors in the early game, it just becomes very difficult for the Back Alley Poker to play, because the units on board, the followers, are not matching up well. There's a lot of 2/2s, a lot of small things that are just going to completely fall over against the board of Finny when we look at these Demacia elites. So that is the really big strength of that follower. And I know I was with you when we were talking about Stony Suppressor when it was first coming out. We were talking about how we did think it would impact the meta more and maybe open up for Demacia to be played. And we ended up being a little bit wrong about that, at least in the case of it not being popular. It wasn't seeing a lot of play. People weren't really trying it out too much. But maybe this was the meta this week in particular. Finny saw an opening to actually bring that Stony Suppressor to bring this elite stack. And I mean, clearly it's done quite well so far. Winner's final, won his first 2 rounds. He's guaranteed top 4 at this point. This is, a good spot to be in. And he's going up against a lineup that he did just beat. So this is like kind of prime where you want to be in a fight night. You just beat this lineup, you're playing it again.
Yeah, you can't be in a better spot, right? At this point in the tournament.
I don't think you can.
No, you certainly can't. And even to go a little bit deeper onto Stony Suppressor, I mean, back alley poker is is obviously a knocking it out of the park in terms of value there with so many spells. But you think Karma Ezreal, Spooky Karma, any really Ezreal deck or Karma deck, really anything that's spell based, it's just going to get completely ranched. I mean, imagine paying 5 mana for your Static Shock. You barely even want to pay 4 mana for it. Like, it really kind of ranches it entirely.
Yeah, that seems absolutely horrible. Like, you really don't want to be paying those premiums on those spells. And we see a lot of early go-hards here for Rattling Bones. We're going to get into this first match. It won't be the elites to start things off. It's going to be Ashe Noxus. And, maybe that this is an opportunity for Bones to get the win out of the way with this back alley poker list that Morp ended up losing on.
Yeah, and I think, we can go back and, not to harp on the misplays, but it did come down to, really one turn and potentially it being the difference maker there. So certainly, if nothing else, a very close matchup for that match. But yeah, we're not necessarily going to see it. It's, Bones potentially can get the dub early. Now, we see Finny, his other deck is the, more traditional Ashe Sejuani Noxus. Does have a Reckoning, actually even brought the Culling Strikes, which is a card that a lot of the lists have been cutting. So really going to be, Culling Strike and Reckoning, I think hit most of what's in Bones' deck. Yeah, it hits literally every unit in the entire deck. Even except for leveled Elise, exactly. It hits literally everything.
Well, that's still hit by Reckoning. It's just not hit by Culling Strike.
True. Yeah. Culling Strike is actually Vengeance in the deck.
Yep.
Which is kind of crazy to think, but here we are. But, hey, a single Vengeance or a single Culling Strike is not going to do it against this back alley poker deck. And, Bones is bringing the beatdowns.
Yeah, he's got a lot of presence on the board already. He's got a couple 1-drops available as well, which is going to help Bones quite a bit in just continuing to tempo out this Ashe Nox deck. I think he needs to get the pressure. There's no healing for Finny, so if he can just try and put the pressure down as early and as often as possible, that's probably the best case for Bones. And this is a 4-drop Babbling Beard that has come down that's going to get dealt with, but with Go Hard and Gold Card. And I think that's really, really good for Bones to set up just even more pressure to the face. Yeah. But he's going to blue card. He is going to blue card.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind it. You don't really care that much about a Babbling Beard. You're not going into an attacking turn, so it's not like you're looking to set up
he already attacked
a strong open.
Right,
yeah. You're not looking to set up an open attack. What if we called the deck Go Card?
Go Card.
That's closer. I think that's closer.
Yeah, our
production is saying yes. We're getting our production is saying yes. That is a great name. Okay, great, awesome. No, fine. Back alley poker it is. You win round 2, Sarah. Fine.
All right. Well, so the blue card makes a lot more sense considering this hand, but also the fact that there was no attack. So you're not guaranteeing, that 6 damage that you could have been getting with an attack token on the next turn, which would have been potentially worth not drawing that additional card. But when we look at it here, blue card is amazing to go alongside this Pool Shark. You have the pick a card and you have Salvage available. You even picked up another Salvage. So this Twisted Fate level up is looking really good if you can dodge the Culling Strike, if you can dodge the Reckoning. And we may see Bones get this leveled up TF and really start to create pressure on the board.
Yeah, Culling Strike is not fast enough. It's gonna be instant level up next turn with if pick a card comes out. I believe 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 1. Yeah,
he's tapped out.
Yeah, this is a quick TF level up, and yes, the second TF was expended there, but there's an additional 2 go hards in the deck already, and the leveled up Twisted Fate is going to start doing work. There's another go hard. I believe we're 1 away from the pack your bags. If both of these get cast.
Yeah, I mean, this is just gross. This is insane.
Oh, and the Zap is likely is favored to draw the pack your bags here.
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
there's
the
a Tony
call.
strike after the fact. Okay, sure. Well, that's a start to dealing with this, but even so, I mean, even more cards drawn. Oh boy. Oh, it's already the pack your bags. I missed one.
He had two in the opener.
Oh, that's right. I missed one. Yeah, that's insane.
The fact that he has the pack your bags in hand. It's just ready to go.
Yeah. And the backup Twisted Fate. Oh boy. Casa, we might be getting into Fight Night bingo card territory with dealing with how many turns of leveled up Twisted Fate can you deal with?
I mean, it's so many cards drawn. I just can't imagine Finny being able to win this. I mean, the pack your bags is just going to completely decimate the entire board and just set up for Bones to get even more face damage in. And then Finny has to rebuild, but everything he plays is so expensive that Bones just gets to keep going wide. He gets to redevelop.
Wait, 10. He's going to do 3, 6, 7. Wait, it's just game, Casa. It's just game. Jagged Butcher.
Oh, the Jagged Butcher. I didn't even see it.
3-3.
Jagged Butcher on the side. I didn't notice the Jagged Butcher. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's 7 damage. No, there's the Jagged Butcher. 1 mana.
Oh, okay. The Ice Archer.
The only one of the only cards in the deck that could save him.
Yeah. Wow. And the second one, no less. But still, the attack comes out still. I think you send the message with the 0-2 there. Send it in.
I mean, this draw was so insane from Bones, and Finny was just not ready for that. He had the Culling Strike, but it didn't really make too much sense on that turn to play it. He wasn't expecting Bones to suddenly turn around, spend 7 mana or 6 mana. No, 7. I was right. Yeah, it was 7 mana to draw 6 cards. He just wasn't ready for that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, now Finny needs another. Okay, Sejuani will actually not. Oh yeah, there's not enough mana to cast to get the gold card, right? No, there's definitely not. So potentially another Twisted Fate down, but even so, open attack's looking pretty good here, Casa. Especially since another red card's going to come out too. If Bones wants, he's going to be able to replace with a 3/3 with another 3/3 Jagged Butcher.
He gets that extra damage. Yeah. He gets the extra damage to the face with the red card. He draws more cards. He gets to play Butcher. Yeah. That fits into the curve, sets up the open attack nicely.
Oh my. Yeah.
Ruination, even if Finny refills.
Yeah, Ruination, just in case somehow the world ended. Which, I mean, we're not even close.
He only has to get 2 damage in.
Yep. And now we're in, I believe, needs Harsh Winds just to live territory.
Harsh Winds to threaten to live. Doesn't even save him.
Harsh Winds to make him think he's still alive. Yeah, this was, I mean, the deck, we may be calling the deck back alley poker, but this seemed like a loaded hand for Rattling Bones. There was nothing that Finny has done this game that has even looked remotely on the same level.
I mean, he's picking cards and going hard at this point. I mean, really, he just draws into the whole deck. He's got the go hards available. And, you know, it's time to raise your flags and pack your bags because these Pirates are picking up a win. I mean, it was too easy. Too easy for Rattling Bones in this one.
Oh, and now it looks like... oh, wait, maybe he didn't cast a spell before. Okay, I'm like, maybe he just wants to win with as many go-hards in his deck as possible, but just needed to trigger the Nightfall there. And that is going to be game 1, going to Rattling Bones, who is now 1 win away from securing their spot in the grand finals on the winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to Ezreal Swain now. Can Ezreal Swain take 2 games here? I'm, you know, Ezreal Swain can do okay versus the Ashe. Sejuani deck, but it does have game against it, right? Because there is still the Yetis that are very big. They're difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, it can get to the point where Reckoning is such a threat to deal with the Swain and the Ezreal. We did see Ezreal Swain beat an Ashe Noxus earlier. I believe Bones versus Cephalopodia, he was able to beat with this deck. He was able to beat Ashe Sejuani. So we know that it is possible. And he's got the Chempunk Pickpocket once again that he did have in that matchup.
Yep. Hey, still, as far as I can remember, at least in Giant Slayer Fight Nights, 100% win rate when you connect with a Chempunk on camera. Or sorry, as I like to call it, the Chempmunk, which I thought was the actual name of the card for way too long. The good old days. Only 90s kids remember Chempmunk and the Boom Crew Blessing.
Yes, to a simpler time.
Yeah, well, those were the days back when Beamer and Bertrand were all too powerful, and the Boom Crews attacked for days.
I mean, the Boom Crew blessing was part of that was even before Beamer and Bertrand existed.
True.
That's how long ago that was.
That is
That's
true.
When that started.
All right, and we are priming. Although this. We're priming potentially for a Chempunk Connect here. Okay, Iceveil is going to at least threaten to stop that.
Yeah, Iceveil is very good to answer the Chempunk. You can't attack with your Chempunk, or it will be blocked. But we could see Bones just go for multi Chempunk Pickpocket and just try and brute force one through. Because freezes can be really, really good for him in this matchup overall. Just picking up a Brittle Steel we saw work out very well for Bones in the previous matchup. And, you know, if you can pick up a Harsh Winds or something of that nature, it can be incredibly strong. But Finny having the answers to the Chempunks. So that is very good for him to start things off. And Bones not being able to find any connection to the face with these. Not going to be able to pick up any cards.
Yeah, this is starting to get into a little bit of awkward territory for Bones potentially, because the early game had the potential to have such a huge swing with the Chempunk, right? If one of those hits, you're so far ahead, like we've joked about before, but in all reality, it is a huge hit to pick that up, because you're either getting, I mean, you're getting a useful card, I guess, with the exception of Reckoning. Now these Chempunks have been turned into Bloodfin Raptors from Hearthstone. Just 2 mana 3/2 blank cards. And you know, that's just not the best spot to be in necessarily. And you know, the next few turns, you look at Bones' hand, he's got, you know, a Chump Wump, he's got an Ezreal that's nowhere near being leveled and not even you know, not safe at all, of course, with the Culling Strikes running around. And Finny, of course, is going to be starting to put out some 5-power units very soon, and it's going to line up very well against what Bones has right now.
Yeah, and I wanted to quickly note, you know, the Reckoning being kind of the only card that is unplayable for Bones. There's only a single Reckoning in Finny's deck, so if he steals it, he no longer has to play around that card for the rest of the game. So even that steal... I think Chempunk works differently than Nab. I don't think. Oh, is it a duplicate?
I think it copies. Yeah.
Oh, I think you're right. No, I think you're right. So it is a blank card.
Yeah, the OG.
Yeah, the OG copy before Nab existed.
Yep.
It
doesn't actually steal it. It creates a copy, which I'm kind of interested. Like, I guess flavor wise, it doesn't really work if you know, that's how Nab worked, but.
You're absolutely right. So absolutely, yep, that is the worst take, is the Reckoning, because it won't actually do anything at all.
Yeah, it'll be a 6 mana, do actual 0.
Sometimes it does 1 damage for Ezreal. Actually, no, it fizzles, right? I actually don't know. I don't know. I've never tried to cast the Reckoning.
Also, you can technically, if you have Leviathan out, can cast it. So I guess it could theoretically be a castable card. That, I mean,
it's bad. It's really bad.
It's definitely bad.
Very bad. Yeah.
There's no doubt that it's bad.
We'll leave it there. It's quite bad.
Yeah. Debating the corner case 0.001% play where Actually, probably even less than that, where you hit the Reckoning off of one of the Chempos. Okay, chat is saying that you can't even cast it if you don't have if it wouldn't legally resolve.
Yeah,
so,
it's a weird case because when would you have ever tried to do that? You know, it's like you didn't.
Well, if you wanted the 2 damage, if you wanted the 1 damage from Ezreal, actually, not even 2 anymore.
So,
and here's the spot we talked about in an earlier match where a 5-mana Thermo Beam could potentially come down and kill a 1-mana Yeti. Looking like it might actually be saved for later turn.
I almost would have liked the 5-mana Thermo onto the Ashe here because Troll Chant would not keep it alive. So I think 5-mana Thermo is well positioned for this spot.
Yeah.
So I almost like that play better than Chump Wump, but I think that developing Chump Wump is certainly not a bad play by any means. I think getting that on board, setting up potentially for a Rummage coming up soon as well is quite good. And maybe he can still find a way to squeeze in this Thermal Beam on this turn. It can fit in with a Mystic Shot potentially and still be that 5-mana casting point to go on to the Ashe.
Yep. Yeah, this is setting up with a pseudo open attack, of course, rummaging away the puff caps beforehand, casting the mini progress hour, maybe we can call it. The attack comes here, and Finny has to be thinking. I mean, there's only 58 spells that can come out and change the math here. As obviously it looks like a chump attack, but of course isn't. Finny has to decide what to block with and why. Is there Troll Chant backup? Is there potential Brittle Steel? Okay, the blocking with the Ashe at all feels scary if you want the Ashe to live. Even blocking the 2/2 and quote unquote value blocking. I mean, there's again so many spells that Bones could have. Will that change that?
Yeah, I think Bones is pretty okay with that one. Just going to be able to deal 6 to Finny and set up to remove something. I think Bones did have the consideration of the Mystic Shot. We saw the slight hesitation, and he does get punished for not going for it, but it is hard to say if there could have been a freeze or something else that would have responded to that Mystic Shot to still ensure that Finny can play this Assessor. And it's really hard to say whether it was the right or wrong decision, but at the end of the day, not killing the Yeti there does allow for the Assessor to be played, get 2 draws, and Finny is in a good spot as far as hand size is concerned right now, especially because a lot of these cards on board are going to require multiple cards from Rattling Bones' hand to be dealt with, and that's exactly the position Finny wants to be in, just getting extra value from each of these cards.
Yeah, getting extra value from each of the cards after you just drew a card off of with the Assessor is also huge. I guess the consideration from Bones' side was, yes, was it something like a freeze? Where are you if you're just throwing away a Death's Hand or, throwing away a Mystic Shot potentially versus giving Finny the opportunity to draw an extra card? I think, Bones made the more conservative play. And now this is going to line up pretty nicely. I think the Mystic... I guess you don't necessarily need to kill the Yeti. You can just block the Yeti. So... keeping the Thermo Beam around for something later, maybe like a Sejuani or another Ashe, seems fine.
Yeah, and, Bone's going to end up on second Thermo. I'd really like to see him expend one on this turn. I'd like to see something like Chump Wump Thermo.
Yep.
I guess Chump Wump is a bit risky because Reckoning is on the table right now, 6 mana. So if you go Chump Wump, then you just get Reckoned, you lose everything, and then you have the Thermo left, but Reckoning is just going to blow out Bones at any point from here on out, it feels like. So maybe the Chump Wump is still just better to play, get more mana value. It's really tough to say. I think Reckoning is just a very, very scary card for Bones at this juncture in the game because he doesn't have any pressure and he doesn't have a way to stop it anymore.
Yeah, like the Reckoning there, actually, it's good. It obviously wipes Bones' board, but it's a 2-for-2. It's trading the Reckoning and the Assessor for the Chump Wump and the House Spider. Of course, Finny's left with a 5/2 at that point, but that's not the end of the world for Bones, right?
I'm more worried about it if he had played the Chump Wump. If he played the Chump Wump, the Reckoning a lot more scary because it's 2 Chump Lumps and the House Spider for the Assessor.
Definitely.
So that's why Bones clearly went for that 9 mana Thermo instead. But it is, in general, I would just say that Reckoning is a very scary card for Bones. And right here, even there's enough mana for a Flash Freeze Reckon to go down onto the Leviathan. I want to confirm that there actually are Flash Freezes. They're not. Okay.
Could be third Archer. Yep. Oh, yeah. Reckoning or
even
the Calling Strikes. Yeah. Gonna be big. There it is, the Calling Strike.
That's even better for Finny than the Reckoning because he maintains his board integrity.
Yep. And gets to cast a Hearthguard to boot. I mean, it's getting overwhelming very quickly. Thermo Beam going to have to come out just to kill a Icefield Archer, potentially. Bones thinking, is there going to be a better turn to weave it in? Do you need to get more damage off of it for Swain? Not a great spot for Bones. I mean, if it doesn't cast the Thermo, open attack is representing 10 damage, which isn't lethal. And there's really not, with the exception of Captain Farron, there is not over the top for this deck in terms of direct damage spells.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the point where Bones just has to dodge Farron for the rest of the game, and he needs to be able to close it out. He does have all the tools to get there. When we look at, Swain, Ezreal, alongside a Chump Bump, I mean, those are the tools that he needs to get there, but this Ezreal is not leveled up. And that might just kind of seal things out for Bones. Oh, it's one away. Thermo Beam.
Away.
That gets there.
Thermo. It can be Swain. Okay, it can be Chump Wump plus Thermo for 5 on the Hearthguard. It could have been Swain plus Thermo for 4 on the Yeti. 5/5 Trapper, not really what you're looking to see if you're rattling Bones. But, I mean, outside of that, I mean, if you can get wide enough, you're close here. You're close to stabilizing.
Okay, so Ezreal level.
Yeah.
Spends 8 mana playing Swain and Ezreal next turn, and he has the Mushroom Clouds to Sun twice. That leaves...
Yes.
That still leaves blockers available to stop the Swain attack from going through.
Yeah.
But... there still could be a lot of other damage that goes through, and then getting the Mystic Shot generated would be enough to potentially cull the board.
Yeah, I mean, Swain, Ezreal, Swain, just attack with Ezreal, kill an Iceveil Archer. Then you've got backup Ezreal plus... The problem is that Bones needs to set up a position where he's not dead to open attack, right? Because then Swain doesn't do anything.
Right.
Okay.
I'm wondering if Bones can get around committing into Reckoning. I feel like he almost has to just say, hey, if you have your one of Reckoning, you're going to beat me here. And he has to just go for the Swain, but I'm wondering if there's any road where he can avoid that. I don't think so. I think
Reckoning is killing even if Swain comes out after, right? Like the open attack.
Right. It should.
Yeah. So I think Reckoning is a non-starter for Bones in terms of things you're playing around, especially since it's a one of. Yep. He doesn't need to play the Swain yet because I don't think he's looking to. Yeah, he's not going to be able to force through Swain, so the Harsh Winds comes out to stop the Ezreal proc. It's like there's some extra ice shards laying around, a little visual glitch there. Clean up your mess, Finny. There's ice all over the board. Is it always like that? And I've just never noticed it before, or?
I don't think so. I think it was just like a little disjoint.
Yeah, I thought so too. I'm like, I don't ever remember seeing that. Oh, okay.
He's big, but you can go puff cap.
Yeah.
And static.
Pretty big develop punish. Okay, stun Sedge. Stun Trapper. This is also going to just stun it. all. Yeah, this stuns it all. I mean, yeah, pretty straightforward there. Working as intended, and you even get the flock to kill the Yeti too, and stun the additional trapper. And is this Ezreal will do? Ezreal's Mystic Shot can do 3 to face, 4-5.
Yeah, I mean he should be able to set up open attack to end the game with this block.
Yeah. Yep. Kill. Yeah, this will. I guess you don't need to.
And Leviathan.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's guaranteed, I believe.
Yeah. Now even
if the Ezreal was going to die to a culling strike or something, there you could respond with flock and then play the Leviathan. And that would have done damage, but Bones
that's gonna be it.
0 over Finny, and Bones gonna be in his first grand final winner's side this time around. And he's coming back another week after this. Bones just doesn't want to leave. He loves it.
Is this the new streak? Is this the new streak?
It might be
4 in a row, I think.
He just doesn't want to leave. I don't remember the last time we haven't had Bones on a fight night.
Yeah, it was funny. In one of the competitive player discords, people were asking, or maybe it was in a Twitch chat, I don't remember. Some people were asking, how do you get to play in multiple fight nights? And Bones says, just win forehead, just top 2 forehead. And hey, he knows the recipe. You don't need to win them. You just need to get top 2. You're still racking up that cash. You're racking up those invites and coming back for another week. And we will be seeing Bones in the next fight night.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's excited to be coming back yet again, and we're going to take a look at the bracket to see what else has been going on in the losers bracket as well, since we've been following the winners. So we do see Bones has just taken down Finny, but when we look down to the bottom side, Swim has actually taken out Cephalopod and is still fighting for his invite back. We know Swim wants to come back as well, so he's trying to grind his way through the losers bracket to see if he can get a rematch against Bones and try and beat him again. But on the other side, we've got Morp versus Minasia, and that match is still going on in the losers' quarters, while Swim waits for the winner of those two to see who his opponent will be. Finny, of course, will be dropping down to that losers' final, awaiting the winner of Swim and his opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Bones has got to be breathing a sigh of relief here as he gets a little bit of a break. He gets to come back when he plays again in a little bit on that winner's side of the grand finals.
Well, speaking of a break, we're going to go ahead and take one ourselves. But when we return, we still have the loser semifinal, the losers final, and the grand final remaining. So plenty more LOR action here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. back to Fight Night Legends. We're jumping straight into one of our other losers quarterfinal. This is Morpadorp versus Manesia. Manesia is currently up a game, and it is getting close to finishing here as the Reckoning might actually just be sealing it. Yeah, we jumped in just at the end. Well, you got to see
Caster Curse
explode. As we're going to be coming back in. We were coming in hot. We wanted to make sure we could maybe catch a little bit of that series if it was going to continue. But Manesia is going to be moving on to the semifinals as we leak some DMs here. But we're going to be moving on to the semifinal, Manesia versus Swim. Manesia, the youngest competitor we've ever had in a fight night at 16 years old. He's been, top 30 on the ladder. He sent me an MLA format essay as to why he would be a good candidate for fight night, double spaced, and doing his homework. It looked great, and I was excited to have him on. I think having that kind of excitement for wanting to be on fight night, he had the credentials, being top 30 multiple times, having some good ladder finishes, and we were like, yeah, let's get him in here. And so far, he dropped early, but he's been making a losers run already. He took down Italian X, Morpadorp, and now he's going up against Swim. So if he can take on the previous champ, I mean, he's just a couple sets from the finals. Really, really great performance so far already out of Manesia. And, talked about him a little bit, but on the other side, last week's champion, two-time total champion, Swim, Twitch Rivals champion as well. Swim, you all know Swim. Everybody knows Swim. We all know Swim. We all love Swim.
Can do at least 5 push-ups.
He can, And yet again, he finds himself deep in a fight night. He's been doing really well recently. His recency in these events, in all tournaments that Swim has been playing recently, I have felt like his preparation, his level of play have been just very high. We've been getting a lot more of that peak Swim comparatively to a lot of the tournaments of old where Swim would show up and kind of phone it in. So I'm really, really liking what I'm seeing out of Swim recently. And I think that he's a good litmus test for any player coming in to a fight night. If they can take down Swim, it means that they've done their prep. They know their stuff. They're playing well, because I think he will take you down easily if you kind of half-ass it when you come into an event like this.
Absolutely. And Swim, to the untrained eye, I think coming in and looking at one of Swim's lineups, you may think, Swim came in and he's playing discard aggro without Jinx. Of course, we mentioned that Jinx was banned from this particular event because of a game-breaking bug, but Swim tailors the lineup to beat the meta and the expected meta of fight night. And if you come in and just play the meta and try to outplay someone, you're going to get dominated by Swim. You're going to get bodied by that lineup a lot of the time. So yeah, absolutely is the litmus test, is the bar to overcome.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Now, we look at the lineups, and obviously Swim has something very different than everybody else. We see, the Jinxless discard and then the K-pop Yetis. We saw it lose to Morpadorp earlier, so I'm sure Swim is happy about Morp actually losing that set, not having to play against that again, because it felt like the matchup was favored towards Morp. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the K-pop Yetis once again, because that's maybe a deck name that you haven't heard. But here it is. It's going to be a Feel the Rush deck, but it leans more mid-range. It's running the Avaros and Trapper. It's got the Ancient Yetis. It's got a lot more followers in general that it's going to be using in that early to mid-game to help stabilize the board and get to that Feel the Rush. So going up against Manesia's Ashe Nox and Soraka Kench, I think having some of those mid-range units are going to help out quite a bit.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the Ancient Yetis really perform super well, especially in conjunction with the Avaros and Trappers and the 1-mana Yetis, because you're able to sort of attack in two different ways. You've always got that looming Feel the Rush angle to go, where you get to that 9+3 spell mana, boom, you're gonna put 20 power onto the board. You can just play Trundle straight up, even though he's only a 4/5. But also you can have these Ancient Yetis just sort of just hanging out in the hand, going down. I mean, we talked about it. We're not seeing him cast a 4-mana 5/5 a lot of times. It's like we're waiting until we see a 1 or even a 0-mana 5/5 Overwhelm Yeti, where Swim can follow up a Ruination with 5 or 10 power afterwards. That a lot of times it's just a very powerful thing to do in general. But B, it's not something that we're really used to at all in terms of other decks. We've not seen Ancient Yeti used in this way really at all, at least in tournament metas.
Yeah, I mean, we really haven't. It is kind of the first of its kind. You know,
Hmm.
we look at the ancient Yeti and it kind of harkens back to maybe the Hodor in the north, but this is not even remotely like that deck.
No,
You know,
yeah.
this is a very
Hmm.
different utilization of these
Yep.
overwhelm units and these Yetis in general, where it's not as aggro leaning. It's more so looking to control the board and utilize
Hmm.
them as follow up for these big, heavy costed spells. You want to be holding on to these long throughout the game so that you can
Yep.
actually utilize the fact that they can cost 0 mana. They can
Yep.
be completely free. And some sense, they have their own ramp element. Whereas even though
Hmm.
you've cut other ramp tools, they are their own ramp devices because they allow you to effectively play more mana on a turn than you have by playing them at the lower cost. So it is
Absolutely.
a very interesting style of deck. I really do enjoy uh, the fact that Swim time and time again brings kind of almost new decks, new archetypes, or at least
Right.
completely shifts an existing archetype into
Yeah.
something that we never expected to see. And then he has a good performance on it. I mean, this is already a top four. This is already
Right.
a great spot. You know, in Fight Night, I know it's half the field gets top four, but we talk about a lot of people have talked about how hard it is to top four a Fight Night.
Hmm.
It is something that you still want to look at and be like, wow, they did something right here. They
Yep.
brought something that was exciting. They brought something that worked well. And once again, Swim coming in really off kilter with these deck choices
Yeah.
and having success.
And I got to give credit where credit's due. I'm not sure about this lineup specifically, but at least in the past, if not for this one, also Kavira coming in as sort of the the deck building and lineup building partner with Swim. I mean, again, we saw last week Swim won. Swim has won in another week. Kavira has won their own week, and Kavira's lineup won a week where Kavira wasn't actually even able to play it. So the deck building and lineup building prowess there is certainly being seen across many, many weeks and metas. So just got to give the shout out there. Of course, Swim piloting the decks very well, very well too. But Kavira and the deck building side, definitely there. One thing I want to bring up about the ancient Yetis is it feels very much like a magic card in an overpowered way, in a sense, where, like you said, you're able to play more mana worth of card than you normally would. And there are cards in Magic where you have these 5/5s that you can reduce the cost by removing things from your graveyard, or if you cast spells. And it's not the fact that you're able to cast a 5/5 overwhelm earlier than you normally would. It's the fact that you can play removal spell, and then follow up with multiple 5/5s or a 5/5. So absolutely a very interesting way to attack a Runeterra deck that we really haven't seen at all up until this point. And I wonder if this is going to make a wave. Are we going to, is this the ancient Yeti in a control deck wave that we've maybe been waiting to see?
Yeah, it would be cool to see. I feel like a lot of these decks that Swim brings end up being one-ofs. They appear in one tournament specifically to attack a meta that they expect, and then you never see the deck played ever again. So it is exciting when we get those decks that show up just for one tournament. One that, for example, could be last week's Shen Fiora. We might see that flood everywhere. But it might just be that we continue to see the regular Shen Fiora in the future, and we don't see that version as much. And it is just interesting to see the way that Swim attacks these lineups and comes in with stuff that we don't expect. But yeah, Ancient Yeti could be something that we see teched into a lot more control in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to be playing around with it in my list moving forward. I think even, I don't want to go too deep on the ancient Yeti game, but in these opening turns, I mean, I think the ancient Yeti is one that it is very powerful in a control deck like this, but I mean, it's not as straightforward. So I think if folks are, taking these decks and they're, going into, gold and plat lobbies or ladder, they might not be getting as much success as a player like Swim, who's really knowing exactly the spots to get the most value out of it. So we'll see.
Yeah. And both sides looking a little bit mirrored with their Avarice and Trappers. They're all going to have kind of a big onslaught of Yetis, a crash of Yetis, as we like to say.
Triple Trapper.
Coming out in just a bit. But yeah, it's going to be fairly mirrored in a lot of the early stages, as we're likely going to see both players slinging those out.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is as good a time as any to say. I think Trapper might be the best 3-drop. I think certainly in Freljord, but potentially, I think at least top 5. If I'm estimating conservatively, top 5. Maybe top 5 follower in the game, but top 5 3-drop for sure. It's so strong. It provides so much value. It's just so much stats for 3 mana. I guess 4 if you count the Yeti cost as well. But it's just so good, so good. And
yeah, it is up
Yugi there. Swim Yugi himself getting the Winding God special, drawing the Yeti immediately.
Yeah, so that opens him up to Trapper Yeti on this turn, which is obviously a very, very powerful line of play. Menasia misses his Yeti, but at a certain point, he's going to hit all of these, and it's just a matter of, the next few turns finding the rest of them. As there's a response of Trapper. 4 of them on the board. Might see 6 of them on the board at some point in this game.
It is definitely possible that there could be 6 Avaros and Trappers on the board. I'll swing this aside. How much does he want to play around something like a Troll Chant? Is there any benefit? Is there any reason not to send in the Yeti this turn?
Yeah, I think that there probably is no reason at all to not do it. I think you can absolutely just send that attack in. And well, there's Swim hitting another Yeti and Menasia missing once more. But also, that's maybe a good thing for Menasia, because this is a Hearthguard turn.
Right.
And then the next 2 draws are going to be 6/6 Yetis. And those are going to line up well into Swim's Yetis.
Yep.
But Menasia opting against the Hearthguard. Gonna actually go for the Glory Seeker instead. I think I really would have liked the Hearthguard because of the fact that I believe his next 2 draws are almost guaranteed to be Yetis. I may be a little bit off on that. It might be that there's one other.
There could be one card in between, potentially. I
think the next one had to be Yeti, and then the one after that, yeah. So yeah, you're guaranteed a 6/6 Yeti on your next draw if you play the Hearthguard, and that's why I think I would have liked that to just generate more of that value at this point in the game. But you can go Glory Seeker into Trapper and just set up for even more Yetis in the subsequent turns, and this will result in 1 5/5 Yeti and 2 6/6 Yetis on the next few turns, because I fully expect this to be Yeti plus Hearthguard on the next turn, since it wasn't played here.
Yeah, I mean, this Vile Feast is going to be huge in keeping the parity, though, because it is possible that with the Hearthguard as well as the Omen Hawk buffs earlier, that the board parity was going to be broken just by Menasia having bigger Yetis, like you mentioned, Casa. Now it's the first Yeti at least is going to still be a 5/5, and Swim is still going to have equal number of Yetis, and then actually technically 1 additional with the Ancient Yeti as well.
All right,
here just to develop so much. I mean, what's the do we have a Fight Night bingo card for having 100 power on the board across both players on turn 5?
I don't think so, but I think you're allowed to just add anything
16,
at any time.
17.
Because I don't think Morp is actually ever making the bingo card.
No, I don't think he is either. This is going to be 22 power on Swim's side of the board, though. I believe 15 plus 7. Yeah, that's 22. And a mere 10 power on Menasia's board right now. I mean, open attack doesn't look too bad here for Swim. As we can see, there is no interaction, so Menasia's going to be able to set up maybe potentially some value blocks, but it would come at the actually can set up 2 value blocks, but that would be at the cost of a lot of life. Yeah, could potentially thinking about taking 13 here And then Feel the Rush, even just an Alpha Wild Claw starts to look like a lethal attacker as well. Definitely, I mean, there's definitely not really a great block here, right? Like if you're chump blocking both Yetis, you've got no board. If you're not chump blocking the Yetis, you're taking a very large amount of damage, going down to 2 here. And while there isn't technically direct damage over the top for Swim, there is overwhelm.
Yeah, there is the Alpha Wild Claw alongside the Ancient Yeti, and then also the fact that Feel the Rush is a card that exists for this deck, and it is in Swim's hand. So once he gets to that point, he will be able to have that Tryndamere come down, and that is a very, very threatening prospect for him in Asia if he cannot find some freezes or just get the pressure going in the opposite direction.
Absolutely. And here, Swim could technically have developed the Trapper if he wanted to, though actually doesn't necessarily want to fill up the board too much before Feel the Rush. Gonna be able to get some blocks here potentially. Can play Alpha Wild Claw post combat. And can play Alpha Wild Claw and Troll Chant this turn and still have the 3 banked mana to cast Feel the Rush first action on his attack token. All right. Babbling Bjerg draws a Hearthguard, which is not going to be super great here for Manasia. Just a little bit too slow, even though it is a 6/6 Hearthguard.
Yeah, the Wild Claw comes down. It saves enough mana for Troll Chant, and he can play FTR on the next turn.
Yep.
So this is a really good spot for Swim. He can actually protect this Yeti if he wants with the Troll Chant.
Yeah, I mean, he actually wants at least one of these units to die here so that he can cast Feel the Rush and get both units. So it might be the Yeti that gets it. It's likely going to be the Yeti that gets saved, and then the Trapper is going to go under the bus here, and Swim has the ability to take value blocks where he wants. And if it's just the Glory Seeker, Swim probably just lets the attack happen, honestly.
Yeah, I think this is almost just kind of a checkmate scenario with our perspective, with our view of the cards from Asia. Maybe Harsh Winds is salvageable in this spot, but I think there's going to be just too much overwhelm because Manasia has to put forth the 6 health Yeti, or else he's just dead to open attack from this Wild Claw.
Yeah, Harsh Winds.
Freezes are threatening.
But yeah, no, this is just it. There's nothing. Not going to be enough. Not going to be enough booty to stop the overwhelm here, and this is just going to be Swim taking game 1, assuming that he decides to attack.
Yeah, and I think it's likely that Swim will attack in here. I think.
When he's got no other plays, no mana, literally no other mana. Both boards are full. I mean, I think the debate is: are you attacking with just your overwhelm units? Are you attacking with just the overwhelm units and Trundle? Are you swinging with the full board?
Yeah. You could just go Tryndamere, and then you're basically saying, okay, well, if you have Harsh Winds, you're only getting value on one target, and you
definitely attack with Trundle too, though. In that case,
it's
definitely Trundle and
Trundle and
Tryndamere were walking through the forest and saw a gingerbread house. No, it's certainly at least the 2 10/10s. Alpha Wild Claw can go or not. Manasia just waiting for the action to happen. Just put something in the red zone, please, so that I can concede here. So I don't have to play around the out of you disconnected, and I'll take my win.
But, yeah, and there it goes.
Yep.
All right, so Swim leading things off. The Yeti is going to pick up a win, and now he just has an aggro deck remaining, the Jinxless discard, because, of course, to reiterate, Jinx was banned from this tournament today. There was a bug that was allowing her to gain multiple rockets on a single turn. As far as we're aware, it may have been fixed this morning. However, decks needed to be submitted much prior to this being fixed, and we of course wanted to make sure that that Jinx was banned away. We didn't want that to be allowed in the tournament. So Swim said bet and brought Teemo instead of Jinx and is playing discard aggro without her. Which I thought was very interesting to see, and I'm excited that we're gonna get it on stream here. We actually, I don't think we've seen Swim get a chance to really play this yet.
Manesia messages Swim, good Yeti game. There were a lot of Yetis in that game. That was great. But yeah, the again, we talked about this at the top of the show, but I think it's worth reiterating that yes, this is, it is a Jinxless discard aggro deck, but it is slightly different in that it is very much oriented towards the early game, and there are 0 augmented experimenters in this deck. There are obviously 0 Jinx for the reasons we just talked about. So the top end of Swim's deck is that crowd favorite that we see in the hand. There is nothing more expensive than that, and everything else is just very, very aggressive leaning, and even has the Teemos as additional 1-drop elusives to boot.
I will add for Swim, I believe there is 1 Captain Farron. But other than
you're
that,
right, there is. And Decimates,
and
too.
Decimates, but yeah, so there's 3 Decimate, which is one of the things that came in to replace, the Jinx cards, right? The Augmented Experimenter and the Jinx herself. And then the 1 single Decimate, the 1 single Farron to help with that additional burn strategy. So a lot of the discard early aggression is included, but instead of Jinx as your over the top, your kind of late game win condition, there are Decimates and Farron to try and find that reach.
Yep, absolutely. Which, I mean, honestly, like, I love Jinx, don't get me wrong, it's a great card, very powerful. This might just be a more direct route to the same thing. Like, yes, you can jump through some hoops and, eat the removal that Jinx does to create a Decimate every turn, but how many rockets do you really need to generate off of Jinx? Could you just cast Decimate and be in a similar spot? I don't know. I'm curious if Swim brings this build of the deck even if Jinx is legal. Like if next week, if he thinks that this style of deck is a good meta call, if he makes it, of course, does he still bring this version or does he go back to the Jinx? I'm very curious to see that, but we're a ways away from that. Swim still needs to win a few more matches before that's even a consideration.
Wow, Swim actually throwing away the crowd favorite to go wide. Funny enough, which generally you want to be wide for the crowd favorite, but I can see the path that Swim is taking here. Soraka Tom doesn't have a good way to deal with these Daring Poros, and when we look at Swim's hand, he's going to have the Draven on next turn. The Spinning Axe will allow his open attack to trigger visions, and he can play the Brothers Bond onto them as well. So without Tom Kench, there's not really much of a response to these Poros, and if they're going to have 4 attack each, that is going to be terrifying.
They absolutely are. Yeah, that's very, very strong. But and to add to that, Manesia has 2 Star Springs, which I think in a lot of matchups, that's great. You've got a Soraka, you've got a Star Spring, you've got an early unit with some health to heal back. You even have the Shakedown, but those 2 Star Springs are almost blanks in this matchup. In terms of a win condition, yes, they're going to provide a little bit of value. They're just sort of expensive, slow guiding touches in a way that can only target your units. They're just not. If that win condition is going to be relevant, the game's going to be over anyway, because that means Swim's board got completely dealt with, and you could win with almost any unit anyhow. You're never going to get to that 22 heal any faster than anything else. So these Star Springs are as close to blanks as possible, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it's going to be really tough to actually get any value out of that, if not impossible, really. The Tom Kench is a good draw because that's going to help deal with some of these bigger units, but it's tough. Shakedown is absolutely necessary here to actually get rid of one of these. In fact, get rid of both of these Poros. I think that without this Shakedown, this game was going to be done, and it's very, very fortunate for Malaysia that he had that.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to cause a Daring Poro to trade with the Shepherd here. So Swim, utilizing a few resources here to kill the Star Shepherd, which is a pretty heads up play. That can get out of control. It's also another blocker. But with that being said, that vision now can't really get cast this turn super easily. I mean, can hard cast it, but at that point, do you just want to cast Brother's Bond for one less mana and get, an additional proc? I guess Precious Pet plus Visions, I guess, gives the same amount of buffs spread out differently.
Yeah, I like the pet. I think that depending on Manesia's response to your attack in, Brother's Bond or Visions could potentially be better.
Yep, sure. Man, and this is scary because there's so many possibilities. I mean, Brother's Bond is another card, that we didn't mention before, but is a notable difference from the sort of standard cookie cutter discard aggro deck. That's one that has not been showing up as much, but is here now. And of course, this is open deck list, so all of the players know exactly what is in their opponent's deck, but not one that you're, if you're playing sort of on the muscle memory side, you're not necessarily always playing around Brother's Bond when you're playing this matchup on the ladder. So the attack can come in from Swim. Precious Pet can't be blocked. And Soraka really can't block if he wants it to reasonably survive. You could see either the Visions or the Brother's Bond, depending. Well, this blocking like this would force the Brother's Bond, I believe. I'm now going to wait for my analysis for Malaysia to actually choose the blocks.
Yeah, I think the blocking with Soraka is a little sketchy as well, because the problem just being that if you lose this Soraka, does Malaysia still have a path to victory? And I'm not sure about that. The Tom Kench losing HP means that his acquired taste is going to have a lot more trouble actually gaining value.
Yeah,
it's tough. It's a tough spot because you're dropping so low already.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like I think you have to play greedy here if you're Malaysia. Yes, it's gonna get not necessarily even blown out, but Soraka's gonna die if it blocks, right? We know that. Malaysia again can't really play around that too well, right? Like, the options are low. There's 2 blank cards in Malaysia's hand. The Guiding Touch is doing a little bit, but even then, not a ton. I think you need to get a little bit of lucky. If you draw something like an Astral Protection here, all of a sudden, your Tom Kench can kind of eat anything. Technically can threaten to eat the Draven here. Can't even. No, yeah, could use both heal spells to threaten to eat Draven. And might be priced into trying that. Of course, Brother's Bond will stop that. Brother's Bond, Brother's Bond would stop it.
Yeah, but Malaysia not going to commit to the Draven eat with the double buff, it looks like.
Yep.
Could just eat a Precious Pet. Could just go for a Star Spring this turn. Could go for double Star Spring even, but I think it's likely we'll see the Acquired Taste. Actually, maybe not. If he goes Star Spring, he can't really go Acquired Taste.
If he goes double Star Spring, he's going to have a 2-5 and a 2-4, which is certainly, I mean, the problem is it's not even able to block either Precious Pets. And actually, Precious Pets, 3, 4, 5, plus there's an axe, is going to threaten at least 6.
Yeah, we know it's threatening lethal, which is
we know that. Yeah,
from an crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, Precious Pet is very good against this deck in general. Because of exactly this scenario. There's really only the either leveled up champs or 8-punch Pablo, aka Boxtopus, that can deal with it, or that can block, rather, or pumped up Star Shepherd as well, but not a ton in general. This is certainly going to diversify the threats even more. Nasia starting off with the Guiding Touch.
Broadback Protector would be great in the matchup, but it might be too little too late here.
Yeah, Broadback is one that's actually been starting to get the axe, and not the spinning axe. The cut from the deck. It's I think there's really two schools of thought with it, and one is, yes, I want to hedge against these aggro matchups, and if I get this, I can use my resources to my heal resources and my pump resources to keep pumping into this Broadback Protector, which is going to keep my health alive, and it also gives me healable targets. But a lot of top players have actually been cutting it. Also, notably, still can't block Precious Pet. Leveled up Soraka. Still can't block Precious Pet.
Can't block the pets, can't block the Poros. Gotta Acquired Taste something here. Probably one of the Poros. Oh, actually, no. It's gotta be one of the pets. You have to Acquired Taste on one of the pets here, and then just you have this Sunblessed Vigor to try and keep the Kench alive against a trick.
Yeah, the thing is actually with the Guiding Touches, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, even if you're playing around Brothers Bond, okay, Swim just lets that happen.
Yeah, because Swim wants to put these Brothers Bond on the Poros now.
Right. Yeah, this is, I mean, it's not lethal. It's not threatening lethal here, which is certainly, not exactly where Swim wants to be. Still, obviously, in a great, or at least in a decent spot here, pushing a lot of damage. 6, 7, 8, pushing Manasia down to 4. And, it is worth noting, and I know, I point this out a lot, there is a lot of healing and unit healing in the deck, but there's not a ton of Nexus healing in the deck. So I don't even think, let's see, are there even there's not even there's really only the Guiding Touches for Nexus healing. So
that's where this Broadback Protector comes in, that it has been drawn by Manasia, and with the Soraka, it can actually go in with the Tom here to help it be able to actually get another Acquired Taste off.
True.
Deal with some of these elusive units and get the Broadback Protector down to actually heal out of range of this game. So there is an opportunity here for Manasia to stabilize, especially with the Boxtopus pickup as well, being able to potentially take down the Draven. On top of that, it can either do Draven or it can actually kill the other Poro that isn't being eaten by the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, I mean, Manasia might be able to crawl back here. Manasia not even bothering with the Tahm Kench. That's fine. You don't necessarily need to. Tom, he works well when he works slow. He doesn't need to. He's got an acquired taste. He's not super hungry right now. He can wait. He only wants the finest delicacies. I wonder if Swim is debating using this axe to kill the Boxtopus. That could be potentially devastating for him, though. That Sunblessed Vigor.
Yeah, the block going on to Soraka. Trying to make it so she's not a good blocker for the Draven.
Yeah,
Follow-up turn.
Very true. And now, I guess it depends if the Broadback Protector is going to come out here. I mean, it kind of has to, because Swim is going to be threatening lethal with just the Poro on the open attack. I feel like you can, well, the problem is that Hush is always a consideration. Third Guiding Touch is also a consideration in terms of being able to stop the open attack. Of course, we know Broadback Protector will likely be the play for Menasia here. Can't really see, unless he wants to do some shenanigans with, even with Tom Kench, you can't get it out of range of the axe. The axe coming down on the Poro.
I'm curious if it's just Broadback Protector and just hope that 7 is enough to get you through. Because it might be. I mean, 7 might get you there.
Or yeah, it really is going to depend on the draw, of course, from Swim. What can Swim pull off the top? Zonite Urchin.
It can't go Urchin into Farron.
Hush. Hush is huge, potentially. Now, if you're Menasia, you're really not scared at all.
That Hush just basically seals it. I think Swim needs Farron as the only card in his deck that could potentially start to turn this around.
Right.
But I think that Hush just closes things out. The Broadback Protector can keep getting healed up. Farron won't actually be able to outrace it.
Right.
I think that Hush draw has closed the door on Swim here.
Yeah, crazy to think. You know, Menasia playing from the back foot essentially the whole game. And unless some really wonky blocks come through here, and the Hush is forgotten to use, it does seem he may have turned the corner here. Of course, this is going to come at the cost of the Soraka here. Does he want to Hush the Soraka? I can't imagine there's a world that that's the play.
Oh, considering taking some damage.
Okay.
Protect the Boxtopus, but at this point, I think...
I think Menasia trying to play around Decimate doesn't want to go below 5. As there are 3 Decimates in Swim's deck, and there's no additional Nexus healing right now on this turn specifically. Just trying to stay as healthy as possible. This does threaten a board wipe if Swim wants to use the axe on the Battlecaster to kill Tom. That'll also give Swim back a precious pet, I believe.
Yes.
But of course we see the Sunblessed Vigor as well, so can't really reasonably do that. Oh, and Draven, of course, still survives because of quick attack. Okay, and what the Oh, the Star Spring is going to heal the Protector. That's right. So Protector's actually not going to die next turn. It's going to be a 2-1, even without the use of the Sunblessed Vigor. So that's actually pretty huge. And might I be eating my words, Casa? Might we see a Star Spring victory?
I mean, it's possible, right, at this point. I think Manesia has completely stabilized, and really it's just going to come down to trying to stay alive even longer. And we could absolutely see Starspring be the victor here.
Yeah.
As you know, we're going to see the Sunblessed Vigor to try and draw more. You could go second Starspring and just keep generating a lot of healing each turn, but that's another Broadback Protector that was picked up and
decimate. Massive play for Manesia to play around that.
Yeah. Starspring going to come down. Broadback Protector, there's 2 of them now. I think that's going to be able to just completely out-heal anything that Swim can do.
Yeah, that's going to go 4, put Manesia down to 3. Then he's going to heal back up 3, go to 6. So I think you called it a couple of turns ago, Casa. A, I think this is Manesia's game. B, if it's not, it is going to be Farron on almost exactly this turn. And even that might not be enough, as Manesia is going to be gaining 6 life a turn here.
Yeah, it absolutely wasn't Flame Jumpers. That was not the draw that Swim
Confirmed.
needed.
Flame Chompers was not the answer for Swim. Yeah, and Betty Croker just allowing for even more draws here. This is not to mention the fact that Tom Kench is going to be getting healthier and healthier every turn. This is the Betty Crokers coming in and just dealing the damage. And oh, by the way, let's get Tom and Broadback Protector in there swinging. Well, maybe not. You don't really need to.
Scared of jury rig.
Yeah, get jury rig punished. I think it's actually a throw to, as much of a meme as it is to attack with Tom Kench. I think it actually would be a throw.
Yeah, Manesia really needs to just go for this attack. This is good, and then play Broadback Protector and kind of just pass until the game ends. Because at that point, the Star Springs will just continue to heal each turn, and they will finish the game themselves.
They're your own mini Leviathan in a way.
In a way, in a roundabout way, they are.
Yeah, they're a less hit you in the face Leviathan, and more of a tranquil healing place. I feel like Swim is not really one to concede early, but second Broadback Protector really feels like that's game.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely done here. I don't think Farron is even answering this necessarily. I think this is 6 healing going up to 12 on the next turn. Acquired Taste, once again, potentially could come out, but no.
Yeah, it would get countered by the
spinning axes that can see in hand.
Yep. Hey, Rummage is certainly going to give Swim the most options.
I mean, I do think it's too little too late, though, and, here's another way to find more, but Swim's just going to go ahead and surrender that one, so we're going to be able to move on to Game 3. Manesia has brought it to match point, able to get the win with Soraka Tom, and now that is putting Swim on this Jinxless discard aggro, going up against, I believe, it's Ash Nox for Manesia. And we'll see if it can get through that mid-range deck, see if it can get through the freezes to actually get that damage. But at least this time for Swim, all damage that goes through, it will stick. Ash Nox does not have healing. Anything that he is able to push towards the face, and especially this burn-oriented version, this more burn-heavy style, will be able to leverage that to actually take down the Ash Nox. So we'll see if that's how it pans out, or if we get an onslaught of Yetis very early on from Manesia, and he's in fact able to just completely take control of the board and run over. But this is a hand.
Ooh, yeah, that is definitely a hand. That's what
Swim just hit okay. Yeah, he said, all right, bet.
That's what we in the old Magic business used to like to call a sneep. That's a snap keep. We're snapping our fingers on that one. We take that. That's turn one 1-mana House Spider. Also, I get to draw a card into turn 2. Created a free 1/1 and then also start the elusive Poro train. And even more value potentially if you want to diversify it. If you want to have some challengers in the mix too, you can go that route. And this is a kind of a slow clunker a little bit for Menasia. It does have the Assessor and the Brittle Steels to potentially get some value, but...
Draven for 3.
Okay. I mean, honestly, you take those.
Yeah.
Also, I'm dumb. This is even better than that. It's turn 1 Super House Spider. Turn 1 Super House Spider.
Yeah, turn 2 double Poro, turn 3 Draven plus Flame Chomper. I mean, this is something else, Blev. Yeah. This is something else.
Yeah. I think. Well.
Indeed, Blev.
Well, I think there's kind of a couple options here. I mean, I guess it's just the Brittle Steel. I was wondering if there's any consideration to pass there. The problem is that you're only eating 2, and it's not even eating because he gets to bank in his spell mana, which isn't useless in this deck. It's like, Swim has put Menasia in such a just Monka-esque situation. There's no better way to describe it.
Monka, yeah, where's the Monka-ez from Menasia? I mean, once the Draven hits the board, we might see it.
And Teemo too, sure. Now, with all of this being said, we are going to have Ashe plus Trifarian Assessor sort of mini combo online next turn, and that can start to eat away at this board. We could even see a Culling Strike this turn on a Poro, and the only thing that would beat you is if his hand is exactly second Poro Cannon into double Visions.
Yeah, right.
That would blow that out, but I don't think any deck is ever beating that hand if that is what Swift's hand
No, you're not. You're not. There's not many decks that are beating this hand either, to be honest. This is a pretty crazy hand. I mean, okay, sure, there are plenty of decks that would run some AoE board wipes. Maybe we'd see an Avalanche or something like that, and that could respond. But this is just so... I mean, this is just so much pressure. Oh my god. You just hit the Visions, too. This is just... I mean, poor Menasia, honestly. I don't think you beat this. I just don't think Ashnox can ever beat this. This is ridiculous. And we talked about how all the damage sticks. I mean, Swim's just laughing. He's got the evil laugh. Yeah, he knows that this is just over, man. He's got the discard for not only the Visions, but he can also set up a challenger with the Flame Chomper.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
Yep. I mean, even if he can't even go the Culling Strike's gonna get countered if he casts it on anything. I mean, he can get the pull on the Draven, the free pull, but does that even matter? I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, the Swim just let this happen.
Part of me thinks he does. You know, you can utilize the Spinning Axis on the next turn to give more damage to your final push. But it looks like maybe he's going to at least threaten the Ashe. That would be the consideration of this play here.
Yeah. You can threaten the Ashe, and then also this will effectively... I mean, it doesn't really cost you an axe because you're going to get another one from Draven now. It's also going to kill the 5/1. Not that that's a huge consideration because it can't block anyway. But killing the Ashe is certainly good. Menasia, again, can't even cast the Culling Strike. Can't cast a Brittle Steel, or... Actually, the Troll Chant's going to be pretty big here.
Yep.
It's going to save both of his units.
Troll Chant's great.
I think he should have put the... Oh, no, yeah, putting the Troll Chant on Draven doesn't do anything because he can just axe again if he wanted to. So yeah, this is probably better.
Well, now Swim has the capacity to just attack in, double spinning axe on burst speed to have the challengers down. He can also just play one now. This opens up, other possibilities, especially if he were to draw just like another Visions, which would be just absurd if that was the pickup here for Swim. But okay, well, crowd favorite is also quite good, considering it's a full board.
Yeah, crowd favorite actually gets pretty punished though by the Icevale Archer.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually potentially a way back in a little bit. I mean, this almost opens up a little bit of room for Menasia to start whittling their way back in here. The unfortunate part is that, the Culling Strike can't really reasonably be used on the crowd favorite this turn. You kind of need to use it, I think, on one of these units, one of these attackers. Well, maybe not. Casso, this one actually, I think it might be a little bit closer than we were giving it credit for. It's not quite over because the game, there's not necessarily enough over the top here. Menasia is going to have a little bit of room.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to Swim picking up the decimates, right, at this point in the game.
Sure.
If Teemo gets in, Shrooms are also very relevant.
Sure.
But yeah, it was interesting to see someone in chat mentioned Reckoning. That would have been pretty crazy as a response to the crowd favorite as well.
Yeah.
I
mean,
think
it wouldn't kill the crowd favorite.
A lot of damage in, because then the block would be forced out of Ash, and that's only two damage being blocked away from the crowd favorite. So maybe that wouldn't have been, or maybe that was Swim's consideration to the Reckoning, is that, hey, this crowd favorite's still going to get a lot of pressure off of that. Either way, though, we're at a point where Brittle Steel likely on Teemo, and then Culling Strike onto the crowd favorite. And I mean, you're right. It's only 4 damage on this turn. Menasia does lose his Ash. He's still under a lot of threat from these elusives.
Yeah.
But he's alive another turn. Potentially can find something like that Reckoning, can find something to help remove these elusives and stabilize the game.
Yeah, I mean, when the dust settles, and I guess there is still going to be 2 elusives, because the assessor, or sorry, the Glory Seeker can kill the Teemo on attack, and then there's still going to be 4 power, which is still, well, I guess that would be threatening lethal next turn. So Menasia is going to need another piece of interaction with these elusives just as the board sits, without anything additional being put forth from Swim.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we were ahead of ourselves. I think that this is all but locked up because Swim's top decks, especially in this variation, a lot of them can provide that extra 1 damage. Even though he doesn't have things like Mystic Shot or Get Excited, he doesn't have the Jinx. He does have the Decimates, he's got the Farron. Yeah. But also, if any of the elusives survive, things like Arena Battlecaster also are adding additional damage. Over the top, Precious Pet is a miss. So that certainly does help Menasia, but he didn't find any interaction this turn. So it is just going to be Glory Seeker trading for 1 elusive.
Yep. I mean, imagine if Reckoning happened this turn. That would be big now.
Right, that would now be very relevant.
Yep, but as it stands, the Glory Seeker, well, I mean, I guess, I don't know if I like open attack here. I feel like you lose very little from developing. There's not really a punish per se. I guess if you're it's one fewer unit if you're playing around crowd favorite. That's a possibility. And then, you know, even just playing a Trapper or a Hearthguard is almost like a soft pass to say, hey, Swim, are you going to play anything else here? That I maybe you'll play a juicier target for Glory Seeker. Probably doesn't make a big difference there, but I think there was very little to lose by playing this Hearthguard before, and it's potentially another 5 damage in. Right? You not only have to survive. Once you get to that point where you survive, you also need to be, putting a clock forth that is going to actually win you the game. But Swim now just needs to attack with both elusives and give one. It needs to give just one axe. Of course, it is a little bit risky because a freeze would stop this and potentially give Manasia another turn, but Swim kind of backed into a corner here.
Yeah, it does seem like Swim really just has to commit at this point and hope that there's no freeze. I mean, we have the caster vision. We see both hands. We know Swim has this so long as he goes in with the attack. And he might just rely on shrooms.
Oh, this is potentially I mean, that's potentially a throw, Casa. I mean, what value, like, what is the punish if you use one of those axes there? Troll chant? Okay. You're not really in a worse spot. I guess, I mean, because the axe is on is going to be giving you a flame chompers. It's not like you're even throwing away a card. Oh, this could be, I mean, it might not matter, Casa, but this is another opening for Manasia.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it absolutely is. It's pretty rough for Swim if there's no shroom hit, and if Manasia can actually get wide enough to threaten lethal on the counter swing. He needs to force a block, but
calculated, maybe a little bit sloppy from both players, because why are you not killing Teemo on that turn before? But in the end, it didn't matter. Swim gets it there, ends up beating Manasia 2-1 and moves on to the next round here. Still life for Swim, and Swim fans everywhere are rejoicing.
Swim fans everywhere rejoicing. Yeah, Swim gonna be making it to the losers final. He will be going up against Feeney. The winner of that will be invited back to Fight Night and take on Bones in the grand final. We're gonna run off to a short break, but when we return, we'll have that losers final. Feeney versus Swim. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We have just seen Swim advance over Manesia to move on to the losers bracket final, where he will take on Finny, who ended up losing to Bones in the winners final. He's been waiting up here, waiting to try and get his rematch against Bones and his spot back in next week's Fight Night. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket, try and break down how we've got to this point so far in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw actually Swim get dropped down to the losers bracket right at the beginning, playing against Morp, losing that 2-0, but it was a very, very close one on stream. Definitely implore you to go back and rewatch that one. That was a great one. We then saw Finny take out Morp 2-1. Bones taking out Cephalopod in that second round, and then Bones winning the 2-0 versus Finny to advance to their first winners side finals. Though this Bones is no stranger to the finals, though generally on the losers bracket side, but on the bottom, Morp taken out by Manesia, Swim taking down Cephalopod. We just saw Swim winning that 2-1 over Manesia, and here we are in the losers bracket finals, Finny versus Swim.
Yeah, and we get another chance to potentially see that Demacia Elites deck on Swim, on stream for Finny against Swim here.
Yep.
Really excited to see. We're going to jump to the push-up camp.
Classic.
Got this one last week as well. That was, again, we're always a little bit slow to get to the push-up cam, because that was, push-ups 96 through 100 that Swim just did. He always does 100 push-ups before, the losers final or the final match. Generally, he's been winner's side a lot of the time, but being able to get there really, really well. Swim, one of the strongest competitors and one of the strongest physical players in Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't mentioned it this stream as much, but of course, in the Giant Slayer cinematic universe, the Swimbiote is one of the strongest entities in general, and of course, coming off of a win, used his hyper beam last week, and that's why he's had to start off with a loss to recharge and fight through the losers bracket. The Fight Night's Giant Slayer cinematic universe developing each and every single week.
Yep. That's it. That's the one.
There it is. It's canon now.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, Swim, we jumped out of ourselves there doing the push-ups. He's ready to go against Finny, but Finny did bring some a pretty interesting lineup. Specifically, that Gates deck is something that we probably didn't expect to see, and we haven't seen for a very long time. And using that as a meta call, I think, interestingly, against Swim, it has some game against the discard deck, the Jinxless discard deck, as it will be able to answer a lot of the board, as it can go wide itself. It's also feasibly going to do okay against Swim's Yeti deck, as it can potentially match up on the board through pure just volume of followers that it plays, and things like For the Fallen potentially getting a lot of value in the matchup as well. So I do think this lines up reasonably well. I think Swim's decks maybe aren't going to be as beat down by the Stony Suppressor as we saw some other lineups, and maybe that can come back to hurt Finny if he doesn't, or if he's got that. But it can do well against the Yetis, at least. That deck, Feel the Rush, almost unplayable.
Close. If there's two out, it's literally unplayable. I mean, it's possible. Stony Suppressor, I mean, turning Poro Cannon into a 1-mana spell, I mean, if you can get an early Stony Suppressor, and if that can throw off really any of those explosive turns potentially, I mean, 1-mana Poro Cannon, 1-mana Axes, all of a sudden, like, the margins are very slim on how fast Swim needs to go early. So if Stony Suppressor even buys a turn or a turn and a half of extra time versus that aggressive deck, it could definitely be a difference maker. But we're not getting that matchup off the start. We are seeing the Yeti, the K-pop Yetis versus the Elites deck here first.
Yeah, and I'm excited to actually get to see the Elites list in a full game. We haven't actually gotten a full game of this deck so far, and I think that against the Yetis, it does feel like it has game, but it will be interesting to see if it does get overwhelmed by those 5/5s, if they end up actually being crushing, and Swim has the option for one Yeti here. Finny doesn't start to curve out until turn 3 with the hand that he picked up, and Swim's got the turn 6 Ruination potential, unless we see a Throny Suppressor pushing that to a 10 mana cost, and well, it's
there it is.
Top, so that's a big pickup. It denies the ramp as well.
It sure does. It sure does slow it down. That's big. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't, right? Because well, no, because he can just cast it next turn, right? It's just gonna. He's not gonna have the banked. He's not gonna have the banked.
It's same turn, but you lose 1 mana.
Yes, exactly. The interesting thing here is that we saw that Ruination kept in the opener for Swim, as obviously, it makes sense that would be a very impactful card. And you said you can have that turn 6, now turn 7 Ruination, but we see that For the Fallen in Finny's hand. So if Swim is relying on that Ruination being a huge swing, could get punished by the For the Fallen, and just, Finny could potentially, set up an open attack to win on the following turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that is a major concern for Swim, and he might even consider that he actually just can't beat that. That is a very strong swing turn overall. If he has to ruinate a board that Finny has, it's pretty likely that if For the Fallen exists, he does just lose.
Yep. It's also, I mean, that's the sort of the beauty of this build of Swim's deck with the Yetis and everything else, that like, he can cast Ruination and potentially follow up with 10 power of units afterwards. Like, it's so strong. And also, if that's not the line that Swim wants to go for, if he has the read on the For the Fallen and doesn't want to get blown out by it, he can just play for the board a little bit more. I mean, these Yetis, they're not quite going to get online yet, but Trapper's going to be doing work for now. The Troll Chant is going to help there too. And maybe the Yetis just get played out on the board. Maybe a 4 mana, 3 mana, 4 mana, or 5 mana Yetis can just get played out as to be able to gum up the board and keep Finny's board at bay. I'm not exactly sure if that's the line that Swim wants to go for, especially considering there is the 2/4 Demasias, which can set up for a turn to really swing out. But we'll see.
Yeah, now goes over to Finny. He can picks up Cythria, so he can do the classic 5 mana Garen and 6 mana Cythria. Yeah. But that would play a bit into Ruination, as it will be on a Ruination turn that you're following up that Cythria. So it's more likely that we would see Finny just passing on that turn to try and get Swim to actually play this Ruination. So I'm curious what this turn will be instead. Does he want to go for something like the Bannerman? That would actually open up the Squire to being played, but it can only be played afterwards because then it'll be reduced cost. Or just the Garen. Yeah, I like Garen. It is an attacking turn, so I think that also improves just the quality of playing Garen. Because you would want to try and get that strikeout. If it's free on this turn, you're going to take it.
Yep. Icefield Archer, of course, is a very good development punish there. And now the attacks from Finny don't look super great. You actually want to keep... You don't really want to trade your 3/3s on a turn that you're not going to cast For the Fallen. You want to keep your board full for that For the Fallen, after a Ruination. If you're only For the Fallening for 2 units, it's not quite as impactful.
Yeah, Swim doesn't have any plays left either. This is
Vile Feast, maybe, to have a chump blocker for a future turn.
3 mana Feast. Nothing to remove either.
Yeah.
It's just kind of...
It doesn't even gain 1. It's a 3 mana 1/1 unit.
Yeah. Ugh.
And,
deal 1, play a 1/1 for 3.
Yeah, and it's even effectively costing Swim a mana because it's not even... You're only going to be able to bank 2 mana next turn. Is that actually... Wait, is that actually... Well, okay. Oh, no, that is...
Oh,
now, if Swim wanted to cast Ruination this turn, he can't. Because of the man, Stony Suppressor putting in work, just making these spells so awkward.
Finny can go wide and set up an open attack. He knows he's safe to Ruination.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, there's not. Yeah, that's insane because there's not, like, with the Stony Suppressor. There's not a 0 mana way to. Well, you literally can't have a 0 mana card because of Stony Suppressor, right? Unless there's a -1 mana give a unit challenger or something, which obviously doesn't exist. Yeah, Finny is going to be able to go wide here, set up an open attack, and then see what Swim does. If it's Ruination, it's potentially, if it's Ruination after the open attack, it's potentially For the Fallen into Relentless Pursuit game. If it's not, you're probably in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think Finny's in a really good place from this point in the game. I mean, this deck really showing what it can do. I mean, just the Cithria is big because he knows he's got the open attack on deck, and like you said, I mean, this is open, and then if it's Ruination, you For the Fallen rally. If it's not Ruination, okay, I've got Garen Cithria on board.
Yeah. I think this is probably some number of 5/5s for Swim, and just try to play for the board a little bit, I guess. You kind of have to, right? You don't. I'm just wondering if Finny. So For the Fallen effectively costs 4 mana without the Stony Suppressor. Next turn, Finny is going to have 7, 8, 9. It's not enough to cast for Demacia and then For the Fallen afterwards. Ooh! Actually, it's going to be exactly enough to do that if he wants to. I wonder, is that going to be lethal? I don't think so, though. It's only going to be 18. I say only 18 as if that's not, not a massive amount of damage. But so I'm trying to think out here. Finny could open attack, sure. Could also open with a For Demacia to bait out the Ruination, follow up with a full 18 damage For the Fallen attack, and then essentially first action next turn Relentless Pursuit and just see what happens. That is a possible line for Finny. We'll see what they end up going for.
All right, I think it has to always be open here. And you just keep the Stony Suppressor. You might as well keep it back.
Leave the all-star of the deck, Stony Suppressor, back. Just, commanding the battle from the back lines, just generaling this deck. I mean, you think Commander Garen or even, Commander Cithria. No. It's Commander Stony Suppressor.
The leader of this operation, the Stony Suppressor.
Yeah, I mean, what are the chances? Well, it's not going to happen this game because the threat is too immediate from other bigger units. But I mean, what are the chances that Swim would want to cast a Vengeance on the Stony Suppressor?
I mean, we saw one earlier, right?
Yeah.
We saw a Vengeance go towards a Stony Suppressor, and I mean, it's just brutal having to deal with it. We saw Swim maybe looking at a Vengeance on this turn, but I'm not seeing the paths to victory for Swim. I think he's trying to get to these Yetis being playable after a Ruination or alongside multiple other units on a turn. But I mean, I look at this from Finny, and I think I don't have to even commit anything. If Swim passes, I'll pass back.
Yeah. You have the option to do that. You have the option to be aggressive. You can play Relentless Pursuit now. See what that warrants. If it's it could be Bannerman. It can be Bannerman into Relentless Pursuit into, if after that is a Ruination.
It could have even been, so if Swim passed, it could have been Relentless Pursuit.
This is just game.
And that would force Swim to ruinate the board, and then Finny could just play For the Fallen. So this is just game.
Yeah.
Because this is just going to be For the Fallen, Relentless Pursuit. And that should just do it.
There might need to be a unit before that. 3, 6, 7, 8. No, it doesn't even need to be. Well, you can play a unit. This is only gonna. Oh.
Yeah.
No, because the unit died before, right? It doesn't need to be the last units that died, right? Yeah, this is just gonna be it. Yeah, that's how you draw it up. That's how you draw it up. For the Fallen counters the Ruination entirely, and to add to it, the Relentless Pursuit as the cherry on top to end the game immediately. That's going to be Finny going up a game versus Swim in these losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this deck a lot. We really loved that this was brought. It's felt like a good meta call, and it's paid off for Finny. We see him already taking game number 1 with it in the losers final. He's already made it this far in the tournament playing it, but being able to grab the game with it, just putting himself 1 game away from getting the invite back to Fight Night and having a shot at the grand finals to try and take that home. I mean, now it's on Ash Nox to get him there, and that's generally a good deck to have. It's pretty rare that we see Ash Nox get 2-0'd. It's possible. You can have some brick draws if you have too many spells. There's potential for Swim to run over it, but overall, I think Finny has positioned himself really well to take this series and to move on to face off against Bones once again. So really going to have to see Swim string something together, find both these wins.
Absolutely. I mean, and we talked about it before, Swim and team is generally building really great meta counter decks. But boy, oh boy, Elise was not part of that meta consideration. No. I almost guarantee that it was not on their radar when building this lineup, because it's not common. And, we talked about it before. If you're coming to your first fight night, or, you're coming to a fight night, yeah, you can try to play, just try to play the meta decks better than the players here. But I would, if it were me, I'd be trying to add a little bit of a wrinkle to it instead. Something a little off kilter.
It is one big thing with this format is it does feel like a lot of times the 2 best decks or the 2 pillars of the format don't always succeed. We do see them sometimes slip through and someone makes their way to the final with exactly the 2 decks you would expect. But a lot of times it feels like it is these counter meta things that target a lot of the very good things, or they target the next level of what's good against the pillars that tend to have the best showings, and Finny having a great showing with the elites so far, and we're gonna see if he can continue that success into the finals. If he can beat Swim with Ash Nox, he just needs 1 of 2 games. He's got to win.
Yep, it's certainly where you want to be. Of course, up a game, not a better place to be, obviously, at this point. And now we might be seeing a another Yetis deck, but Finny pulling out the Winding God special. Yugi himself living vicariously through Finny, getting the Yeti right off the bat.
Yeah, and in this spot, it feels like Finny can't play it because he doesn't have something to go alongside it on this turn, so he's going to go Ash instead. The Yeti is actually a little awkward with this hand, because the next turn it feels more likely that Hearthguard is a play that you'd want to go for instead of Bjerg plus Yeti, but it's overall still Finny's in a good spot with his hand. He's got Hearthguard, he's got Yeti, he has that Assessor to refill. So Finny's in a pretty reasonable spot so far, and Swim was just forced to Vengeance an Ash. So I don't think Swim is upset with having to Vengeance an Ash, but overall the mana trade goes in Finny's favor.
Sure. And I mean the beauty of Yeti and by proxy Trapper is that maybe Finny doesn't get the full, Yugi Moto value of playing it immediately, but boy, that 5/5 sure does scale well into the late game. Doesn't really matter if you're not using it now, even if it's just play a Yeti into guaranteeing at least 1 draw off of your Assessor. That's a win. Or a small win, not a game win, but a small win for sure.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, and here we are, right? This is the Hearthguard that we expected. Next turn, you mentioned, getting that draw off the Yeti with the Assessor. We could just see Yeti plus Assessor draw 2 if Finny wants to just keep the steam up and play on curve. The other options are, of course, to just go, like Bjerg Yeti, or he picked up the Sejuani. It's turn 6. It's an attacking turn. Maybe just keep playing on curve. Keep playing aggressively. Because you've got the Troll Chant in your back pocket. You've got the mana banked already. There's a lot of good options for Finny.
Absolutely. I do think that this is going to be, Finny needs to be very mindful of the card advantage here. Does need to make sure that they're drawing, 1, 2. I mean, maybe you get a little bit greedy and go for 3. Probably just the 2, though, with the Assessor, because you're going to need resources to recoup after the Ruination. This is kind of the game plan that Swim is going for, which is, if not control the board entirely, at least keep yourself from getting overrun with trappers, force opponent to commit more than they maybe want to, cast Ruination, cast Yeti, profit, essentially, is where they want to go. And if, Finny is able to survive the Ruination with 2, 3, 5 cards in hand, that play all of a sudden seems medium and not backbreaking like Swim wants it to be.
Yeah, when we do look at the hands, though, I mean, you talked about this Ruination, Yeti. That looks really scary. If we're Finny, pretty much regardless. I mean, he can get a good draw off this Assessor, but end of the day, if his board is wiped and we get 2 Yetis out of Swim, I think it's going to be tough to come back from that, especially considering that as the game goes later, Swim is advantaged being the FTR deck with the Tryndamirs. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this whole Yeti Ruination sub-game is great, but at the end of the day, the 12 mana concert is the game ender potentially for Swim, if not the Yeti show not the Yeti pre-show. That can end it for sure, but the finale is certainly the Field of Rush.
All right, and Swim can commit more to the board here if he wants to try and set up for additional blocks. The question becomes, does Swim want to commit more to this board, or is he trying to pull Finny in for a Ruination? And, he somewhat can contest this board. The trappers can line up well into the Assessor and the other trapper, and he's got a Yeti for Yeti trade available to him, or Hearthguard, either way. It does, he doesn't deal with the second 5/5 well in any case here.
Yeah, I'm wondering. See, I'll block with the 3/3. Maybe play another trapper. I think you're okay with a Yeti on top. Of course, that does effectively lower your odds of drawing Field of Rush earlier. Which is, you're starting to get you're very rapidly approaching a turn where you're going to definitely want one. So I guess if you're going to commit the trapper, do it now, so that you're not necessarily delaying your Field of Rush by too many turns. Otherwise, I guess you're kind of priced into playing the trapper after you find Field of Rush, which doesn't feel great. Okay, I think that this bodes better for Swim. It's just another card, just another raw card being used by Finny on a board that Swim is likely going to want to Ruination. I think now it's Swim's considering, can he play the trapper? Does that bait out more resources from Finny, or is Finny done developing? Does he have to cast the Ruination next turn, etc.? So not sure where Swim's going. Another Sejuani drone.
At any point here, Swim can go Ruination Yeti, or I guess one more turn until that's available. But yeah, I mean, this board doesn't feel great to ruinate when we look at just how many cards are in Finny's hand. I actually think that Finny is in a really great spot because he's putting enough pressure that it feels like Swim will need to ruinate soon. But if he does, I mean, Finny's going to go, you know, he's got Sejuani, he's got the Battling Bjerg. The Glory Seeker is a great ruination punish because it's so cheap for so much power. So, I mean, I think, yeah, Finny's got a good spot because if Swim passes here, I think Finny can just pass. And he can look to just attack again.
Yeah, I mean, that attack is going to be 12 damage if Swim chumps the Yeti. Well, now be a little bit less with the Troll Champ, but even so, yeah, just attack. It's the, you know, it wasn't Alan that came up with it, but it was Alan that certainly instilled it into me. It's like, I'm ahead on board. I don't need to do anything. I can just pass. My opponent has to do something here. I can just pass and attack. Swim needs to commit. So there's not really, you know, maybe I don't know if Swim is trying to, you know, use these passes to try to bait Finny into something, but Finny really doesn't need to do anything right now, given the board state. Doesn't need to do anything before Swim does something.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a way back in for Swim, and I'm struggling right now. Because at any point the Ruination getting played is just gonna have Finny respond with a pretty wide board. He even got another 2-drop. So he's gonna be able to fill the board essentially. And ruinating 3 units is just so soft. And I don't know if Swim has enough to just push the damage with Overwhelm. I mean, we do see double Tryndamere, so he's got the Battle Fury, he's got the Yeti for additional Overwhelm, but yeah, it's a tough spot to be in for Swim, certainly, because 20 health on the other side is not very easy to push through unless he's hitting an FTR. But even then, it's just not quite getting there.
Now, what if Swim uses an offensive Ruination and goes Ruination, Yeti? It's going to get punished by Sejuani so hard.
So you're saying ruinate
like,
here.
Ruinate right now. Opponent follows
that just
up with
levels
something.
your Tryndamere.
Levels Trynd, and then you're able to put 10 additional power, but that's not even good.
It just might. I wonder if it's like almost the best line for Swim. Like when we consider where he is in this game.
Right.
Is that what he has to do to win? Because he can't just pass. If he develops, I think he's still losing. So
yeah,
we're at the point in the game where it's either try and go over the top with Overwhelm, but he doesn't get there with just this Battle Fury, or it's Ruinate, like you said, and just go wide with the Yetis.
Yeah, I think, you know, attacking first is fine because like I think that play. Well, now the problem is that the play, like now the Ruination would wipe the
kills
Trundle.
Your Tryndamere as well, unless you do it this way.
Okay.
I mean, you could Troll Chant and then Ruinate, but
that's fine. Yeah, I mean the Ruination essentially is you know, catching Swim back up for how far behind he let himself get on the board, right? It's gonna, you know, especially if Finny commits something here, which again has really no need to do, but might go, well, probably wouldn't go for like a freeze Culling Strike, I don't think. But like if Finny just passes here, I think Swim is still sort of priced into playing Ruination, Yeti defensively, and then just hoping that, you know, there's enough resources to keep him alive.
I mean, can he afford to just play a 2-drop? And
probably.
now if Swim doesn't ruinate, I mean, this is even scarier. This is an even more terrifying board. It was fairly non-committal for Finny. He's got another Glory Seeker that can come down.
Oh, he even has another one. I didn't realize that there was a second Glory Seeker and an Icevale Archer. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
So you just go Icevale Archer, Culling Strike. You go Glory Seeker.
Yeah. And
you
then,
picked up the Ashe, so maybe it's not even Glory Seeker. Maybe it's Ashe instead.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I mean, I think, you know, regardless, it's looking good for Finny.
Yeah, I mean, Yeti for Swim does protect reasonably, but the Ashe might also just be how many freezes have there been? It's not a ton. I'm wondering if the Harsh Winds is threatening an open attack lethal.
It very well could be. I mean, there's been at least one with the Icevale Archer that we see now. I think no, there was a troll chant before. I don't know if there was another one.
Oh, I keep missing it. I've actually missed it like 4 times now. I
tried to look. I couldn't see it. Okay, Avalanche would actually threaten to clear 2 units if the Assessor comes down.
Yeah, I did manage to miss it yet again, but I think it's 1 of 5. There we go. Yes, actually caught it that time, 1 of 5.
Okay,
so and that's what we thought. That's where we thought it was.
Yep.
We thought it was at 1 of 5. So that's not going to be able to set up the open attack with the freeze. Now, this is 3x Sejuani, though. So you can go Sejuani and set up for potentially a Fury of the North to end the game. The concern comes down to second Ruination, but I feel like playing around that gets a little bit dicey.
Yeah.
And this is a reasonable way to do that, is to go Glory Seeker first, but it's a little bit scary overall. In fact, actually, Sejuani first is better against Ruination, I think.
Yep. It's also better against Avalanche, which is what is in Swim's hand. Because then, well, I guess, let's see, 10, 11 mana, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so there wouldn't actually be enough mana to cast Sejuani's Fury of the North, and Glory Seeker, so I guess it's kind of a moot point, but this is going to deal a decent amount here. And Sejuani is going to kill a Yeti and essentially force the is going to force the other Yeti to chump. Of course, there is, of course.
We could see the Trapper, right? That would...
Trapper can come out. Yep.
But in that event, we just have Ashe pull the Frostbitten.
Yep.
Yeti that has the vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Trapper block onto Sejuani is not great.
Nope.
I think Finny might be locking this one up. I mean, there is the Trinamir for Swim. That helps. Maybe FTR can actually be... Well, no, FTR hard loses to Harsh Winds Reckoning in hand for Finny.
Or just Harsh Winds. Because the next round... So this will put it up to 2. This will put Ashe up to 2. And then if it gets to a next turn, which it almost certainly will with the Harsh Winds, that'll be 3-4. And then the attack with Ashe will be
that's 5.
I guess it's going to depend on how much board is left for Swim here. Swim going down to 1. Says he doesn't need more than that. It's fair.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, Love. I think Finny's got it.
Well, Field of Rush is probably the start.
Okay,
Flash
freeze
might keep Swim alive. Ooh. And now it doesn't even need to be...
Could just be Winds Reckoning.
Yeah, it could be Winds Reckoning. It could be Winds... Oh, and that levels Ash. Okay, I must have missed a freeze somewhere.
Well, the Sejuani freeze. That was the extra.
Oh, that was the one. That was the one.
But yeah, this is it's just Wynn's Reckoning, and you know we can see the flash freeze from Swim, and the Reckoning would have removed one of Finny's own units, but it wouldn't matter, because that would just still be the game ending on the open attack. I think pretty much no matter what, Finny just had it.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Yeah, I feel like the freeze. The flash freeze did essentially gained you more health here than the.
Yeah, but it's not enough in Swim. Swim is going to drop third. He's not going to make it back. And after 2 weeks of really great placements and even a victory for Swim, he will not be returning. Instead, Finny is going to make it to next week's fight night, and he's going to have a shot in the grand finals against Rattling Bones. Bones finally winner's side. He's been trying for so long to get it. He's had so many runners-up performances in fight night. Now, finally, Bones is winner's side, and he has one final boss, that is Finny, in order to get his very first fight night win. We're going to go to a short break, but we'll have that matchup for you in just a moment. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. I'm your host, Casanova, and joining me as always is the Blevins. We have made it through a long day of Legends of Runeterra action so far, and we're finally here at the grand finals. Bones here once again, going to be taking on Finny. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket, Blevins, and we're going to see exactly how we got here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a long road to the tippy top of Mount Targon, but a wait at the top was us two, the Golden Sisters. Of course, we'll be getting to the bracket in a second, but the players have been playing in the double elimination bracket. We invited 8 players. 2 of them returned. We saw one get knocked out in swim, but our other invited player from this week, that one was the finalist last week, is a finalist this week as well. It's Rattling Bones. Every player has played a best of 3 match this tournament, and players brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win, players need to win with both of their decks. And the players have been playing for their share of the $200 prize pool. And of course, the top 2 are getting invited back. So our 2 players here, Finny and Bones, will be invited back to the next one. But I want you to avert your gaze from the $200 and over to that little black box at the bottom that says, if the grand finals from the lower bracket wins, in this case, Finny, there will be a bracket reset because it is a double elimination tournament. Bones has not lost yet. So if Finny wins, there will be a bracket reset and we'll see another best of 3. If Bones wins a best of 3 at any point here, it's over. Casa, let's take a look at the ascension here to our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Bones' path, he took down Italian X in round 1 and then Cephalopod and then beat Finny, sending him down to the losers, where Finny on the other side took down Orbmeister, Morpadorp, and then lost to Bones before defeating Swim, denying Swim's return to Fight Night and claiming it for himself.
Yep.
And now he's got the rematch against Bones. We saw the first time around, it didn't go so well. Bones had some great games, some very good hands, and it was kind of domination over the Ashe Sedge in 2 games in a row. So we'll see if Finny can turn that around in this grand final, because at the start, it feels like Bones has a really good time against that Ashe Sejuani deck.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, there's the one line of thought of, well, I need to win with it anyway, so let's just try to get that win out of the way. And if I get that win, maybe that's a big motivator and a push to win the set. On the other hand, maybe it's like, let me get my wins in while I can, and maybe use that as a motivator to get a win with the deck you haven't yet. So who knows? We'll have to see if Finny tries the same strategy, or if they want to change it up and run the Elites deck first.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting to see, because it did seem like Ashe Nox was struggling in this matchup. So potentially getting that win is so important. You need to just play it first. You need to give it the most opportunities to find that win. Whereas maybe the Elites deck has a better overall matchup. And we did talk about this specific matchup for Finny. Felt like Stony Suppressor is quite good against a lot of what Bones brought. So I do feel like this Elites deck should be favored to pick up a win. And Finny's going to lead with it this time.
Yep.
And we will see if he's able to find that victory against back alley poker here from Bones.
Yeah, it's here it is. Sort of I don't know. I mean, I feel like the back alley poker deck seems kind of like the deck of the tournament here. But I mean, you could also make the same case for the Elites deck. I mean, it's tough. I think they're definitely, I mean, they are obviously almost diametrically opposed in terms of the strategy in general, but both doing quite a bit of work here. I'm looking at Finny's deck, and a funny little note here. Unlike many a Demacia deck, there is no 2-mana 3-power unit that can be played. So Elise is actually unblockable on this turn, unless it's literally Cythria into Sharpsight to block. So, but Bones lining it up to potentially have Casta go hard, but I was talking about decks of the tournament. Let's talk about follower of the tournament, Stony Suppressor, rearing its ugly head and saying, no. There will be no keg value here. I'm eating that keg for breakfast.
Yeah, able to eat that keg. I mean, that was really good into the go hard line. Of course, the Stony Suppressor completely denying that. And wow, double Stony Suppressor. So good luck playing any of these go hards. Good luck playing any spell at all as these come down. And man, they actually line up well into a lot of these build units. On top of that, especially if a Bannerman comes down, because 2/4s answer 2/2s very, very well.
Yeah, and man, turning Glimpse Beyond into a really costly salvage is not where you want to be in your Bones. That's just brutal.
Yeah, it is a really tough spot. I think Bones is fortunate that he does have at least some plays that he can make, but the third Stony Suppressor.
I mean, Casa, this is the first time we've seen it. What do you call a 3 Stony Suppressors?
A garden of Stony Suppressors. I just think of like a sculpture garden, you know, it's like,
yeah,
it's just a bunch of them.
Yeah, I was thinking like you know, like a dingy basement of Stony Suppressors.
It's a blockade of Stony Suppressors.
Well, I was thinking like a dingy basement because, like, you know, they're all stoned. It's in a basement.
No, oh my god!
Sorry.
Okay.
No, we'll go with the blockade.
Yeah.
We'll go with the blockade. A little more PG, I guess. Stay in school, kids. Don't do drugs. But we do see the 4 mana go hard cast here, and you know, just hoping for some amount of reprieve in terms of spell mana being coming back in Bones's favor here. And now merely a 4 mana Glimpse Beyond just feels like such a discount at this point.
Yeah, really. It just I feel like Bones is ecstatic to only be paying 4 mana for his Glimpse Beyond at this point in the game.
I mean, 4 mana go hard makes the card seem a little bit more fair, but I mean, it's still a little bit it's a little bit tough for sure. Well, we do see the pair of Twisted Fates here. And their skill is of course not affected by Stony Suppressor, so it's still gonna be able to play blue, gold, or red card.
Yeah,
I said them out of order on purpose because I know it's going to trigger people.
I mean, when we look at this hand from Bones, I think blue card sets up the capacity to level this Twisted Fate. I mean, that is a great win condition in this matchup, considering that Finny doesn't have spells to interact. So, we look at this Twisted Fate, we know that there will be a Glimpse Beyond, there will be a Twisted Fate's pick a card, and then there's this Zap's Wraithen, but of course it's gonna be so costly,
so expensive
to actually play that.
So expensive. Yeah, I mean, that's over the course of many more turns than it normally would be, right? I mean, that's an additional like 2 turns of those spells coming out like that. I mean, it's a 5 mana pick a card. Oh, it's so rough. Okay, another 3 mana go hard. Okay.
I mean, Bones is hitting his go hards. So even though they're costly, if he's able to get to pack your bags, you would pay pack your bags for a lot more mana than it's worth. So 3 mana, I think you're still okay with that. It's just about Bones getting there.
No, you're absolutely correct about that. It's even if we're not necessarily on the Twisted Fate level up plan, just drawing cards is going to get you to that pack your bags. We might be here with Zap, not quite. Drawing another bad salvage. And I mean, all that's all good and well, but the fact of the matter is that there is a very scary board on the side of Finny that can attack right now with the Relentless Pursuit into open attack if Finny wants.
Yeah, that does seem fairly powerful. You know that Bones can't respond. It's actually impossible for him to play any spell
Yep.
at 1 mana with the Stony
Can't even
Suppressors on board.
play Warning Shot.
So it does seem like an almost reasonable rally to go for, but I also kind of like the open attack into double sorry, that Vanguard Redeemer to be able to actually draw more cards and keep up this pressure.
Yeah, and the For the Fallen drawn also keeps you relatively safe against the Pack Your Bags. Not that Pack Your Bags is even going to be able to come out anyway because of I guess it can. It actually can come out this turn for 6 mana. But this actually, is this just game? With For the Fallen plus Rally, although I guess the For the Fallen's not going to be able to be cast in the 8.
Yeah, I also think it's likely that
Rally.
Finny plays Redeemers.
Right. Yeah, now Bones is going to try to get extra value out of the Pack Your Bags, and he does get it. Potentially. And the nightmare of Stony Suppressor is over for Bones, and I'm pretty sure there is not mana for there's not enough mana for the Fallen.
Yeah, the shadow of the Stony Oppressor is gone, and
yeah,
Bones is able to finally cast spells freely.
Oh, and by the way, this is just lethal because
with red card.
With red card. And Bones says, you know what? You can try to suppress the back alley poker game, but we find ways to play it. It doesn't matter. We're still here, and Bones is 1 win away from securing the Fight Night first place, and he so desperately has been working for.
Yeah, I mean, that game was looking so scary, and then out of nowhere, it just kind of felt like Bones kept continuing to still maintain control in what felt like a very dire circumstance. And we kept talking, and it felt like we were talking about how ahead Finny was, but honestly, I guess he never really was that ahead. They were pretty even on HP. There were some scary moments where Rally could have been devastating, but at the end of the day, it was still just close in HP, close in board pressure, pretty much the whole game, and Bones just hit the go hards. I will admit, if he didn't find as many go hards, if he didn't get to Pack Your Bags, I mean, this game was over in the other way around, but he was hitting them all game. He kept drawing. He was drawing a large amount of cards, and he got there.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty of, or the extreme frustration, depending on what side of the coin you're on, but the beauty of go hard is that, go hard begets go hard. You're putting more in your deck to be able to draw. And with the deck having as much draw as it does, I mean, it's certainly reasonable to have that. And I mean, you even think about it. There were 2 Glimpse Beyonds in Bones' hand that were never cast and never even close to being cast. So the Stony Suppressors did their job, right? And it effectively removed cards from Bones' hand. It just didn't matter. Was able to navigate it in a way, got even additional value out of the Pack Your Bags by having Finny commit more to the board, and just it was over.
Yeah, I mean, and now Finny is on that Ash Nox, which we saw struggling quite a bit against Bones earlier today, and we look at this hand and it's a little bit of a clunker. It's starting to curve out. He's got Ash into Hearthguard into potentially Assessor.
Yeah.
But overall for Bones, I think that this is kind of an okay spot to be in. He's going to play Ezreal. We're going to see that is going to be punished by the Culling Strike most likely here.
Yep.
And I think that overall, Bones gets to reply with his own removal tool with Thermogenic Beam.
Yep.
And I think that this favors Bones, this trade. I mean, he loses Ezreal 3 for 3 mana, but he gets, a mana up against the Ash, and he delays for this Progress Day. Yeah,
absolutely. The Progress Day in hand is certainly let's 1 for 1 all day. Let's 1 for 1 and 1 for 1 and 1 for 1 until I'm left with 1 card that's going to give me 3. And they're going to be reduced cost. And also, by the way, all of my removal spells that I'm playing are building towards a game plan. The Calling Strike, yes, it does take care of the Ezreal, but it's not building, it's not giving Ashe a tick like the Thermo Beam is for Ezreal in Bones' deck. So
well, also for Swain, yeah. I mean, it's
exactly
the twofold in the point you're making here. I completely agree. It's everything that Bones is doing is more directly benefiting him, and he was up in mana off it. So I think that this spot is already good. Finny's hand has a lot of bombs. It's going to be hard for Bones to deal with them, but he's going to be able to pull into a lot more resources by using this progress day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that Bones is playing it, and Bones is an absolute master at knowing these sort of timing attacks, is like Bones is playing it so that like it's going to be more aggressive. Bones needs to keep up the tempo. He knows, because of how clunky Finny's hand is, just from how he's played it, is that he's going to have to be quick. He's going to have to be aggressive. If Finny gets a lot of time, potentially not going to be able to win the late game.
Yeah, I mean, Bones just got the win with back alley poker, but he's still trying to go hard, right? Like, he's still trying to keep the pressure up. And I mean, tempo is the name of the game. This is essentially another variation on that tempo Ezreal. It's not quite the same as the Bilgewater version, which I would think is more heavily a tempo deck than this one is, but this still has some features of a tempo list. And once again, Ashe going to be taken down by Rattling Bones. And I mean, I'm sure he's going to be a little bit upset that there's the third one there, but if he can deal with all 3, you don't have to worry about another Ashe the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge win condition for sure. Like, if every Ashe is dead, then all of a sudden the clogging the board is just a legitimate way to stop the deck from doing much, with the exception of Farron. But like, that's the scare, is like the leveled Ashe into harsh winds, into freeze, into I have a full board, but none of it can block. If Ashe is gone, you're not afraid of that at all.
Yeah, now Bones snaps off this Mystic Shot. He knows he wants to remove any 5 attack units, followers, or champions, denying any assessor value. So just going to immediately clear away this Hearthguard. And keep it to a single draw if Assessor is in the hand of Finny for the next turn.
Also leveling Swain on the way there. And, again, another card that we talked about before is Reckoning, which I believe Finny runs 2. No, Finny runs 1 Reckoning, but that is another card that is quite good against Bones' board, depending on the removal opportunities from Bones.
Yeah, and Bones, he has Progress Day plus Arachnoid Sentry here, or Progress Day plus Mystic Shot. Actually decides to pass, so this does open up an opportunity for Finny to go in with the Glory Seeker and kill off the Swain. I'm wondering if this is on purpose from Bones to try and bait Assessor. I wonder if that is the main focus of his entire game plan right now, is trying to just play around a big draw from an Assessor. And now that we see that's not going to be able to be committed, Bones can even just go for the Mystic Shot to face and keep up this Arachnoid Sentry for a future turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it was reasonable to not play around Troll Chant at all, because obviously, the Mystic Shot to the Glory Seeker was certainly a possibility. It was reasonable to not play around it because there was an earlier turn where, actually no, there wasn't. The last Thermo Beam on Ashe was actually for 5, so Troll Chant wouldn't have done it. So, maybe just not caring, like you said, not caring about the Troll Chant, just saying, this is all fine. All this damage goes through. I don't really care.
Yeah, and Bones, draws with Progress Day. He gets some good hits here for removal. Static Shock can enable both the Scorched Earth and the Ravenous Flock.
Yeah.
And also playing those out can set up for a Thermo Beam to actually hit pretty cleanly. So I'm sure Bones is pretty happy with this situation. Trying to draw into... I mean, is there another good... Well, that's...
Let the game answer for you, Casa.
I was like, is there another spell that would be good here? Or do you just want Ezreal or Leviathan? And well, Bones hits the Ezreal, and thinking about it, this is absolutely the best draw. I mean, there's not a better one. You have these spells already in hand. I feel like the scare of developing him though is there's Reckoning mana on the other side.
There is Reckoning mana, and you have the ability to deal with 2 of the 5+ powers, but not all 3. But Bone says, if that happens, I'm going to deal 4 damage to you at least. Of course, the Culling Strike can come here, and that can still happen. And actually, Culling Strike will actually lose the game, I think, for Finny. Because Culling Strike would not leave Harsh Wind's mana. Icefield Archer. Okay, that changes. I'm wondering. There's only 5 mana, so really only the Culling Strike can be played. I think this is just game for Bones here. With Sentry able to Sentry plus just Swain stunning so much.
I don't think so. This is only stunning the Glory Seeker, which already can't block, and then it won't be enough mana to play Sentry.
You're right. That's true.
So Scorched Earth removes a unit and deals 2 damage, which is potentially still good.
Yeah. And then yeah, this doesn't. This unfortunately doesn't. Like the Thermo Beam can kill the archer, but that's not enough. It's actually kind of an awkward spot.
It doesn't get there. And you wonder if this beam needs to be saved for a bigger threat, or if it needs to just be used on the Glory Seeker to protect Swain.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this is looking a little awkward here for Bones. As there's really not any pressure that's going to be able to be applied this turn. It's just defensive now. And now the cards have dried up for Bones.
Yeah, Bones needs to take a page out of Morp's playbook and just keep drawing champions, find his Leviathan.
Right.
Because we see the bombs that Finny possesses right now. I mean, that Farron is worth so much. Another Swain.
All right. Oh, another Assessor for Finny. I guess, well, could potentially draw 2 cards. If that is the direction that Finny wants to go, can go Hearthguard into Assessor. Can just go Captain Crunch.
Okay, Farron. Stun the Farron, then we'll probably see the Thermo on the Farron and a redevelop of Swain.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that all checks out. Could also just redevelop Swain now. Yeah, just gonna go for. Yeah, just gonna go for Farron.
The bad thing for Bones is like those decimates can just be played. That's 12, and during that time, so Finny's never gonna just be out of things to play. Finny, if he okay.
Well, have you met Ezreal? 3, 8, 9, 10. Can even go Swain, Ezreal, attack with Ezreal, Mystic Shot.
The Sejuani pickup from Finny might be able to completely seal this, though. It's a good response to Ezreal, and it's also an aggressive option.
Yep. But I wonder if Bones leads with Swain, what is the likely response from Finny? It feels
you
like
think he's
he might. It's a safe play. I think you lead with Swain and see where it goes. I don't know that you can lead with Ez. I don't see it. What is the point of leading with Ez there? The Swain is known information, right? Or maybe it's not. The Swain isn't known. It wasn't drawn from a.
It's not known,
Leviathan.
but he can't swing with it.
Right.
Where the Ezreal could get through and rummage.
The literal worst. Is that another Farron?
It is. It's second Farron for
It's
Finny.
a 9/9 Farron. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is just over, right? For Finny. In Finny's favor, that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Bones, you had to try and bait the misplay from your opponent.
Right.
You had to try and open up an opportunity for the Ezreal. But the run rummage is not playable, and can Bones live while keeping the Ezreal on board?
Technically, yes. But if Bones has to open attack and would need to win at fast or burst speed in response to a decimate.
Old Ezreal could have gotten there, maybe.
Can new Ezreal get there, though? Because if he opens with Chump Wump... Okay, there's one.
Flock.
Wait.
Oh, he's so close.
Harsh Winds is going to stop it.
He's so close.
That's
yeah, it is going to get stopped by Harsh Winds, but he's so close.
I wonder if... This is probably the most likely, because I think that, attacking with an Ezreal is certainly the most likely line of victory. But if you went Chump Wump into Rummage in response, that deals 1, you draw 2 cards. If you draw like Mystic Shot, that probably does it. Right? That would do it.
That would be exactly, but
I don't know. It's not a cut and dry one or the other. It was, what are you playing around? And that was a tough one. That was really close, but that's going to tie up the first series here at 1-1. Again, if Finny wins this, there will be a bracket reset. If Bones wins this game, that's it. Bones is our champion, but we are going to be going into that game 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's no telling if Finny would have frozen the Swain straight away. There wasn't necessarily a need for him to go Sejuani onto the Swain, so he might have held it for the Ezreal anyway. And really, it would have just been Bones trying to bait his opponent into a misplay, and it's tough. I mean, Bones was really close to taking that one, but now he has to play Ezreal Swain into this Elites deck, and I feel like Elites can line up pretty well here. They do struggle with Swains in the late game, though. If they don't have interaction for the Swain Leviathan, they don't have interaction for the Ezreal Swain on board, so those are the cards that Bones needs to find. He needs to be able to find his champions. He needs to find Leviathan, just like most matchups, but that is what is going to completely dominate this matchup if he can get them online.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is... that is certainly the case. I mean, Bones is going to have a lot of, removal for some of the early game for Finny, which is going to be great. Obviously, Death's Hand is potentially going to be getting some good value. The early Thermos might be great. Even Chump Wumps, contending with the board are going to be pretty nice for Bones as he gets into that mid to late game. He's just going to need to get there, right? It seems like he can get there, rather. It's just going to be, does he have the end game to finish it? And there's the boat.
Yeah, I mean, hitting boat this early is, obviously, yes, you want to draw it on turn 8 or whatever, right? But I think having boat for Bones is really good, that he's going to be able to have that going into his turn 8. He's got Arachnoid Sentry, which does really well against Demacia in the early game. And then the Chump Wumps are actually solid units for blocking. Even though they'll trade down to 3 drops, it's still good to just have stuff that you can block with early on in the game.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. Solid. At least a fine spot to be in if you're Bones. Your opponent has been playing these sort of derpy units, 3 mana 3/3s. That's fine. Yes, the 4 Demasias are maybe scary, but even then, not really. The beauty here, your opponent does not have something like Ranger's Resolve, so if you want to Thermo Beam for an exact amount, if they only have 1 mana, you can do it for sure. If they have 2, you have to potentially be playing around the sharp site. But for Bones here, I think he needs to just stay at parity and make sure his opponent isn't getting super far ahead on board, because it is going to be tough to deal with the board if it does get that. If Finny gets super far ahead.
There's the trio of sergeants.
Yeah. Good old Sentry Flock, the classic. I mean, maybe not the highest value target, but it's all meat going into the grinder in this matchup, and none of it matters. They're all vanilla. It's all vanilla ice cream meat. That's what this deck is. That's what the name of the deck should be. I'm naming it right now. No one is ever going to say that.
All right. I've already forgotten.
I made a new sentence, and it will never be said again.
But the win condition for Bones here, considering that there have been 3 Vanguard sergeants played, is to keep the board low so that these 4 Demasias don't get a ton of value, as Vinny is going to probably start to rip them off, anytime he feels like he can get even a crumb of value out of them.
Yep. And the double Relentless Pursuits as well. I mean, 4 Demacia into a Relentless Pursuit, that is a scary turn for sure. And here, I mean, Bones is kind of put into chump Garen mode. Maybe if Finny is offering it, get some good blocks. And Finny's not even attacking here, so I think Bones is more than happy to take that pass. Yes, it is burning a little bit of mana, but pressure is what Bones is worried about, not necessarily mana efficiency. All right, Bones taking the soft pass by playing the Puff Cap. And he also saying, "Yeah, I got my turns kind of planned out. I want you to commit more so that I can punish you with double Relentless Pursuit." Or actually, the 4 Demacia Relentless Pursuit turn can happen now.
Yeah, it is online for Finny, but he is gonna go for the Challenger units instead, and those get really punished.
That is a punish
by Static Shock.
It's 4 for 4 mana, so it's not terrible, but it is giving a lot of value to Bones potentially. Bones trying to target the OK button with Static Shock.
All right, Bones is at the level ups for both of his champions pretty much at this point. Yep. He's got double Mystic Shot to actually help him clear away here. And he's got a wider board than the Demacia list. But that's a Garen's Judgment. That is a Garen's Judgment.
Hubba. We'll see if that ends up being relevant. Not sure. It could be. The problem is if Finny he's hovering the 4 Demacia. If he does, I mean, I guess Bones is going to be able to kill a Cythria, or he can kill a 3/3 into Sentry. Finny decides to go for the open instead.
Yeah, I mean, is Bones ever playing around Judgment into Rally here? Judgment into Rally. I mean, does Bones sniff that out?
Oh, can you? I mean, you could. It's possible. It's not unreasonable. Maybe that's why Bones is blocking the way he is. It's just saying, I'm gonna just play this one a little safer. If you have another Garen, which is not unreasonable, I don't want to just lose.
I just feel like this is a spot that, like, I just expect Bones to lose here. I just feel like he's gonna, like, how do you not play into this Judgment Rally? It feels so hard to play around this.
It depends.
It feels so hard.
How many Boulevard casts does Bones watch? Because every time there's even a possibility of a judgment being played, Boulevard will point it out. So it's top of mind for me every time I play against Demacia. I don't know about you, Casa. And I don't know about Rattling Bones, but...
I mean, Bones clearly has it in mind.
Yeah.
You never take this block unless you're playing around Judgment. You never block like this.
Yeah,
unless you're playing around Judgment.
Great. Yeah, Finny doesn't commit it because, you know, it would get very little value. But now, if for Demacia comes out, it's Mystic Shot Garen, Mystic Shot Cytheria. I mean, for Demacia coming out would be weird, right? After combat. It very clearly shows a relentless pursuit. But yeah, this is just going to be Mystic Shot, the Garen at least.
He could hold the other one, but
don't really need to.
It's probably fine to just do both. I mean, you're reducing the size of this board so much. I somewhat like both here, but I don't think it's required. I think
I like one at a time. I like the one because if there's a sharp sight, you want to be able to counter the sharp sight on the game. So this is actually great. You know, perfect from Bones. I mean, this Relentless Pursuit's very mopey, especially with the Arachnoid Sentry coming in. It's kind of like, okay, you ate exactly one House Spider. You spent 9 mana and killed a House Spider. Which feels very bad.
Yeah, I mean, now we're into a Leviathan turn for Bones.
Yeah, and I mean, this was at the beginning of that turn, you know, the possibilities for Finny, I mean, obviously we have caster vision. It looked very much in Finny's position, in Finny's favor, and Bones navigated. He played it in a way that he's able to get all this value. And now, yes, Garen is coming out. Bones doesn't really need to commit too much. Yes, Garen is going to be scary, but you know, Swain is potentially going to be able to come out, depending on if there's an open or not. I don't know. Even though, you know, Bones navigated that very well, there is still just a sheer amount of power on Bones' side.
He's got the full combo now. Bones has the full combo, a full suite of mushrooms. He just has to live this turn, and he has a sentry to help deal with this.
Yeah.
He can chump away with the rest of the board and then just play the Swain, set up for Ezreal on the next turn. And I mean, that's just, I think all 3 of those being on board is essentially just curtains. I mean, it's going to be really tough. Vinny does have this Relentless Pursuit, which certainly helps, but I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, I don't think so. The sentry's huge because now, if Finny wants to go, you know, Relentless Pursuit on this turn and attack again, which, I mean, that's what he was obviously setting up for, Swain gets to come out, and then, you know, because it's no longer fast speed Relentless Pursuit, it's, you know, Bones is even going to be able to play... Oh, no, he's actually not going to be able to play Ezreal and then get stuns off, but...
He can play Mystic, though. He can Mystic Phase.
He absolutely can, yep. And get another stun off, and then it's just Chump, which is fine. Chump and actually even gets value blocks at this point because the first attack did damage to the units. This is looking nightmarish for Finny at this point.
Yeah, I think Bones is very close to just having it here, actually. With the Ezreal in hand. It looks like he clearly survives this turn. Bones even deciding he doesn't need to play the Mystic Shot for the stun here. He must have already calculated.
I think the only consideration is that if you want to...
Now he needs to, with the Cytheria.
Yep. Yeah, I think... the only consideration is that if he... Well, I guess, yeah, no, this is fine, because Sharp Sight would just be killing regardless, so... you know, you don't need to worry about your Leviathan dying if you're going to die instead, so... Yeah, just block with. I feel like I like the block with Leviathan more because yes,
Swain
Leviathan's
plus
obviously
Ezreal.
great. Swain plus Ezreal is curtains. For the most part, I mean, Swain plus Leviathan is also, but like you need to play around that sharp side. That's the only consideration, I believe.
Yeah, now 3 stuns. Ezreal hits the board. Actually, Swain could go for the open even, but I think that it's more likely you just Ezreal. You have so many shrooms that no matter what number of units are played by Finny, you're just stunning them, and you're gonna get everything through.
That's gonna be the
Bones.
GG.
Bones after so many second place finishes.
Yes.
Bones is finally going to take a fight night, get a first place. I mean, he's had quite the week. I mean, Bones incredibly done this time around. And this lineup, we talked about it near the start. We said, looking at Morp's performance and Bones' performance in round 1, we were like, man, this might just be the lineup to beat.
Yeah.
And Bones, he proved it. He took it all the way, and he was able to win winner's side 2-1 over Finny in the finals. We'll see both of them returning for next week's fight night.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely stellar performance from Bones. I mean, we did see some close 2-0s in some matchups, but Bones was rather dominant on his path there, at least the matches that we got to see. Bones, started off 2-1 versus Italian X, and then 2-0'd Ceph, 2-0'd Finny, and then the 2-1 in the grand finals. We are going to be jumping to an interview here very shortly, Casa.
Yeah, we're trying to get Bones right now, but I think there he is. Bones, can you hear us, man?
Yep, what up?
All right, great to have you. I mean, congratulations. After so many second place performances, you finally got the win. I know we've talked about it a lot. You work a full day and then you come play fight night, and it's pretty tough to be going on your 14th, 15th hour of being awake. But I mean, how are you feeling at the end of it? I know you're probably tired, but I'm sure excited as well.
Yeah, so pretty crazy week for sure, because I got I know but I got engaged earlier in the week.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thanks, Blevins. So there really wasn't much time to play test or do much at all, especially with work days. But I will give credit to the people who deserve it. So Zero actually gave me this TF Elise deck. It's funny, I messaged him and I said, okay, what's actually like good about this deck? And he's like, well, sometimes you just win, is how he described it. And I was like, okay, great, but it's not doing anything unfair. And he's like, no. So you do basically a bunch of chip damage and you keep like whatever you can, and you're essentially playing pack your bags. Your opponent develops 1 on board and then you win. And I thought about it and I was like, yeah, okay, that does seem a little bit unfair. I mean, like 1 mana clear your opponent's board, pretty good. But I didn't like his like exact list because he played like Jax and Gangplank, so I just took those out, added additional, Vengeance and or Ruination, just because we knew that discard aggro wasn't going to be a thing minus Swim, just because Jinx got hit. So it made it like a really easy way of optimizing the deck for this tournament. Assuming you would have a lot of Ashes coming in. Basically Tom Kench is what I expected. Like that was realistically the best lineup because those are both tier 1 decks right now, and all in all it's very good. So anyway, it was a good pick for that. And then the Swain Ezreal, I think I put it together in like 3 minutes, sent it to Glop. He started playing it earlier on in the week, so thankfully he did my playtesting for me. And originally we had like 2 calling strikes in there, and I kept going back and forth on the Chempunks. But then he told me, cut out the 2 calling strikes, add in 1 hand and a static, and stick your guns to the Chempunk. It's good. So then you even saw me, Casanova. I like messaged you 2 separate lists last night because I was alternating between the 2, and I hadn't play tested enough to know like what's good or what's not. So yeah, anyway, it worked out. So yeah, shout out to those 2 guys who helped me a little bit with prep. And then I was talking a little bit to like with Lobster and Game Breaker just because they were really trying to prep for their tournament. So instead of prepping for this one, I was actually helping them prep for that one. but at the same time, you also get to figure out what's good, what's not, just by theory crafting. So all in all, it was very good. Yeah, today turned out great. Can't really say much else.
Well, I mean, the other question I just wanted to ask about Ezreal really quick because he was changed recently and coming back in, you said you kind of threw together the deck. I'm just wondering if you feel after this tournament, I know results based it worked out well, but do you feel like Ezreal is kind of back? Do you think maybe the Swain? Do you think there's opportunity maybe for a Sejuani as well being paired with it? There's a lot. The new form of Ezreal. Do you feel like he's kind of back to where he could become a big meta threat?
Yeah, for sure. I think Ezreal is really good. Obviously, you have to read the meta well. Like the way that Swim and Kuvira prepare is definitely the right way of doing it. Just because you really play against like all the meta decks that you would expect, and you try and build something that beats it. And Ezreal is definitely one of those decks that will just generally come out on top in a lot of matchups. Now, Swain Ezreal, I wasn't very confident with it today, and I still feel like the version that I played is suboptimal, just because you can't really ever play for tempo. All you're doing is basically playing a bunch of removals and stalling. You're trying to effectively remove units on the board and stall till you have your combos, and it seems kind of a little bit suboptimal because you don't have the greatest of draw engines, right? Playing Progress Day is really expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's not the right way to play it. Actually, even Alan, when I gave him the list, he played it in rank. He lost 100 LP, and then he was like, okay, this is not good. So I wasn't very comfortable playing the Swain Ezreal. But all in all, I guess it worked out because at the end of the day, I did think a lot of people would bring in the Ashe Sedge, and I just thought, and Glob too. Glob thought that, at the end of the day, if we go into Ashe Sejuani, we're generally favored. So that was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bones, I mean, we got to ask the standard question: who's the call out? Who do you want to see come to the next fight night? Who do you want to play against?
Yeah, so shout out. I guess we'll give another shout out to Nick Makes Plays. I know he's come here a few times, but definitely not often enough. And he is definitely a part of TLG, which is Shadow Play Red. I see him commenting. He's thanks to him, we're all kind of on the same team, and we help each other out. So definitely, I think Nick Makes Plays is an underrated player. He is good, but I mean, you guys know there are tons of good players, especially in the one channel that we're all a part of.
Mm-hmm.
Like M-Tuck, I don't think I've ever seen him here either. But yeah, for now, I think Nick Makes Plays, if we can have him back, that would be great.
All right. Well, Bones, congratulations once again on not only becoming a Fight Night champion, but also on your engagements, man. Really, really happy for you. And we're happy to have you back again for another week, man. It's always great to watch you.
Thank you so much. And thanks for...
All right. Well, with that, that is going to do it for tonight's Fight Night Legends. Congratulations to Bones. Congrats to Finney. We will see him next week as well. And hopefully we'll see you all next week for another Fight Night Legends America. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you soon.